At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced, and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Well, very good morning and welcome into day 2 of finals at the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024. The venue is Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie Country, South Island, New Zealand. And what an absolutely stunning venue it is. Yesterday saw some remarkable racing with so many schools across the country getting themselves on the podium. So many schools for the first time creating their own little piece of history by making A finals, B finals, being on the start line for the first time. When it came to the Dawn Cup, well, it was Waikato Diocesan of Waikato, who won that for the 4th time. And in the men's race, it was the unstoppable Hamilton Boys High School who won the Springbok Shield. Day 2 of the finals culminates this afternoon with the Levin Jubilee Cup, the girls under 18 8, and then followed by the 77th edition of the great race, the boys under 18 8, simply known as the Maadi Cup. Joining me in commentary throughout the day as we bring you all the A finals is a man who represented New Zealand at the highest level in the sport, part of the 8 from Rio. His name is Alex Kennedy. Alex, good morning. Another exciting day of racing, particularly, and it starts first up with the girls under 16 Coxed quadruple sculls.
Yeah, Morena Mark, under 16 quad. We were talking about yesterday, quite an exciting, everything's exciting here, but the under 16's second year rowing, so getting a bit more handle on the sport itself, so showing some real speed here with the under 16 girls leading the way on Ruataniwha this morning.
I just mentioned there in my introduction just the scope and width and depth of the different schools that are getting athletes on podiums, making A finals. We saw a school yesterday, Pukekohe High School, with a crew in one of the smaller boats making an A final. You look at the list of schools that are up in this first A final, and you've got Cashmere High School, you've got Wellington Girls College, Mount Aspiring College. There's not any one particular region that's dominating, showing that the success at international level certainly is having an aspirational and inspirational effect on young people right around the country, and that's now flowing through.
Yeah, for sure. Wanganui High School actually leading the Sculling Points Trophy, and they're right up there in the overall star trophy, so the overall points trophy as well. So it's Axel Dickinson's squad out of Wanganui High School. Cashmere took away 2 golds yesterday in the under 15 octuple sculls for the 2nd time running, and also the 17 quad. We've got a couple of these girls, some Cashmere from the 17 quad under 16, and here they are, front and centre for Cashmere in lane 4. Yeah,
I'll talk a bit about Cashmere too, because historically, we'll just look at the starting list for this first girls under 16 Cots quadruple sculls A final. Wakatipu High School will start in 1, Wanganui in 2, St Paul's Collegiate in 3, the Might of Cashmere in 4, the Emerging Power in Dunstan High School in 5, Columba College in 6, Wellington Girls College will start in lane 7, Mount Aspiring College will start in lane 8. Now lane 1 will be top of the screen, lane 8 is the bottom of the screen. I want to talk about Cashmere because they come in as one of the real race favourites for this, with the likes of Regan Kelly, Ellery Clare, Charlotte Clatworthy, Tia Murdy, Hazel Brown as their Cox, coached by Molly Judson and Joe Young. Historically, it's always been, I guess, the likes of Christchurch Boys, Rangi Ruru, St Margaret's, and then suddenly you've got, let's say, a public school that historically hasn't been known for rowing, becoming a real powerhouse in recent times.
Yeah, and you can look no further than the under 15 octuple one yesterday when they beat Barradine and Rangi Ruru and the likes in St Andrews, so really putting their names out there. That's the 2nd year they've won that 15 octi, and then they won the 16 double, and we've got, these 2 girls here, Hilary Clare and Thea Murdy, won the 17 quad yesterday with Poppy Wynnum and Abby Higgins. So Joe Young and Molly Judson, Lewis Mates, Matt Allen, and the squad out there at Cashmere, a very young coaching staff, all under the ages of 24-ish. So, guiding these young kids by younger people is outstanding.
Okay, so as we just run across this group of athletes, and that is the Dunstan High School team, the famous yellow bucket hats, another school, and even the Dunstan Rowing Club really starting to establish himself on the national scene as well, and that's made up of Phoebe Herricks and Poppy Tuffin, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen, Lily Kane is their cox, coached by Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson. And I tell you what, it's the coaches also, boy, they do it tough, don't they? They have a big emotional attachment.
Yeah, for sure. We're not going to write off the likes of Wakatipu in Lane 1. They're also a heat winner. Wanganui High School, Ruby Armishaw, Te Atakura, Portaka, Osborne, Milner Scudder, May Emmett, Kira Barnett, Lauren Davies. They've had a busy week, and plenty of crews going straight to the final from the heats here, so don't be deceived by the outside lanes of some of these, and lanes 2s and 7s, because these girls are quick, along with St. Paul's. They'll be one of the race favourites of Brangwyn, Waddell, Roberts, Hunter and Miller. See their front and centre there with the gold and the black and the white, the Bumblebees from Hamilton. They'll be one of the race favourites. We had plenty of crews that were a similar speed out of the heats, but also they were quite far ahead of some of their competition, so maybe not having to push themselves so much in the heat, so kind of hiding their speed a little bit. So it's going to be an interesting race here, with a lot of crews showing out with a similar race speed.
So it's almost set for a start in the first of our A finals, day 2 of the Aon Maadi Regatta, and our live stream brought to you by Milford. And we do acknowledge and appreciate their sponsorship. We'll talk a little bit about them throughout the day as well. But what an absolutely wonderful amphitheatre. Future stars of New Zealand rowing. For some of these athletes, well, this will possibly be the highest level in their rowing careers. For others, well, it'll simply be a stepping stone to even higher honours.
And you look at the scene, and how can you not get romantic about rowing with this sort of setting?
Well, yeah, I just contrast that comment with when the rowers finish, and they basically falling over the boats and throwing up. But anyway, we'll get into this. We'll celebrate the sport for what it is. It is a remarkable sport, a really good start coming there from Cashmere High School in lane 4 in the middle, and equally just on there outside Dunstan High School as well. And as you mentioned, right across there, it's Wakatipu High School in lane 1 who probably have the early lead.
Shane Muir picked up some more success yesterday, winning the under-17 boys double again, backing up from year to year. And you can see the girls there in the gold boat with the white blades from Lake Hayes, Wakatipu, Sasha Key, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark, Zara Small, Jessie Glover.
Yeah, let's talk about the setup of a quadruple sculls. What's the difficult thing? What's the key here in terms of getting the setup right in regards to the rowing order, but also then the technical expertise required from the rowers to get these particular boats up to full speed?
Well, the quad is the second fastest boat overall in the sport behind the 8, and you've still got 8 blades here, so it's a very technical boat and a very fast boat, so it's very easy to, you know, knock water or lose a handle or whatever, because you are moving very quickly and you've got to handle tools at the same time, so it can be a fast moving boat that can be difficult to tame at times. Okay,
so it is Dunstan High School in lane 5, Cashmere High School in 4, St Paul's Collegiate in lane 3, across the far side in lane 1, Wakatipu High School, down here in lane 7 to Wellington Girls College, and then just about maybe a canvas back in lane 6 is Columba College. That is made up of Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Anika Laser, Nova Wishton and Isabella Davey is their cox. Now, big responsibility on the coxswains here. What primarily is their role, say, through the first 1,000 metres? Does it vary? Is there a template that they do follow, Alex?
I'd say we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but the first maybe K, maybe just over a K, you'd have a premeditated race plan a lot of the time. If everything's going to plan, you just kind of hold on to that, and then maybe in the second half you do a little bit of improvising and being a bit more reactionary to what's happening in the race.
Now, I had somebody text me yesterday wanting to know how they steer these boats.
For the coxswains, sometimes they actually have like a joystick that sits in there with them right in front of them, but a lot of the time it'll be 2 separate ropes with handles on them that can control the rudder underneath the boat. So it's it can be quite a fine art just using these kind of paddles, handles on the sides there. But great racing here. Top 3 showing out there in the middle there, St Paul's, Cashmere, Dunstan. Also the girls from Wellington, Jackie Kettles, Old School, Sophie Jones, Neve Dunlop, Lucy Turnbull, Holly Martin, Emily Mora. They've got the lead right now, just up on the girls from Alexandra with Columba. Yeah. They're dragging through Columba as well there in lane 6. So we've got 5 crews really hunting the top spot there, coming up to the 1K you can see on your left-hand side as we drive through the mist on Ruataniwha.
Yeah, it is. You talked about it at the start, but there is almost a romance about it, isn't there, with this mist just coming off this magnificent lake here in the Mackenzie country. And here are these rowers out there giving it their best. This is the culmination of 6 months, a year's training, a lot of hard work, a lot of bad days, a lot of good days for individually, collectively, and now it comes down to belief. So it is still in lane 3 at the moment, St Paul's Collegiate. Not much in it though. Back in lane 5, Dunstan High School. Lane 7, Wellington Girls College, currently sitting in 3rd. Struggling a little bit with the paces, Wakatipu. And just out of shot, Mount Aspiring College. But I do just want to acknowledge their crew of Caddy David and Meg Ritchie, Sienna Marsden, Lucy Radford, Emily Hunt there, Cox, coached by Matt Rickard, a school that's very much on the way up.
Oh, look at this. We're going up to the 1K mark there. There's a little 1K marker there with alongside the 1,000 metre mark. Hutt. And we've got Wellington, Dunstan, Cashmere working their way back up again next to St Paul's. This is a great race, and we're about to see some moves being put on. There's a lot of premeditated moves done around the 1,000 metre mark, and it looks like Cashmere and Dunstan are playing their cards right now, especially with Bella Breen and Ruby Smith, a rapid double sitting in that Dunstan quad, so we'll see what they can produce. But it is the maroon and gold of the, like we talked about, the emergence of Cashmere at this regatta, and last year walking through with their young coaching staff leading the way here, and Hazel Bound.
Yeah, it is a very good performance here from Cashmere, just starting to turn it up, but asking some questions of Dunstan. Dunstan responding though. Yep. Dunstan having a wee look across. It is still bow ball for bow ball. There's only a stroke in it at the moment. Now you just sort of feel that this is the key time here in lane 7 for Wellington Girls College. They're going to need to react if they want to be in the fight, as is the case for St Paul's Collegiate. They're going to need to fight, just starting to drop back now. So we've gone from maybe 4 boats in contention down to 2, but it is brilliance of Cashmere, who are now just starting to up that rating. They've got a canvas lead over the very good crowd at Dunstan High School.
Yeah, huge move from Cashmere there, maybe about 100 metres ago. They just started to put the foot down before that 1250 metre mark, which is a really tough place to move. You really want to avoid bathtubing through that third 500. So we talked yesterday about maybe they're not going faster, but some other crews are just suffering a little bit and maybe just dropping the speed a little bit. Yeah,
it's been interesting. I know Sam Cleland, who was part of the Cashmere Boys Cruise last year, and he's come back. He's out of school now, but coming back, wanting to give something back to the school, and they're now starting to see those old boys and old girls now starting to come back and help with the coaching. They were part of establishing the legacy, and that's what this regatta is all about. It's about having a year that shows the way. Students come through, so I want to be a part of that as well, and the program just sort of self-perpetuating. We've seen that here with the brilliance of Cashmere High School, so they go up to a half a boat length lead now, but we are coming up to that crucial 1500 metre mark, and Alex, often a lot of these crews will also decide that the 500 metres is where they do want to empty the tank, where they do want to burn all their matches.
Yeah, and for sure, and look, these crews that are down, like Columbus sitting half length down on a bronze medal right now, so they're going to get a move on there. Nova, Anika, Isla, Georgia fighting really hard to try and climb back up on Dunstan, keeping an eye on St Paul's, but we've got a line up for silver and bronze. You see the halfway, see the little horse on the Dunstan, that's the dark horse, the Dunstan Armor Club, looking right there. Lily Kane in the coxswain seat urging her girls on to try and climb up against Cashmere. Cashmere had a great job yesterday of holding tough in some of those races in that 17 quad, so they'll be used to this with Thea and Illyri.
Really good race also coming from Wellington Girls College, now moving up in contention for possibly 3rd place. Equally too, we've got Columba College making their move in 3rd place officially at St Paul's Collegiate, but it is all Cashmere. Cashmere looking good, the form looks good, they continue to lift, the bow gets nice and high out of the water, and I think at this point maybe Dunstan High School have possibly said 2nd is good enough, but the challenges are still coming there in lane 3 from St Paul's Collegiate. Down here, Wellington Girls Columba. What a race for the bronze medal, but looks very much like it will be Cashmere High School. The form, Alex, looking strong. They look nice and tall. They look relaxed. They're in control.
Yeah, St Paul's look like they're dropping back a little bit with 500 to run, but they've found new life and they've just got ahead of Columba and Wellington climbing back on Dunstan for silver. But it is Cash Money out in front from the foot of the Port Hills. Cash Money out front. Molly Judson and Joe Young. Joe Young, a former old boy in there. Clatworthy's got 2 older brothers that have gone through the system. And here comes her addition. She's going to take gold and continue that Clatworthy legacy with the maroon and gold. Cashmere continuing with their 3rd gold of the 2 finals days here at Maadi Cup. Congratulations.
Yeah, it'll be St Paul's Collegiate who will pick up the bronze medal, Dunstan the silver. But let's just acknowledge too those crews, St Paul's Collegiate, Polly Hunter and Georgia Roberts, Olivia Waddell, Sam Bragwin, And Matilda Miller, the Cox, and great to have a Waddell involved, daughter of the great Rob Waddell. Niece of the great Rob Waddell, but I think Rob does have a daughter rowing, doesn't he, at senior level. We saw her at the National Club Championships, so great to see the Waddell family. Rob, of course, out of King's College, Dunstan High School. Again, Phoebe Herricks, Poppy Tuffin, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen and Lily Kane, the Cox, and congratulations to them. What a moment, though, for Cashmere High School. Thoroughly deserved, came as the pre-race favourites, lived up to the billing, and what a wonderful moment for that school in Christchurch.
Yeah, what a Maadi Cup so far. Charlotte Clapworthy getting her own legacy now with the Cashmere under her brothers Oscar and Henry, doing great things in the club level and stepping on. And we've got Leary, sorry if I get that wrong, and Thea Murdy. They got the 17 quad yesterday, and today get the 16. So extreme talent coming out of the pinstripes from Cashmere. Great work from the young Mr. Joseph Young with the head coaching gig there.
Yeah, no, we want to acknowledge the coaches too, because boy, they do it tough at times. You know, if the crews don't perform, coaches naturally think, well, what did I do wrong? Did we do one too many sessions? Or, you know, you're constantly overthinking it, and some days you're just simply outgunned, or just some days you, for whatever reason, it's just not happening.
Like rowing, we've seen it time and time again when a coach arrives and you can just see a program pick up or change its ways, sort of thing. So Joe's been there for a couple of years under some tutelage from older coaches, and now he's taken the reins and
we got the
running.
We just want to acknowledge there too the different sponsors of these races, and that was brought to you by LJ Hooker Twizel, and we just want to acknowledge their sponsorship. We've got the boys under 16 double sculls coming up, and that's actually sponsored by Mr. Whippy. I always enjoy a good Mr. Whippy. And that double sculls will involve Wanganui High School, St Kevin's College, Nelson College, St Paul's Collegiate, Wakatipu, Glendowie out of Auckland, Dunstan High School again, and St Peter's School. So another wide-ranging group of schools from right around the country as we just reflect back on that wonderful achievement there from Cashmere.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a bit of a dog-eat-dog world in that Christchurch rowing scene, rowing on Kerr's Reach and finding space to get it done, and coming down here for plenty of camps and go up the Rotowedi and down to Dunstan and out to the Waimakariri. So it's a credit to the Cashmere coaching staff and the people that have come through there in the last few years to really signify their arrival and being a legit power out of Christchurch. So there's girls coming in behind the podium there to park up. Simon Smith with his bucket hat, his charges in Dunstan, getting the silver medal, doing another great effort in the quad.
How do I get a bucket hat? I need a bucket hat.
I'm sure Simon's got plenty in reserve.
I need a bucket hat. I love the bucket hat.
They're becoming pretty much an icon at this point with the Dunstan kids. 7:43.32 for the girls from Cashmere. It's pretty cold water, and so it's a pretty respectable time. Under 16 girls coxed quad. 7:46 for Dunstan, 7:48 for St Paul's Collegiate. I'm going to see St Paul's Collegiate again in the next race, as well as Dunstan.
Now, I just want to acknowledge Milford. They are the company that bring us this live stream. They are dedicated to rowing. They love the hard work and the focus it takes to get on the start line. Now, they're giving supporters of the Maadi Cup a chance, or the Maadi Regatta, a chance to get a head start. Now, with a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver plan account or a Milford Investment Fund account. Now, simply to enter, you just need to open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver plan or open a Milford Investment Fund account before 11:59 on Sunday, that's tomorrow, the 24th of March, for your chance. And they've got 10 of these they're going to give away. So head to milfordasset.com/Maadi 2024 to find out more about this exclusive Maadi offer. And again, we just want to acknowledge Milford for their sponsorship of this live stream. And what a wonderful job our camera crew are doing, our drones, our camera crew, cameramen particularly out on the barge, just doing a spectacular job. The production team, all former rowers, all former Olympic rowers, national rowers, who want to deliver the sport and capture the essence of it. We will take a break from the commentary. We will come back very, very shortly with the boys under 16 double sculls. Well, we're really getting set for our second A final of the morning here on the final day of finals at the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. Looking forward to this one. It's the boys under 16 double sculls, sponsored by Mr. Whippy. It'll include teams from, in fact, there is that starting lineup: Wanganui High School in lane 1, St Kevin's College in 2, Nelson College in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, Wakatipu High School in 5, Glendowie College in 6, Dunstan High School in 7, and St Peter's College in lane 8. And I tell you what, great to have schools from right around the country represented. Nice to have Glendowie College there out of Auckland in lane 6. Really starting to establish their rowing program in more recent years, up against some of the more traditional Auckland schools, the likes of the King's College and the Auckland Grammars, the Mount Albert Grammars. And that's what the smaller boats do. If maybe you don't quite have the depth in the bigger programs to put out the 4s and the 8s, there's certainly an opportunity for the doubles, the singles, the pairs. And we do look there at lane 6, Glendowie College, Xavier Warren and Finlay Christensen. They're coached by Leo Strode Penny. They'll be nervous. They would have gone through their warm-up protocols this morning, and you see a lot of the rowers running early on, getting on the ergs, and then the little 2,000 metre from the boat park up to the start line. And those protocols are established at this level, so they know what they need to do to get themselves, their nervous system up, their heart rate up, and be able to launch out of here like a coiled spring. And as we look at the team out of Wakatipu, Max Davis and Charlie Manser, coached by John Morrison. Again, we scored that in recent times have been excellent in the smaller boats, Wakatipu, along with Dunstan. So they will start in lane 5. Alex Kennedy, former New Zealand representative, Olympian, will bring you all the expert comments and another exciting final, the double sculls, Alex.
Yeah, I don't know about the expert, but I'll look at the crews and I'll say what I see, I guess. St Paul's fastest qualifiers from the semi-finals. Glendowie also going quite nippy, so even though they didn't win their semi-final, that Glendowie double ones to watch, Finlay Christensen and Xavier Warren.
Absolutely beautiful, beautiful morning, idyllic conditions, and it's been a remarkable week because talking to a lot of people, one thing they've had over summer down here has been a lot of wind for a lot of the regattas.
Yep.
This week it has been absolutely just idyllic, glass-like at times. Little bit of a breeze at times that's probably got behind the rowers. Yep. Certainly hasn't been a head-on wind, so no real environmental factors. It doesn't appear to be any sort of favouritism in any one lane or any one lane that seems to benefit from it.
In the club season, we got one full day of racing in through the whole season. It's the Sunday at South Island Club Champs, so I'm a little jealous of what these guys get to work with this week. You see the two-tone blue of Nelson College boys, Murdoch Smith and Oliver White. Murdoch Smith is South Island champ in the under-16 single. And you saw St Paul's Collegiate before, Martin Simoncelli and Victoria Goodwin. They're already getting some medals yesterday. Martin Simoncelli, formerly of Hauraki Plains, a bit of a maestro as we head away now. So there's the boys from Golden Bay ripping it off the start. And the under-16 boys double scull, and you get a great line here of the drone just as they exit the starting gates.
So left-hand side of the picture as you see it, it is St Peter's College, and then we'll go across from left to right. Dunstan in lane 7, Glendowie College in lane 6, Wakatipu there in lane 5, the middle at St Paul's Collegiate, Nelson College in lane 3, St Kevin's College in 2, and across the far side on the right it's Wanganui High School. At the moment it is all lane 4. It is St Paul's Collegiate of George Benjamin, Gus Ware, that have gone out very quickly, coached by Victoria Goodwin and Martin Simoncelli.
So the boys from St Paul's Collegiate taking out the under-16 quad yesterday. So they're looking to do the double up on the sculling events in the under-16s. And then here's the boys out of Dunstan. So again, we saw the Dunstan in the under-16 girls quad. And here we go again with McIntosh and Smith. Simon Smith's down there on the podium with his under-16 girls. And he's hoping that he can just stay down there for these under-16 boys.
Yeah, when we're talking about the doubles, say, versus the bigger boats with the 4s and the 8s, do you need to be a little bit more measured, or can you still have this all-out attack approach that what you need with the 8s to get the boats up to speed?
I think a double you can have a little bit more of an all-out approach compared to some other smaller boats, but it definitely does wear on you a little bit more. You feel the bumps and the knocks of the bumps as you go through a little bit more compared to an 8. It kind of just like it's this big machine that can kind of roll through with momentum a little bit, but the doubles and the singles and the pairs can lose and gain momentum extremely quickly, as we see Wakatipu just settling into their work in lane 5 there, getting past the early leaders Dunstan, Nelson College of Boys, Murdoch Smith, Oliver White tracking well through the 500, but out in front in the green boat there's the Bumblebees from St Paul's, fastest qualifiers, so unsurprisingly leading the way. Keeping an eye on lane 1 though, Nikki Maxim and Bryn Morgan from Wanganui High School. They just had a really good performance in the girls 16 quad, so Dave Dudley and Axel Dickinson's Chargers down there doing really well from the swamp.
Yeah, so still fairly even. I mean, yeah, we've certainly without doubt got St Paul's Collegiate, who have probably half a boat length or a canvas lead, possibly over Wakatipu High School, but we do know that a lot of these crews will be strategic in it. When we start to get up towards the pine trees there, we know that's the 1,000 metre mark. Just past that is the 1,000 metre mark. That is when it's game on. You'll hear me say it throughout the day. It sounds like a little bit of a cliche, but I think it's true. You know, 2,000 metres, it's 1,500 metres of hope, it's 500 metres of truth, certainly 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth, where you just have to empty the tank. But it's a sport that's still governed by good technique. Big move now starting to come here from Wakatipu High School, so they're just starting to now move up onto the bow ball of St Paul's Collegiate, so big shift from them. We might just see a lead change now, looking to also try and react. Glendowie College here, Xavier Warren, Finlay Christensen, they've actually been quite conservative, Alex, through that first 750 metres. They were a little bit further back, but you just sense now they're starting to put a little bit more urgency in.
Yeah, and we talked about them before. They were very fast through the semi-finals, just behind the St Paul's crew. Wakatipu won the 17 boys double yesterday, so we know that Wakatipu can move doubles because it's the same technical model with these boys. Very quick leg drive, good hand, good whip around the back turn there. But looking at the outside though, Wanganui coming through. We had Jake Newton from Wanganui start slow and work his way through, and these guys are rowing the exact same way, so we'll keep an eye on Maxim and Morgan alongside Nelson Boys, Smith and White.
I'll get you two, just for people watching this. If we look at lane 5 of Max Davis and Charlie Manser out of Wakatipu, and then we'll go back to St Paul's Collegiate when we go back into a close-up too of George Benjamin and Gus Ware. I'll be quite keen for you just to contrast that form. However, we're also starting to see Glendowie move up. So when you look at those, say, 3 leading crews, what do you notice here form-wise?
All of them are doing a really good job of just leaving their hands out there and using their legs to do the majority of the work. No one's really coming up into their shoulders too much. So it's just using your big muscles, not your small ones. But man, Wakatipu are doing great jobs for that cab. At St Paul's, they're top qualifiers for a reason. Wanganui High School though walking with Glendowie, so all the momentum in the world going with Glendowie, and Wanganui just sneaking up and smoking lane 1. Looking forward to seeing this finish from Wanganui again, as they've shown that they've got plenty of speed in the second half of their races.
So Wakatipu very much demonstrated their move from 500 metres through to 1,000. Do they have the ability to maintain it? Because we're now just starting to see them come back a little bit. St Paul's Collegiate just starting to get that bow high out of the water. It's about a canvas lead, but do not underestimate Glendowie here. They have been conservative. They've got the momentum. We're going to be very shortly coming up to that 1,500 metre mark, folks, and then it is game on. 3 of the great smaller boat rowing schools in recent times looking to try and take out this national title. Still across there on the far side is Wanganui High School of Bryn Morgan, Nikki Maxim. Now look at the shift here. Wonderful performance from St Paul's Collegiate. They're back in the fight. They're asking questions now of Wakatipu High School, and here come just almost stealth like a Glendowie College in 6.
Yeah, like I said, St Paul's won their semi, Glendowie just behind them, and Wanganui High School, we can't discount them in any of the A finals, but this St Paul's Collegiate, they might have just bided their time a little bit. They knew that Wakatipu were going to play some big cards before that 1K, but that fitness and that technique and that toughness from that St Paul's program showing out with 500 to go. Keep an eye on Wanganui High School though, and Glendowie, this is all up for grabs. The gold medal is not St Paul's to have at all. We've got 3 crews wanting that, and it's going to come down to line, I guarantee it.
Well, you've got Wanganui High School now really starting to make a charge, half a boat length behind now. They've got their bow out of the water. You do just feel they've got some momentum, but both these other crews react. There is nothing in it between lane 4, 5, across there in lane 1, lane 6. Is Glendowie College about to make their move? Is it a case of accelerating here, or is it a case of fatigue kicking in and these boats start to decelerate?
St Paul's just moving out to a canvas. Keep an eye on Wanganui High School. They're moving all the time, inch by inch, stroke by stroke, moving up alongside Wakatipu. Wakatipu feeling the pinch now as the line comes towards us and the field squeezes together. It's Glendowie and Wanganui pulling the squeeze on Wakatipu. St Paul's sitting clear, 3/4 of a length up. Wanganui High School, Glendowie, Wakatipu. They've got to run down the Buzzy Bees from Hamilton. Gus Ware, George Benjamin. They've got the 16 quad. Now they're going for the 16 double. Here comes the line. Fast, it's furious.
Yeah, St Paul's Collegiate, it's been a strategic battle, a titanic battle. They're a boat length clear. Look at the race for second, third and fourth, folks. Here comes Wanganui in one. It's now Glendowie College have moved into the silver medal position. The crew that's under the most pressure is Wakatipu High School, but nobody is going to deny St Paul's Collegiate. George Benjamin, Gus Ware, coached by Victoria Goodwin, Martin Simmons-Sally. They're going to take this under 16 double sculls gold medal. And now it is Glendowie, it is Wanganui. Glendowie hanging tough. Here comes Wanganui.
Ooh, they're going to make good on the line. St Paul's clear and they've got gold medal. Wanganui, can they snatch silver from Glendowie? Down the line. Glendowie doing a great job of holding them off. On the line, ooh, good swing from Wanganui. We'll have to go to the results there.
I think from looking at it, I know we're not quite in line. I'm going to go with Glendowie College, narrowly over Wanganui, but nobody is going to deny St Paul's Collegiate. What a wonderful performance from them. They were just tactically brilliant, and then it looked like they'd maybe just starting to go backwards a bit, found another gear, turned it up, and at that point I think the rest of the crews were saying, you know what, I think second might be good enough today. We'll get confirmation though on how that race ended up finishing. But I tell you what,
from Wanganui High School,
really good performance from Glendowie.
Last in the semi-final, and then it's just that lane one. We've seen a few really good crews coming out of that lane one, and I always like lane one, especially down here in Twizel. Just a little more coverage. You can kind of be out of sight, just kind of working your way in your own thing. But St Paul's did a really good job of their, like, Wakatipu rolled up alongside them, put the pressure on them, and St Paul's held their nerve and responded and backed themselves, knowing that their last 500 was going to be there for them.
Okay, we'll confirm those results for you once we do have them up. Sometimes they will go to the photo. It can come down to, we saw the Maadi Cup last year between St Bede's and Hamilton Boys High School, the closest race in the 76 years, and it went to 6/100ths of a second, and that is not uncommon in this sport. You go back to 2016, the individual sculls with Mahe Drysdale at the Olympics, and the time it took to determine who won the gold medal that day.
And Glendowie,
have got it.
7:11.32, claimed the silver medal over Wanganui High School, 7:11.58. So congratulations to Gus Ware and George Benjamin from St Paul's. As you see there, elated getting the double with the quad and the double. And now they've got Finlay Christensen and Xavier Warren claiming silver for Glendowie, and Nikki Maxim and Bryn Morgan from lane one getting the bronze for Wanganui High School. And just a quick shout out, Wakatipu, that was such an amazing race from them, so valiant. And that 16, like they said, there's 12 boats that could probably make an A final at the Maadi Cup. So to be up the pointy end like that, competing with the other 4 boats is just, that's an achievement in itself. So congratulations to the boys from Lake Hayes.
Yeah, wonderful racing so far. 2 very good A finals, and still plenty to come, folks, because coming up in around about 10 minutes time, we will bring you the girls under 18 single sculls to determine who is the best overall individual female athlete at this regatta. It'll feature athletes out of Timaru Girls, Rangirudu, Hillcrest, Otamotai, Diocesan School for Girls, Otago Girls, Sacred Heart Girls and St Margaret's. But just confirming those results there for that boys under 16 double sculls. And
Good luck to NBC down at Maadi Cup. Make sure you don't lose to those Hamilton boys.
Good luck, Wellington girls. Crush it, girls.
Shout out to King's College. All the best at Maadi.
Go Christchurch Girls High School.
Go Wellington College. Dubsy hoorah.
Yeah, shout out to St Cans, Dad and Uncle Road there. Go hard at Maadi.
Let's go Napier Girls High School. Go Villa. Good luck. Go Epsom. Backing you.
Good luck to King's College this weekend.
Hamilton boys, 2024 Maadi Cup champions.
Good luck to Christchurch Girls High. Yeah.
Good luck, Marlborough boys and St Andrews College.
Hi, George Harry. Good luck, Tauranga Boys College.
Good luck, Hamilton boys High School. Bring it home.
Let's go Otago boys. Up the hoops.
Let's go Auckland Grammar.
Stack. Let's go boys. South Island champs. Up the Thistle.
Idyllic conditions on Lake Ruataniwha for finals day of the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. Our next race is one of the real blue ribbon events. It is the girls under 18 single sculls to determine who is the best overall female rower at this year's regatta. It'll feature some of the great schools, and that is the starting lineup there. Cambridge High School in Lane 1, St Kennigan's College in 2, Ashburton College in 3, John Paul College in 4, Wellington Girls College in 5, Iona College in 6, Epsom Girls Grammar in 7, Craighead Diocesan in Lane 8. Representing Cambridge High School will be Tegan O'Dwyer. St Kennigan's are represented by India Nichols, Ashburton College by Sophie Gibson, Tegan Negas represents John Paul College out of Rotorua, Wellington Girls High School Emma Bagri, Iona College and Gallicani, Epsom Girls Grammar, Stevie Maybe, and it is Craighead Diocesan athlete Nadia Vanderbosch, coached by Dean Milne and Vicky Taggart. Alongside of me in commentary, Alex Kennedy. Alex, 2,000 metres, you're on your own. It's a lonely sport, no one else to rely on. It's you and it's your boat. It's your heart, it's your determination.
Yeah, rowing's hard enough as it is, and then actively choosing or being put in the single is another level to that masochism. We've got Angalikani here, Iona College, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club, rowing in a beautiful SL Racing boat there, and SL Racing will be providing Emma Twigg, who's also an Hawke's Bay girl, with her Paris Olympic boat as well. So this is for the Stephanie Foster Cup. Stephanie Foster, one of the international rowing pioneers for women's rowing in New Zealand. She's a bronze medalist in Lucerne, 82 in the single, and 1986 in Nottingham, and then she also won a couple of golds in the Common Games in Edinburgh in 1986. So one of the first true female stars of New Zealand rowing, and that's what this under 18 single is named after. So we're very much looking forward to seeing who we can award this to. Wellington College's own Emma Bagri, so it's Jackie Kittle, also going to the Olympics later on in the lightweight women's double scull. She competed in the 18 single, so we'll see what Emma Bagri can channel a little bit of Jackie Kittle here in the A final. You mentioned Stephanie Foster there, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, 86. 86 was the last time Commonwealth Games had rowing in Edinburgh. But you had the likes of the Philippa Bakers come along, and then we just had a succession of single scullers and our leading women, and you know, you look at the likes of Emma Twigg, have all been here in the past as well, so really is a stepping stone. It is part of that legacy. Yeah. Great to have her name associated with this remarkable event. Yeah, Emma Twigg, two-time under-18, under-19 back in then, those days, champion from Napier Girls. Here's Tegan Negas from Rotorua Rowing Club and John Paul College, right there in lane 4, a semi-final winner alongside Emma Bagri, so we'll see what she can produce here. Yeah. John Paul College, it's had some wonderful athletes come through that. Dame Susan Devoy, probably been the most famous past female student to come out of it. As we do get underway. Good squeeze from Tegan Negas there, so good clean start from her getting her boat underway, and you can see that she's right up there in lane 4. Great start from the girl from Rotorua.
You've got to control the emotions too, a lot of these athletes. I mean, you get the big adrenaline rush and you've got to go out, it'll pick you up, it'll bring you down, you've got to stay steady, particularly when you start to come in front of the larger crowds here, but already half a boat length lead by Negus. And then back in lane 6, we've got Angalikani out of Iona College, coached by Matt Lawson and Matt Mannington. Across the far side in lane 1, we do have the Cambridge rower of Tegan O'Dwyer.
Yeah, and that single she's rowing, and just quickly, that Tegan O'Dwyer's in is one of the boats. She won that last year when she won the under-17 single scull, so that boat provided by Laszlo, and you'll see the Aon Maadi all over it in the red boat there in lane 1. Tegan just coming back from an ACL injury from playing rugby last year, so she's had a couple of months back in the boat, so incredibly impressive. She's managed to get herself in the final here, also getting a medal in the girls 18 double, so watch her with great I don't know, guys, I guess.
Yeah, Wellington College Baggery there in 5. Just pretty steady at the moment. Just having a look at the technique and the form. Who impresses you the most here, Alex? Who's probably got the purest looking form of all of them?
Well, a little bit of a slow start from Baggery, but she's the under-18 double champ, so we know what sort of speed she carries on board. And we talked about yesterday, she's got a very drawn-out structure. She uses every inch of that back turn when the blades exit the water, so really driving the legs all the way down through, and you can see the handles coming all the way through. There's no shortening of the back end, and you can see that carry that she has in her drive as she rolls up alongside Negus. So the big mover now, Emma Baggery, maybe the favourite, would probably say, as well as Sophie Gibson from Lake Hood there in Ashburton College. Yeah, really aggressive, more body orientated. You can see the head whipping back and the body really slamming through to the finish as we approach the 500 metre mark.
Yeah, there it is, the famous Alcatraz Island, affectionately named Alcatraz at 500. So that'll be the first point that they'll be just looking off mentally. They're saying, right, I'm through 500, I'm down to 1,500 metres. They'll be counting their strokes, they'll be playing the head game, the mental game. How do I work through this? How do I deal with the fatigue? How do I deal with the anxiety? Lovely shot there. So the yellow boat that you do see is the Wellington Girls College boat of Emma Baggery. In the middle, to the right as you're looking at it, that is the John Paul College athlete, Tegan Negus, out of Rotorua, as we now just drop in behind. Boy, look at that. What a wonderful amphitheatre it is. In terms of the training for a single sculler versus, say, training a crew for the 8, do the training principles vary much? Do they do different workouts? Do they do similar sort of speed work in training?
I guess it's dependent on the coach. You can definitely, a single takes a lot of more wear and tear on the body, so longer distances can definitely affect someone for longer. So Emma Baggery there, she got bronze in the under-18 pair last year, so she's carrying a ton of speed.
Look at the form, though. Great form, isn't it? You talk about that distance per stroke, and there's a great example of it, just maximising everything.
She's got this
great connection too, doesn't she?
Such a long, loping stroke in a way, but she's just so long. You can see the leg drive. It's quite long and laboured, and then she's got that nice hang, and then she does a good job of driving through the finish. You can see there's not much noise or effort going through the finish. It's kind of those blades effortlessly just kind of drop out of the water, and she rolls onto the next stroke. So super relaxed rowing.
Yeah, so Sophie Gibson out of Ashburton College here in lane 3, just starting to make a little bit of a move as well. We haven't spoken much about Ashton. By Sophie Gibson out of Ashburton, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. And in Ashburton, where do they train in Ashburton?
So there's a little 2K lake there, Lake Hood. That's amongst a little bit of a suburb there. But Ashburton's been pumping out some really quality athletes for a few years now, including Walls, all 3 of Walls' kids there. So Veronica, Jed and Isabel. But Sophie Gibson got a silver, I believe, in the club single up north. And she's got this outrageous finish. She's the under-16 champ from last year, so she's got heaps of form in the single scull, and she's trying to work her way through Negus now. And I don't want to jinx her, but she will. I believe she will come flying through in that last 500 to secure a medal somehow. But also looking up at strong middle K arriving from Tegan O'Dwyer, coached by Carl Manson, Joel Clayton Green, some familiar names in the rowing scene with Manson and Clayton Green, but Tegan O'Dwyer just sneaking up on the inside in that red Laszlo boat. There she is. Yeah. So the under-17 champ showing her speed now alongside Sophie and Tegan.
Well, it's Emma Baggery, though. She is well and truly gone, and you do just feel that this is a race for second, third and fourth now. What a demolition that Baggery's putting on. What a wonderful exhibition of single sculling. And now we do start to see the move here from Sophie Gibson from Ashburton in 3. But as you said, the fast mover on the outside, Tegan O'Dwyer for Cambridge, and she is only half a boat length down. And we've got a change here for the silver medal position. It is the way of Sophie Gibson at the moment, and you just feel for Tegan Negus, because I think she's probably hearing Billy Joel and the Piano Man and starting to land on her a little bit. She's going to have to carry the weight of it, and if she's not careful, the whole orchestra on your back, and so she's going to have to maintain her form. But really good performance from the youngster out of Rotorua. But again, still hanging tough. Sophie Gibson from Ashburton, not panicking with the challenges that are coming out to her left and right. But I think one thing is clear: this might just be the most dominant display we've seen over the 2 days of final. Might just be the great performance of this Aon Maadi Regatta, because Emma Baggery of Wellington Girls College is in complete control.
Yeah, Tegan, Sophie and Tegan are very familiar with each other, racing each other last year as well, so they know how they move. Sophie will be aware of Tegan's speed on the inside there as we pan and pan and pan to our leading crew there. Wellington College for Girls, Emma Baggery, Catherine Duff doing a great job with Baggery. They had a stellar under-18 4 and Pierre last year that Baggery is a part of. She's dropped 1 or she's picked up 2, and she's shown the speed regardless of what discipline she's in. So Wellington Girls College, Emma Baggery with that long, connected style. So it's interesting to see how relaxed she is in such a pressured environment. She is out in front though, so that is the luxury of being out in front. You can afford just to breathe and relax and focus on your rhythm, and sometimes relaxing a little bit more can carry you more boat speed through.
Well, great to see the crowds in the background. They are acknowledging one of the great performances from whatever school they do come through, but it's still Sophie Gibson in lane 3 that's in that silver medal position. We've got Tegan Negus, who continues to fight, currently sitting in 4th place, and across the far side it is Tegan O'Dwyer. So that second, third and fourth, it is going to come down to that last 500, that last 250. Who does have that kick? Who does have that ability to pick up? You're starting to see some real urgency now starting to come in here from Sophie Gibson. So this has been a really, really good, controlled, measured performance from her. I mean, she's simply been outgunned by Emma Baggery. I don't think anybody's going to deny that, but through the rest of this race, she has been strategically very, very savvy, as we do see this young superstar out of Wellington Girls College coming down, getting the applause and the recognition of this very large crowd. It's expected to get up to over 10,000 as the day builds, as we build towards the Levin Jubilee Cup and the 77th running of the Boys 8, the Maadi Cup. But well, I tell you what, Wellington Girls College be incredibly proud of this athlete, an absolute superstar. What a performance, Alex. Arguably the best performance we've seen across 2 days, certainly the most dominant performance.
Yeah, reminiscent of her double sculls there yesterday, so unsurprising to those in the know. She can see the legs and the body come back, and she just does nothing around that finish and lets the boat do the work. So congratulations to Emma Baggery claiming gold in the girls 18 single in that Stephanie Foster Cup. Silver's going to go to Sophie Gibson. She uses every part of her stroke to get that boat moving. So Sophie gets the silver from Ashburton College, and bronze to another lane 1 gets a bronze. Tegan O'Dwyer to Cambridge High School. She backs up her 17 title with a bronze in the 18 single. So congratulations to her, coming back from that pretty horrific injury with the ACL. So a testament to her character, and the coach is working with her to bring her back on the rehab. So there's the gold and the black of Emma Baggery. A dominant performance in the girls 18 single here, and you can see Sophie Gibson stoked with silver medal there out of lane 3. So congratulations to Emma and Catherine Duff and the coach there. And 18 singles, nothing to sneeze at with that sort of distance in the wind.
I tell you what though, coming up too, we're going to bring you the boys under 18 single sculls final very shortly. That is set to go at 9:30 local time, so 9:30 here if you are watching this from overseas, 9:30 in the morning New Zealand time, and that will have representatives out of Tauhara College, Tauranga Boys College, St Thomas of Canterbury, Timaru Boys, Cashmere High School, Maclean's College in Auckland, John McGlashan College, and Wakatipu High School. So we will find out very shortly who is the best individual athlete amongst the boys at this year's Aon Maadi Regatta, as we just confirm those results for you. So Wellington Girls College in a time of 8:01.05, so well done to Emma Baggery. And then Ashburton College, Sophie Gibson, and then the bronze medal going the way of Tegan O'Dwyer out of Cambridge High School. Cool conditions here. Mercury beginning to slowly rise. Just want to acknowledge Aon too for their sponsorship, of course, the naming rights of this regatta. They're very much around helping shape decisions for the better, providing their clients with advice and solutions that give them clarity and confidence in their decision making. And what a lot of people might not know is this year marks a significant milestone, 20 years of partnership for Aon and Rowing New Zealand. Now, Aon is incredibly proud to have been part of the rowing community for the last 2 decades and is excited to be back at Maadi supporting all the incredible participants. Aon brokers are locally available in over 70 communities across New Zealand to assist your personal business or agri-insurance needs. Now, if you are in the region, if you are down here at this remarkable venue and you can see these incredible images, be sure to stop by and have a chat to Aon in the Aon and Rowing New Zealand marquee. And for participants, make sure you check out their activity zone and snap your Aon Maadi moment in their photo booth.
High School, Glendowie College. Big round of applause, please, for our champions, St Paul's Collegiate.
St Paul's coming up. Come forward behind Simon.
Congratulations to those medal winners. Just confirming the result of that girls and 18 scale. What an impressive scale that was for the bag. Gold medal, 8.05. Second, Sophie Gibson, 8.12.77.
Okay, Glendowie, come in, please.
Heading down the track without our boys.
Another magnificent day at Lake Ruataniwha in Mackenzie Country for the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. Our next race is the A final, the boys under 18 single sculls, to determine who is the best overall male rower at this year's regatta. It is a full field, it is a quality field. Tauhara College out of Taupua, lane 1. Tauranga Boys College will start in lane 2. St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 3. Timaru Boys High School in 4. The Might of Kashmir will start in 5. Maclean's College out of Auckland in lane 6. John McGlashan College in lane 7. Wakatipu High School in lane 8. Representing Tauhara in lane 1 will be Joseph Williams. It'll be Jamison McConaughey for Tauranga Boys College in lane 2. Carter Baxter will represent St Thomas in 3. It'll be Josh Bartlett representing Timaru Boys. Jimmy Middleditch will represent Kashmir. James Dimmick, Maclean's College. Matthew O'Meara will represent John McGlashan. And it'll be Toby Tregager, my apologies,
right,
from Wakatipu, who will start in lane 8. Alongside of me, we have one of New Zealand greats.
Oh, you settle down.
Oh, come on, Alex. You told me to say that. Yes, Alex Kennedy alongside of me, folks. Alex, running your eye over this field of 8. I mean, you could throw a blanket over 3 or 4 of them, I guess, as we do look at the Kashmir rower, Jimmy Middleditch.
Yep. Young Jimmy, silver medalist at the South Island secondary schools. Behind the man right to his left is Bartlett from Timaru Boys. Bartlett was in the bronze in the pair and I think about 4th or 5th in the quad yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see what his recovery routine's been like under Brian Smith. But there's young Jimmy, so we've seen 3 golds from the girls at Kashmir, so we'll see what the young Jimmy from the foot of the Port Hills can manage here. Also looking at Jamison McConaughey, he's coming back from a little bit of sickness actually, so great to see him in the final. He's the under-17 champ from last year, just like Tegan O'Dwyer in the girls 18 single. He's got the Laszlo boat that he won last year. Mr. Dimmick from Maclean's College, an absolute racer, so an out-and-out racer.
I like the fact he's had the haircut, he's had the number 1, man.
Yeah,
He is aerodynamic. Aerodynamics do kick in at about the 17 kilometres an hour. And so what can the big man do? He will be aggressive. He's a hard man, so, and that's what it requires. And a lot of pressure also on the coaches. We've got Craig Martin coaching out of Tauhara. We've got Richard G and Nicola Austin coaching Tauranga Boys. Paddy Dowling coaching the Carter Baxter out of St Thomas, and Brian Smith, Liam Parker involved with the Timaru program, and Josh Bartlett. We mentioned Joe Young and Matt Allen with Kashmir High School. Alan Vester and Martin O'Brien with Maclean's.
Carter Baxter having a bit of trouble with his dongle there. So they'll hold on to those so they don't have to tap their blades around constantly and kind of tire themselves out. Especially in a single, it's quite easy to wear your forearms out, well, in sculling in general, just because it's really easy to over-grip the handle and wear your forearms. Carter Baxter, an under-17 actually, so he was in the under-17 single, he's in the under-18 final as well, alongside lane 1. Tauhara College's Joseph Williams, coached by Craig Martin out of Taupua. Don't quote me on this, but I believe this might be it's definitely Tauhara's first A final down in Twizel, but I'm not sure. It could be Tauhara's first A final at a Maadi Cup. So we'll see how Joseph Williams goes. He missed out in the 17 single final, and here he is in the 18 single final as the boys have let go of their ropes and they're ready to run.
And we do get underway in this under-18 single sculls, brought to you by AJ Hackett Bungee. The A final, and getting out very quickly, will be Jimmy Middleditch in lane 5. And also a very good start across there in lane 3, coming from Carter Baxter out of St Thomas of Canterbury in the red boat. He's taken it out very quickly, looking to try and just establish that lead early, possibly ask some questions of everybody else, maybe just sow a little seed of doubt. Some of these rowers maybe through that first 250 metres might just be thinking, I don't feel that good at the moment, hoping they do come right. Lane 5, it is Jimmy Middleditch. Lane 7, it is Matthew O'Meara, coached by Dylan Davis and Jack McLaughlin. So it is game on in this prestigious under-18 singles race.
Yeah, Carter Baxter's an out-and-out racer, just like all these boys are, but Carter has been very, very unafraid of leading racing out here this week, so it's unsurprising to see Carter putting his foot down off the start to see what he can do. He's got almost just nudging out to clear water on Jimmy Middleditch. Jimmy's done a really good job of watching him through the week. I've been here since Monday, and he's been watching him through the progressive races. He's been very, very conscious of his energy output through the quarters and the semis here. So I'm looking forward to seeing a fully motivated and a fully unleashed Jimmy Middleditch here from Cashmere.
Yeah, just starting to get that bow and comfortably into second place, maybe just a boat length behind here at the moment, the athlete out of St Thomas of Canterbury. And I think one thing we can say is that you got to train this way. So if your race plan is to go out hard and look to hold on, then you need to show your body in training how to do that. You cannot train one way, turn up and race another way. It will not end up well for you. As we come past Alcatraz there at the 500 metre mark, it is still the red boat. It is still the red sled of Carter Baxter, who continues to lead. Struggling a little bit with the pace is Joseph Williams out of Tauhara College across there in lane 1. You just still sense that as a very measured approach here by James Dimmock out of Maclean's College as well. Just sitting, poised, just waiting in lane 6.
Yeah, and we look at the fastest qualifiers there. The South Island champ from Timaru Boys, the South Canterbury's Josh Bartlett. So Josh, we've seen the Timaru boys in the last few days. They don't sometimes start the fastest, but they're extremely tough and they really do row well in the second half. So we'll keep an eye on Bartlett because a lot can happen here as we get a bit of a lineup. Dimmock's about to roll up and maybe snag the lead off Carter Baxter, bringing along Jimmy Middleditch, as well as Matt O'Meara. He's not to be denied. He's a very quick boy out of John McGlashan out of Dunedin as we get a bit of a close-up there. Jameson McConaughey travelling well as well in lane 2 right alongside. So here comes Dimmock in the 2016 Olympians, Isaac Granger out of Auckland Rowing Club and Edgewater College. There's lane 5, Jimmy Middleditch rowing out of Cashmere. So Dimmock from Maclean's and the Isaac Granger there. Paddy Dowling's the coach for St Thomas's Canterbury boy Carter Baxter, and also 2016 Olympian Nathan Flannery out of St Thomas's of Canterbury.
So Maclean's College, great to have their representation. Fantastic school of produced some very good athletes over the years. Barbara Kendall came out of that school, as did Aaron McIntosh, both windsurfing. Aaron McIntosh, a bronze medalist, while Barbara Kendall won the full set, the gold, the silver and the bronze. Ryan Sissons also coming out of that, recent triathlete.
I'll keep an eye there, Tauranga Boys College just edging into frame there, lane 2. Jameson, he knows how to row. He's been a bit sick, but we'll see what he can muster here. Mahi Drysdale-esque in the 2008 Olympics. So Jameson from Tauranga Boys carving up, and here comes Bartlett, and also on the outside Matt O'Meara, so the boy from Dunedin, but it is Mr. Dimmock from Maclean's as he's just getting past Carter Baxter, who's doing a really stellar job holding on there, but we've got this flotilla, an armada arriving from Timaru, Tauranga and John McGlashan.
Talk to us about the different techniques here. Let's talk about James Dimmock here from Maclean's, who's currently leading. Let's go across and look at the form then of Carter Baxter. What do you notice, seeing the contrast in technique? I mean, we'll be looking at it at home thinking, well, it looks similar, but you understand the subtleties.
We see the Maclean's guys, they were at St George along with the Glendowie guys. They're very... they like to tick their boat over a lot, so they use rating to their advantage a lot. So you can see Dimmock's out rating most of the field, actually. He's just sitting a little bit higher. He's just, like cadence running, he's just taking more steps, essentially. Carter Baxter's done a really good job, but I feel like he's about to find out under 18 sculling is going to become really, really quick in this last 750.
We've got Matthew O'Meara here in lane 7 out of John McGlashan. He's just been almost stealth. You sense we're not quite in line here, but possibly he's just moved into the silver medal position. Now, if he can get his bow ball up here on the stern of James Dink out of Maclean's College, it is game on. He looks like the rower at the moment who's got the momentum, who hasn't clearly burnt too many matches through that first 1,250 metres.
Yeah, if you're going to want to win this, you're going to have to go now, because Dimmock is he's got his tail up, he's got all the momentum in the world. Bartlett, like I said, he's moving through slowly and meticulously from Timaru Boys. Keep an eye on Jameson McConaughey, he's up for a medal, but now Jimmy and Matt from John McGlashan and Cashmere are going to have to move back on Dimmock if they want to take this Charlie Stapp Cup in the 18 single. But Dimmock doing a really great job. He's laid his cards down about the 1K, and now he's got to catch me if you can sort of deal with this 500 remaining.
Well, O'Meara, though, you just see that bow coming up. You say, though, as we do say that, Dimmock just fighting back. Dimmock just says, yep, I am prepared to suffer. I know how to hurt. This is what I do. This is why I wake up every morning. If you're going to beat me, I am going to make you go to the darkest place you can imagine, and let's see if you can stay there, and good luck to you, because that lead is staying the same. Just looking to try and extend it. Really good race here for second at the moment. Good performance performance again from Jimmy Middleditch out of Cashmere High School. But just now, half a boat length, he drops back behind the rower out of John McGlashan College and Matthew O'Meara. It's really coming down to Matthew O'Meara. It is James Dimmock, and now Timaru starting to make their move as well, and that is Josh Bartlett across there in lane 4.
Yeah, Dimmock only just went down to Bartlett in the semi-final. They both did 7:24, but on the 10th of a splits, Dimmock just went down to Bartlett. So Dimmock is coming with a heap of speed. He's one of the fastest qualifiers despite being on an outside lane. Matt O'Meara fighting really hard, but like I said, those Timaru boys are tough. They're bred tough in South Canterbury, and Bartlett's rolling through with 250 to roll, and he's about to take the silver medal position off Matt O'Meara and launch his assault on Dimmock from McLean's, who's got clear water now. We'll see what Bartlett's got in the tank. Dimmock's played his cards. Can he hang on for gold against Timaru boys, McLean's College?
Yeah, so it is James Dimmock, coached by Alan Vester, Martin O'Brien out of McLean's, who's got a boat length lead in looking strong. But look at the fast finishing here of Timaru out of Josh Bartlett. He really does have the bit between his teeth, looking to just try and bring it home. He now comes within a boat length, but look at the turnover coming here. You cannot explain just how much hurt James Dimmock is in at the moment. He wants this. I think he's got it. He's still got the bow nice and high out of the water. Wonderful race developing, but I think it is going to be McLean's College James Dimmock. He will go down this year as the best overall rower at this program. Good race coming now from Cashmere. So it will be Dimmock. He will take the gold medal. It'll be across there. It'll be Bartlett who will pick up the silver, and it will be a bronze, I think, to Jimmy Middleditch of Cashmere possibly.
Oh, fantastic. Right up the castle from McLean's in the Isaac Granger. James Dimmock. Congratulations, Alan Vester and Martin O'Brien. What a race.
Great performance from him, wasn't it? Boy, he is tough. He is tough.
He laid it all out there, the 1KA, and then he's just like, well, this is me. If you're going to have to win this, you're going to have to come through me, because he was a length up. Credit to Josh Bartlett, just probably started a little bit too slow, unfortunately, but showing through for another silver and another great performance for Timaru boys. So proud coaches Brian Smith, Lee and Parker get it done there from South Canterbury. And we're going to have to go to the photo because Jimmy Middleditch unleashed in that last 100 metres to try and run down Matt O'Meara for the bronze. So we'll have to wait for the results to come out there. But congratulations to the red, white and blue of McLean's College, James Dimmock. That might be a first for the school, taking out that. Actually, no, maybe Ryan Gass, who's the under-23 reserve. He was a nifty sculler in his school days and still is. So
they've had some great old boys when you go back through McLean's College, and you go a couple of very good cricketers, and Brooke Walker and also Kyle Mills, Mark Weldon, who ended up swimming at the 92 Olympics.
I'll just wait for those results to come through to clarify the bronze medal between Cashmere and John McGlashan. But what a race from all those boys. A lot of chopping and changing of positions and leads, and that's that chess match we talk about when it comes to single sculling. It's just so much speed to be gained and lost in a very short amount of time just with one person in the boat. So some very great sculling there. You see Dimmock was just rating a little bit higher than everyone else. Just like that's just his style. It's not like anyone else was doing anything wrong. But really interesting to see him ticking it over like that. And he just put his foot down at the K and just laid it out there. So credit to him, because it's a gutsy move knowing what talent was for him. We go to the results though. McLean's, Timaru and John McGlashan snatches it by 2/100ths of a second for a bronze medal.
2/100ths of a second. There you go. Unbelievable. Cashmere High School, boy, you do have to feel for Cashmere High School. What a moment that is. I mean, just the smallest of margins. They would have gone to the photo to separate that too as well, folks. And wow, that is unbelievable. And, you know, Jimmy Middleditch, fourth by 2/100ths of a second, missing out on place on the podium. But an absolute class act. What a program Cashmere have. Coming up shortly on the program, we'll bring you some. We won't bring you because we can't bring you. We've got the under 15 races. So we will come back with the live stream at round about 10:30, and just prior to 10:30 when we bring you the girls under 17 Coxed 8, then followed by the boys under 17 Coxed 4. So I hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 2 of finals at the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024. Mark Watson alongside of me, Alex Kennedy, as we bring you all the coverage on another spectacular day at Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie country.
Bronze medal goes to Matthew O'Meara from
7:23:36. Fourth in a time of 7:23:38. Jimmy Middleditch. Fifth to Tauranga Boys College. Whakatipu sixth. St Thomas is seventh, and Tahara College, were in eighth. So we move on now to the girls under 15 double sculls, brought to you by Book Twizel, and I'm sure many of you have got your accommodation this week through Book Twizel. We thank them for their support of this event, and the B final is just making its way down the course, just underway actually. Would only be through a couple of hundred metres. In lane 1, Glendowie College 1, that's Marin Sapa and Tulala Flavel. In lane 2, Mount Aspiring College 1, Neve Twiname and Katie Pascoe. In lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Freya Whiteside and Evie Moore. Lane number 4, James Hargis College 1, Madison Stevens and Anna McWilliam. Lane number 5, Marion College, Peyton Moss. Good to see you there, Peyton, and Sophie Davis. In lane 6, Gisborne Girls High School 1, Bonnie Mason and Alexia Mackay. In lane 7, Hauraki Plains College 1, Lily Hammond and Taylor Gibbs. And ACG Tauranga number 1 are in lane 8, and that is Hazel Church and Tulala Kubasi Gallagher. Just on through that first 500, they make their way down the course. Looks like it's coming out of St Hilda's and James Hargest in lanes 3 and 4. Marion College in the middle of the field right there too. Alongside them, Gisborne Girls High School and Hauraki Plains. This is the girls under 15 double sculls. We look forward to the A final just to follow this. That will be for the Francis Hill Memorial Cup. Won last year in this event by Craighead Dosserson. They have a crew right in the middle of the field of the A final, so looking to see how they go too as they make their way down. So just remember a couple of messages there before that there are a couple of FPOS cards handed into the Secretary's office. If you're missing it, go find it. 3 pairs of glasses and a gold bracelet. And I think we got everything picked up from yesterday. If not, bad luck. And just throughout the day, a reminder, if you're going to have any non-perishable food leftovers, please drop them to the Secretary office and they will be distributed to those who will use them the best. Just about towards the second quarter of the race as we look down a very even lineup here in the under 15 double sculls B final. Just either side of the umpire's boat, usually a clue there, isn't it? So that's Marion College to the right, James Hargis to the left, just the right of Gisborne Girls High School in lane 6. Then we would come back inside to St Hilda's, then Mount Aspiring, inside of Mount Aspiring to Glendowie, across to Hauraki Plains, and then ACG Tauranga, just ahead of Hauraki Plains in lane 8. Barge and the umpires making their way down to the start for the A final. This is the under 15 double sculls. Then we move into the under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Plenty of great racing to come today, and of course we're all building up towards the final events for the day, which will be the Jubilee Cup, the girls under 18-8, and of course the Maadi Cup, due to run around about 10 to 5 this evening. Right now though, we can still see that it is Marion College and James Hargis battling it out the front in this B final. We come back down to lane 3, would be St Hilda's next in there, then across to out over on the far side, ACG Tauranga just sneaking through out there in lane 8, trying to upset the apple cart. In fact, they might even have the lead. Might be just between ACG Tauranga and St Hilda's, right across in lane 3, with Marion and James Hargis just right in the middle of them. There's very little in there, though. And great to see the crowd starting to build. Plenty of places to refresh yourself. Coffee shops have got, merch in the Rose Shop, ice creams and vegetarian delights and beef burgers, bacon buddies out the back. Please do make sure you use the rubbish tins and recycling facilities while you're here, please. It's been great to see during the week that the boat park has had some receptacles for the plastic boat wrap going away to be recycled and turned into plastic fence posts. So just every little bit of sustainability helps. And you can help us by keeping this great facility tidy as we watch. They have around 500 metres to go now, and just that middle is Marion College really picking up on there. Peyton Moss and Sophie Davis, coached by Tori Cox. Right along their right hand side, they'll see Gisborne Girls High School. That's Bonnie and Alexia, coached by Luke McKenzie. They won't see ACG Tauranga out there. Hazel and Tallulah, coached by Steve Finlayson and Ted Phelps. They're just sneaking along out there. Back into lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate, Freya and Evie, coached by Olivia Ollerenshaw. Just about 3 or 4 minutes away from the A final getting underway, so we'll go back down and bring you that field very shortly as the B final continues to make its way up through towards 350 metres to go. So as they get ready down there in the starting blocks for the A final, which will be race 406, the girls under 15 double sculls. Lane 1 will be Queen Margaret College, Lucy Gittins and Billy Every Palmer. In lane 2, St Peter's School, Isabella Shucker and Shakayla Davidson. In lane 3, Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1, Charlie Fitzgerald and Imogen Hill. In lane 4, Dunstan High School 1, Charlotte Crosby and Bella Breen. In lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 1, Kate Caird and Eve Corden. In lane 6, Barradine College 1, Esther Meechin and Billy Byrne. In lane 7, Twizel Area School 1, Lucia Yates and Hazel Mason. And then completing the field in lane 8 will be Whanganui High School, Isla Jones and Addison Jenkins. Underway in the girls under 15 double sculls, and away quickly on the inside there will be Samuel Marsden Collegiate, just into lane 5, Craighead Dosserson. Right in the middle there is Dunstan High School, just biding their time. That's the South Island Championships, and then we go back to Twizel Area School in lane 7, outside to Whanganui in lane 8. So away pretty cleanly, but early days here, and Craighead Dawson away nicely. Samuel Marsden just outside of them, and then St Peter's School in lane number 2, back inside to Dunstan in lane number 4. Heading on through, starting to lengthen now. There's those yellow blades out there of Whanganui High School just dipping in and out of Lake Ruataniwha. And it is a nice early lead there by Craighead Diocesan in lane number 5. Kate and Neve, coached by Dean Milne and Vicky Taggart. So they're out to a canvas already. Come across to St Peter's and Queen Margaret College. Right next to them, Samuel Marsden just starting to make some ground back up on that early quick start there from Craighead Diocesan. Then we come across to Twizel Area School in lane 7, back to Barradine. And just out of picture there in lane 8 will be Whanganui High School. Plenty of time to go though. The girls under 18, under 15 double sculls, brought to you by Book Twizel. And we can see lane 5 there. It is 3/4 of a boat length to Craighead at this early stage. Twizel underway nicely, getting moving. The locals, Lucia and Hazel, coached by Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. They'll be keen to see them do well. Just very even between them and Samuel Marsden, St Peter's and Queen Margaret. And then we come back to Whanganui High School. Just in the back a wee bit, but there's only 3 boat lengths across the entire field, is Dunstan. They've got plenty in those legs when they need them as they come up to the 500 metre mark. And it is Craighead Diocesan, South Island bronze medalists. Just outside of them is Barradine, lane 6. They were silver medalists in the North Island. Just looking pretty comfortable there in lane 7. As Stroke takes a wee look across to see where everybody else is. They're just moving themselves into second, just past Queen Margaret. Inside of them to just see the Dunstan crew. Sorry, that's Twizel Area School you're looking at. It's Barradine just inside of them. So Twizel there, just moving themselves into third in a good position. They'll know this lake well, obviously. St Peter's School, Samuel Marsden just sitting in 4th and 5th. And then Dunstan right in the middle. Then we come back across to Whanganui High School. So still holding them within striking distance. The rest of the field are for Craighead. Through 750 metres to go, gone, heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Up there, Queen Margaret College putting in a good effort out there in lane 1. As you would expect, they are the North Island champions, Lucy and Billy, coached by Bianca Martin and Oliver Fahey. And just starting to reel in Craighead a little bit is Twizel Area School across to Queen Margaret. Craighead went early and they're starting to gain on them, so they won't want to get too far behind the rest of them. Just look like they quickened up a wee bit there, Craighead, gone up a couple of notches to try and get that lead back. But it is a nice push in the last 200 metres there. Plenty of power on the legs from that Twizel School. The bow girl, she's given it plenty at this early stage, and they've just moved themselves with this nice piece into the lead. So Twizel, they've got a canvas over Craighead, across to Queen Margaret, heading up towards through 750 to the 1,000 metre mark. Back to St Peter's, then Samuel Marsden. Where's Dunstan? They're just in the middle there waiting their time. We come across to Whanganui in lane 8. So Craighead have reacted then. They just see Twizel, the South Islanders, trying to stick together there in lanes number 7 and 5. Good shot there as you look across. You can see Queen Margaret there in lane 1, and then we come back into very even between St Peter's, Samuel Marsden, Dunstan, and across to Barradine. It's really Whanganui High School just would be about a couple of lengths back off the back of Barradine. Up to the 1,000 metre mark they go, and Twizel now out to Clearwater. Oh, nice push in that 500 metres from Twizel there. And then as 2 lanes across, we come inside from Twizel and we see Craighead still holding on to second, just by about a half a boat length from Queen Margaret. Back across we come to Samuel Marsden. Then we go to Dunstan starting to make a move. They've just moved past St Peter's in there in lane 2. Still in the mix there is Barradine, and just out the back there is Whanganui High School. So Twizel, they made their move at the 750 and have pushed and got themselves out to that boat length in front. It's head down and away we go for Twizel. Nice and clean at the catch for this under 15 double sculls, and look how cleanly they're coming out of the finish and getting back into the next drive. Then inside there, right in lane 1, just going past Craighead is Queen Margaret College. Queen Margaret moving into second over Craighead. Then we see the push starting to come from St Peter's again. Just coming into the picture with them is Dunstan. And we go towards the 750 metres to go, up to the 1250 mark. Having a look outside there, still Dunstan trying to move, but it's Twizel in lane 7. Lane 7 holding a nice lead, are they? Outside them, Whanganui High School in lane 8, just a wee way back. So Queen Margaret moving into second down there in lane 1. Twizel still holding on to a boat length over them in first position. Third still is Craighead. Then we go back to Samuel Marsden, then Dunstan, then St Peter's, then across to Barradine and Whanganui just a bit further back. Oh, they're holding on to this. Twizel, you locals are going to need to start jumping up and down to carry them through to the end. This is looking impressive. A wee bit to go now, and just watching Queen Margaret, Lucy and Billy, the North Island champions, starting to get some movement into that boat. Craighead trying to go with them. They've quickened the hand speeds. Kate and Neve, still 500 metres to go. The St Peter's flags are flying as they come past there. We need to see some of your other schools give them a wee wave too. Get down there, team. Support these locals. Twizel Area School sitting out there in lane 7. The Craighead trying to get back into it. They're still sitting third. Queen Margaret College in lane 1 holding on that second position. I think there's a challenge coming from the inside lanes though. Look at Samuel Marsden. Look at Dunstan. They're just inside Queen Margaret and Craighead Diocesan. It's sitting now with Twizel. They're extending, if anything. I'd give them a boat and a half. On their own in second now is Queen Margaret. Then it's still Samuel Marsden. There's Samuel Marsden just across from Craighead. Samuel Marsden might have moved into third now over Craighead. Or Craighead starting to fade. They'll have to go again. Dunstan starting to push in between them to put pressure on that Samuel Marsden crew for bronze. Then we go back to Barradine College. Long way to go yet though in terms of single sculls. They can make these move, but aren't they making this one move? Twizel Area School out there in lane 7. The locals are leading them home on their home track. Queen Margaret down there in lane 1 still holding second, just pushed ahead of Samuel Marsden. Craighead back inside in fourth. We look at Dunstan trying to push through in lane 4. They've gone past Craighead, had Dunstan. On the inside of them is Samuel Marsden, still trying to battle it out with Queen Margaret, but Twizel Area School are going further ahead. They've got 2 boat lengths and are well in control of this under 15 double sculls. Well, fantastic effort coming from out here as they sail through the last of the red boys into the yellow boys. 250 metres to go for Twizel. We come back down and see Dunstan now moving alongside Samuel Marsden and past them. And then Craighead. So Dunstan have got Queen Margaret in their sights in lane 1. Queen Margaret just holding on to second now ahead of Dunstan. Dunstan are on the move, chasing down Queen Margaret. They've gone ahead of Craighead, either side of them. Samuel Marsden and across to Barradine, trying to put pressure on Craighead. But no one's going to catch Twizel the rate they're going now. It's under 15s, nothing's a given, but what a great effort this is from these 2 girls, Lucia and Hazel. They come down the 120 metres to go. There's daylight between them and the rest of the field. Nice push coming again from Dunstan. Dunstan trying to push into third. They've got the run on their boat. They look like they might go past Queen Margaret down here in lane number 1. But in the middle of the court, right out in lane 7, there's 60 metres to go for Twizel. They've got 2 boat lengths, have Lucia Yates and Hazel Mason. Twizel Area School is about 4 strokes away from glory. Queen Margaret holding on, and down here in lane number 1 for second. Dunstan's going to fight them out for it, but over the go Twizel. Gold medal to the locals. In the middle of the course, Dunstan. Dunstan have gone out to half a canvas to take silver over Queen Margaret. Will take third. We'll come back on the inside to Samuel Marsden, across to Craighead. Just on the outside of them will be Barradine, and then we'll go back inside to St Peters, and on the outside to Whanganui High School. We thank them for their support. offering a unique motel and backpacker accommodation right here in the heart of Tysel. And this is the B final underway as the drone makes its way back down the course. We can see in lane 1 we've got Takapuna Grammar number 1, lane 2 Shirley Boys High School number 1, lane 3 Burnside High School number 1, lane 4 Otago Boys High School number 1, lane 5 Gisborne Boys High School number 1, lane 6 Glendowie College 1, lane 7 Christ College 1, and in lane 8 St Paul's Collegiate 2. So just looking down the course, see how we go in this under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. And out of the middle of the course it is coming Otago Boys, Gisborne Boys and Glendowie right in the middle of the course. Then we come back to Burnside High showing nicely here in this early stage. Just to the left them Shirley Boys High School, and then on the outside Christ College and St Paul's. Into the second quarter of the race comes that B final. Gisborne Boys High School looking like they've got the advantage in lane 5, just inside of them to Otago Boys, across to Glendowie outside of them. Just on their right shoulder is Christ College number 1, and then we come across not much in their lane 3 between Burnside, next to lane 2 Shirley Boys and lane 1 Takapuna Grammar. Umpire just moving across. Gisborne Boys High School still moving down. There's been no change in the order as they come down. It is Gisborne Boys High School, either side of them, Otago Boys and Glendowie. Then you could throw a ruler across Burnside, Shirley Boys and Takapuna Grammar. I think if anything, Shirley Boys might be just ahead of Takapuna Grammar. And then we go across to Christ College and St Paul's Collegiate. Into the second half of the course, the B final of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. And Gisborne Boys High School laying a marker down, Jeremy, Blake, River, Sean and Curtis Wiley, the Cox, coached by their Luke McKenzie. And second there is Otago Boys. And just moving through there is Shirley Boys in lane 2, dragging with them in lane 3 Burnside High School. Just inside of them. Then we go across to Christ College number 1 in lane 7, just starting to move along. Outside to St Paul's Collegiate. Back inside from them would be Glendowie, now just falling a little bit further back. And then we'll look to bring you the fields for the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls, due to go in around about 5 minutes. Up towards 1500 metre mark comes the B final, and we'll take you to the medal ceremony.
Ruatani Green for being here to present the medals. The winners of the bronze medal for the girls under 15 double sculls, Queen Margaret College. Congratulations to Lucy Gittings and Billy Every Palmer, who are coached by Bianca Martin and Oliver Fahey. Their time 7:59.07. Congratulations, Queen Margaret College. The winners of the silver medal for the under 15 double sculls, Dunstan High School. In this crew we have Charlotte Crosby and Bella Breen, coached by Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson. Their time 7:58.71. Congratulations, silver medal winners, Dunstan High School. And now the girls under 15 double scull champions at this Aon Maadi Regatta, Twizel Area School. How good, please step forward, Lucia Yates. And Hazel Mason. Coaches Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. Their time 7:50.92. So congratulations to Queen Margaret College, Dunstan High School, and we will now present the Francis Hill Memorial Cup to our champions, Twizel Area School.
Fantastic, congratulations to Twizel Area School. Just looking at the three place getters there and their boys under 15 coxed quadruple sculls as they came across the line in the B final. Gisborne Boys High School coming across first, followed by Christ College number 1 and then Otago Boys High School number 1. We're looking at the A final in front of us. Lane 1, Whakatipu High School 1, Ollie Watson, Finn Henderson, Mike Perry, Louis Del Cruz and Mia Pagan the Cox. In Lane 2, Whakatane High School 1, Adam Albert May, Luca Haga, Cole Van Anker, Sam Napton and Troy Hemingway Hamlin is the Cox. In Lane 3, Wellington College 1, Lucas McDonald, Fraser Hart, Ben Humphreys, Tom Ward, Reese Griffiths is the Cox. In Lane 4, Timaru Boys High School number 1, Louis O'Sullivan, Baxter Hopper Park, George Talbot, Tim Bartlett, Thomas Crawford the Cox. Lane 5, Tauranga Boys College 1, Barra Muller, Corin Brown, Luca Adam, Aidan Soper, Marcus Coatsworth the Cox. In Lane 6, St Kentigans College 1, Sebastian Wallace, Benjamin Rickard, Monty Newbert, Liam Dowling with Giles McCroby the Cox. In Lane 7, Marlborough Boys College 1, Archie Saggers, Bo Webber, Toby Randall, Matthew McLeod and Jack Shaw the Cox. And out there in Lane 8, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Quinn McLean Bluck, Benjamin Harper, Lockie Peters, George Watson, Angus McLeod is the Cox. They are ready to go. Should be a cracker. We've got all three place getters in both the North and South Island Championships in this race. Brought to you by High Country Lodge. So as you look at the screen now, on the far right hand side in the yellow boat is Whakatipu. On the left, St Paul's Collegiate in the white with those white, black and gold horizontal stripes. Hoops, I think we call them. Off and go. There's Tauranga Boys College underway cleanly, just squeezing out as they then get into the start sequence. Series of short strokes to try and get these boats up, and then they can lengthen and try and get the run and get them moving. Nicely away there in lane 5 is that Tauranga Boys College crew, and they are the North Island runner-up, so they'll be in for a good show here. On the inside of them we go to Timaru Boys High School, the South Island champions. Just inside of them, their big black boat is Wellington College. Coming across into, it looks like lane 7, Marlborough Boys College have started well there. Then we go to Whakatane High School in lane 2, and just on their left-hand side is the crew from Whakatipu. Through 250 metres, they have gone already in the boys under 15 Coxed quadruple sculls, and Tauranga Boys laying down a marker already out of lane number 5. Let's see what happens to the rest of the crews as they start to follow them. Whakatane in lane 2 away pretty cleanly. And then we go to Whakatipu, Wellington College in lane 3, just drifting a little bit back, but they'll have plenty to come later. Inside of them is Timaru Boys. And then we look across and see St Kennigan's in lane 6, the North Island champions. They will be in the middle of this at the end of it. Marlborough Boys in lane 7, and in lane 8 it's St Paul's Collegiate as they head through towards the 500 metre mark. This is the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. We've got the girls under 17 Cox 8 to follow this at 10:30. Looking forward to that. Kirsty will bring that to you. And we have almost 2 seats now of Tauranga Boys College, coached by Richard G and Nicola Austin. Just across then to the crew from Whakatane in lane 2. They'll be the rest just outside of them. Whakatipu not letting them go. Then we go to Timaru Boys right in the mix. Then we come to St Kennigan's. Across out into lane 8 is St Paul's Collegiate, back inside to Marlborough Boys College, and the black boat from Wellington College just sitting back there in lane number 3. Just starting to make a move now though. They're going past that St Paul's Collegiate boat out in lane number 8. But only about 3 boat lengths across the entire field, so plenty to come out of these guys. They head up towards 750 gone. Nice shot looking across the bay as you can see the girls under 17/8s making their way up to the starting chute, and right in the middle of the course where they want to be, Tauranga Boys College. They can see the attacks coming from them either side, and they're looking nice and relaxed there, aren't they? Very clean at the finish, nicely up the slide, back they go. Lane number 4 there, Timaru Boys is not letting them go. These are the ones I'd watch. They're the South Island champions. They'll have plenty in those legs. It's been a long week for them, but this is where they put it all out on the track. Lane 2 there, Whakatane High School, just poking either side with Whakatipu High School. Then we see St Kennigan's in lane 6 in the mix. Out we go to St Paul's Collegiate in lane 8, just in behind Marlborough Boys, and still back a little bit there in lane 3 is Wellington College. Up towards the 1,000 metre mark they come, and just trying to get clear water at the moment is Tauranga Boys in lane number 5. Back into lane 4 is Timaru Boys. Then we go to Whakatane still and Whakatipu. So Timaru Boys just starting to move away from the rest of the field in terms of chasing down this crew from Tauranga Boys College. Just poking still there St Kennigan's. St Kennigan's will want to be in the mix at the end. Marlborough Boys right next to them. Then we go to St Paul's Collegiate. But it's still with Tauranga Boys College. They were first away out of the blocks. They've held on to that advantage. They're trying to get clear water now between themselves and Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys won't want that to happen. Down there in lane 1, Whakatipu is right in the middle of it as well. Just starting to go along with them. Whakatane, still Wellington College just out the back a wee bit in lane number 3. And we go through to out in lane number 6, St Kennigan's. Just outside of St Kennigan's by half a boat length is Marlborough Boys College, and it's going to be tough for St Paul's Collegiate from there. Marlborough Boys just sitting alongside the Wellington crew now. So Timaru Boys trying to take the rest of the pack with them to chase down this Tauranga Boys College crew. Timaru Boys coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. They'll have their plan. They'll start to move soon. They'll need to get a bit of quickening going in those hands and they'll start chasing down this Tauranga Boys College. What have Tauranga Boys got left in their legs? We shall see. Whakatipu in lane 1. Just ahead of them now, Whakatane. Whakatane have been strong all week. They'll be looking to finish nicely here. But it is Tauranga Boys College. St Kennigan starting to come into the picture. They're heading on down now towards the 500 metres to go as they start to get towards the crowds that are building down here on the banks as we get through this program here at the second day of Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024. And Tauranga now, they've got a boat length and clear water over Timaru Boys. On the outside of them is St Kennigan's. They've moved nicely since the 12:50. St Kennigan's starting to put pressure on Timaru Boys for the minor medals. We come outside the Whakatane, then Whakatipu aren't letting go, trying to hang on to that Whakatane crew and come through with them. It might be a close finish here for second and third, but Tauranga Boys look like they've got this under control. The North Island silver medalists, the North Island champions outside them, St Kennigan's, are making their move, and you can see them just trying to eat into that second place advantage that Timaru Boys have. But Tauranga Boys, they've still got a boat length in clear water. Can Timaru Boys eat into it? Bringing St Kennigan's with them now. Whakatipu just ahead of Whakatane, of gaining on them in third and fourth, trying to chase down St Kennigan's. Oh, Whakatane and Whakatipu almost pacing each other down those two inside lanes. lanes. Look at them starting to chew into that lead. They're coming through lanes 1 and 2. Then we look across and see St Kennigan's trying to defend that. Outside St Kent's is Marlborough Boys College. Probably got a bit much work to do, as have St Paul's Collegiate. And then back we go to Wellington College. Tauranga Boys still hold the advantage though. Over Timaru Boys. Look at these two crews coming down lane 1 and 2. Whakatane, Whakatipu, there's nothing between them. But it's with Tauranga Boys. St Kennigan's trying to push into Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys trying to hold on to that second from lanes 1 and 2 they're being attacked from. Through the Red Boys in towards 250 metres to go goes Tauranga Boys College. Baron, Corin, Luca and Aidan with Marcus Cokeworth doing a fantastic job in the Cox's seat. He won't be able to see it, but Timaru Boys are coming on your left-hand side. On the right-hand side, it's St Kennigan's. Whakatane and Whakatipu in a drag race down lanes 1 and 2. Whakatipu have got the advantage. Whakatipu now looking to put St Kennigan's under pressure for the bronze medal. It is there, though, with Tauranga Boys. They've still got the advantage over Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys are winding up, trying to chase them down. Timaru Boys are rating higher than the crew from Tauranga, have just gone up themselves. Tauranga Boys holding on to it. They've got 100 metres to go now. Timaru Boys 100 to go now, and in the inside lane is Whakatipu in lane 1. St Kennigan's might have gone, they've got 100 to go. St Kennigan's have got the advantage over Whakatipu for the bronze medal, but look in the middle of the course, they've led from start to finish. Tauranga Boys College, they've still got 3/4 of a boat length, but they're coming down to the finish to take the gold medal in the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Congratulations, silver medalist goes to Timaru Boys. Across the top and taking the bronze will be St Kennigan's. Fourth we go down to Whakatipu, then we go inside to Whakatane. Just inside of them will be the crew from Wellington College, and then we go across to Marlborough Boys, and back on the outside lane will be St Paul's Collegiate. Thrilling race there. Well done, Tauranga Boys College. You lead from start to finish. And on the subject of thrilling, a message to all the thrill seekers out there. Go and see the AJ Hackett team over the back here. They've got some giveaways, so go and get in there and give yourself a thrill. Just confirming the result there of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls and a time of 6:57.52. Tauranga Boys, Timaru Boys silver, 6:59.23, and St Kennigan's taking out the bronze in 7:02.87. Next race up will be actually another 10 minutes time, will be the girls under 17 Cox Day. Kirsty will be up here to bring you that race. I'm sure she's looking forward to calling that. Just a reminder there again that if you are a potential thrill seeker, head out and see the team at AJ Hackett Bungee. They've got some giveaways, and you can probably see if you can try and pull a ute with a bungee cord. So just out the back in the commercial precinct here at Lake Ruataniwha.
Today, we are reinventing insurance. It's a game changer. With a real heart and voice, say hello to an actual human being.
Hi there.
Next race to go will be the girls under 17 Cox Day, one of the feature events for the Fairfield Shield, brought to you by Heartland Rico. We thank them for their support, providing a great printing and design services throughout Canterbury and Central Otago. They're just backing themselves into the gates, about 4 minutes away, if not a little bit less from a start.
Morena, and welcome back to the second day and the final day of finals here at the 2024 Aon Maadi Cup. Live stream here with Altitude HD in partnership with Milford. We've got the girls 17-8, the Fairfield Shield. We'll run down the lanes here. Lane 1 is the Rangiora Girls School. Lane 2, Waitaki Girls. Lane 3, Epsom Girls Grammar. Lane 4, St Margaret's. Lane 5, St Peter's School out of Cambridge. Lane 6 is Barradine out of Auckland. Craighead and Timaru. And 7, and then Dyson School for Girls from Auckland in 8. Joining me alongside me in the booth is Miss Kirsty Dunhill, coveted schools coach, New Zealand rowing selector, head coach at St Cuthbert's, new to the Aon scene. Kirsty, under 17 girls 8. Who are you looking at?
Thanks, Alex. Lovely to be here. I'm usually up in the tower yelling my head off at the crews, but it's wonderful to join you here and watch this amazing girls under 17 Cox State. Sponsored by Heartland Rico, I see. I will be keeping an eye on St Peter's School. I think they were pretty impressive up north, watching all the regattas up in the North Island. They are the North Island champions and were pretty clear by about 6 or 7 seconds over silver, which was Epsom Girls. But you'd never discount Rangiora, who were the South Island champions, I see, but they're down in lane 1, so I'd expect a pretty quick start from them. You never count out Rangi in an 8, do you?
You had some experience at St Peter's.
Yes.
What were you able to achieve there with the light blue and red quarters there in St Peter's School?
Yeah, it's a special moment for me in a girls 8. With 2018 coaching with Norm Charlton, we had a girls under 18-8 for Ampere that won the gold. We did the trifecta here in Lake Ruataniwha, and the girls 8 were strong and fast. It was the first time they'd ever won the under 18-8, so it's special watching them on the screen here in this current lane in lane 5, which will be a favourite for the girls 17-8. So hoping St Peter's do well. He is,
yep.
An incredible coach, and he's very experienced at these 8s, but so are the Rangiora team. St Margaret's have had a sensational regatta this week.
Yeah, hard to go past the girls from the based out of Kaipoi and Waimakariri Rivers. Ian Smallman, the head coach at St Margaret's. You've got the girls 17-4 that won yesterday in the Stern, I believe. But Coco Flood, the stroke, is also the stroke of the under 18-8. So we'll look forward to seeing what the red and white of Margaret's alongside Eggs. Oh, just a quick note of really good to see Waitaki Girls out of Oamaru Rowing Club there. Ivan Doherty's the coach. Kyla Fisilau, Sophie Spittle, Hannah Strawn, Bridget Spittle, Tessa Wright, Sophie Rohrbach, Emily Wainwright, Molly O'Sullivan, Brianna Kingan. Really cool to see a school like Waitaki, 1 with an 8 and 2 in a final alongside these more established in the 8-oar boats.
I think Ivan's also done a good job with the Oamaru team over nationals and during their club season. So these girls will be fit, they'll be strong, and agree, it's nice to see someone who's not the standard in every final, even though they all deserve to be here. So we do understand that these finals are seeded coming out of their heat, semis and repecharges, so it should be that arrow formation, but as I've seen upstairs all week, expect lanes 7, 8 and 1 to come out pretty quick. So we just never know.
If you're on the outsides, you've got nothing to lose, and the best way to do it is try and get out in front and get your tails up and get that momentum, especially in an 8. Sometimes you'll have, if you can get the bows up, the bow seats up, they can look away and they can actually be clear of other crews. As we get underway here in the Fairfield Shield, the girls 17-8. We'll look to the centre lanes of St Peter's and St Margaret's, the familiar colours out of Christchurch and Cambridge.
St Peter's have started really well, which is what they did all season. They've already got maybe 1 or 2 seats out of the blocks, and the girls will go a couple of 100 metres at least in these big 8s before the coxswain calls for a length in or a settle. And what we've seen today and yesterday out on the selectors boat is quite often by the 500 someone's popped out to at least half a length. But good start here from those centre lanes, St Peter's and St Margaret's, and then down, as I said to you, lane number 1, Rangiruru, coming out strong.
Yeah, unsurprisingly seeing the traditional colours of the blue and the white and the yellow of Rangiruru Girls' School. You know, probably the most dominant school overall in the last decade or so, boys and girls. They got first and second in the Live-In Jubilee last year, the women's 8, so the depth that they've had come through the program has been outstanding. And here comes an under-17 iteration led by Sophie Sear, the coxswain there, and Adam Ling is helping his charges there. Adam Ling, the 2015 world champion in the lightweight single. So we'll revert back here because the Cambridge girls are up by almost half a length over St Margaret's.
Just an interesting note, Alex, when you were talking about that St Peter's School under 18-8 that I coached in 218 that won the Live-In Jubilee. One of the girls that was in that crew, Kaylin Wren, is a coach of this crew, of the St Peter's crew. I was just looking at the name. So Kaylin Wren was actually in our boat that won the Live-In Jubilee back then, and she's one of the coaches coaching this 17-8 from St Peter's, who are leading them down to the 500.
Oh, she's been sucked in.
Yeah, she has.
Yeah,
and she's done a sensational job.
Well, that's what happens. You finish your rowing and then you become a coach and then you don't leave.
No.
And then you get into commentary and then you just talk all day.
Yeah.
But out here at St Peter's, great start, because that St Margaret's crew were actually the fastest through the heat, so that's an important first 500 and a necessary first 500 from the St Peter's girls. We'll see what St Margaret's have been real quick over the second half traditionally through this regatta, especially with the likes of that 17-4 sitting in that St Margaret's 8. They've got half a length up on Eggs, Epsom Girls Grammar, and the Rangiruru just lurking over there in lane 1. So St Peter's have laid it down. It's basically catch us if you can for St Margaret's and the Rangiruru as the Rangiruru start to pull up alongside St Margaret's in lane 4. What are you seeing from St Peter's, Kirsty?
I'm actually watching the way the 3 front crews are rowing. I'm looking at St Margaret's and Rangiruru, who are quite upbeat, quite an upright style as they're coming forward, very, very quick into the front. St Peter's quite low as they drive forward, but a very big swing and finish, which is reminiscent of what Norm and I were doing back in 2018. A big finish through that, through the hand turn at the back end of the stroke, which is working for them. I do think they're going to need a higher rating. I think that coxswain's going to need to take it up, because Rangiruru are letting that boat run between the strokes, and they do that so well. They do their lower ratings really well, which when they get up to those higher ratings, that boat just flies. So I think St Peter's are in danger here, but if they hold on, they're going to need a big, probably 600-700, I'd say. Yeah,
like we talked about, like not the presence of Rangiruru was probably about the right word, but those girls are fully aware of St Margaret's and the Rangiruru and the success that those two programs have. So the St Peter's girls will be not up against it at all, but they'll be extremely aware of what sits to their left. I agree. Those St Margaret's and the Rangiruru girls sitting up a little bit more, really sharp on the catch. Not saying St Peter's aren't, but St Peter's traditionally have a really hip-driven style, nice and long in the body, and that fast finish. You need to be leg speed, body speed, so they're really sending it through. But as they've just worked against each other, Margaret's and Rangiruru, they're slowly edging up on the early leaders, St Peter's.
Which is what I thought. There's nothing wrong with what the St Peter's girls are doing. They are really fit. They are rowing brilliantly. They're in time. But what we're seeing is that lane number 1, as I've seen in a couple of races this morning, to be honest, Tegan O'Dwyer, I think she was in lane 2 of the under-18 single, and she boosted down in that third 500. But Rangiruru are really, look at that boat run as they're coming down through that third 500. Their coaches are yelling. I can see the St Margaret's coaches on the bank, and St Margaret's are moving. But these two have raced each other all season. They're very well. When I say that, they haven't had a lot of racing, have they? But they know what each other are up to, and they're down now to 2 seats within St Peter's. So St Peter's are under all sorts of pressure now, and that coxswain from the St Peter's crew, Leticia Hay, is going to have to come up with something special now to hold off this challenge in the last 500.
Oh, and look what the boat's named from St Peter's, the Norm Charlton, coached by Norm Charlton, a legend in the St Peter's community.
And the crew.
And then we've got St Margaret's Rangi did a big move at the K. St Margaret's thought they did a big move around the 1250 mark, and it's working because that change of gears as they're starting to stomp at home. So St Margaret's, just like they did in the 18 pair and the 17-4, are starting to walk in the back end of the third 5, a really hard place to move. St Peter's have laid it down, and now they're coming back to them. So let's see what the response will be from the girls from Cambridge, because it's the Giants from Christchurch are starting to walk now with 500 to run. M1, 4 and 5 racing towards the line here, and the 17 girls 8.
Gold, silver and bronze is absolutely not decided yet because St Margaret's has just gone into the gold medal position. But watch lane number 1. They are really dangerous at the moment. And if they take that rating up, as do Hamilton boys, we know what they're like in a sprint. St Peter's are really hanging on here. But here comes those 2 South Island crews.
Yeah,
They've been very patient with that sprint.
Yeah, they were just very not monotonous, meticulous and remorseless. That girl 17.4, they just kept on. The longer the second K went, so Margaret's just kept them moving.
The bow girl on the St Margaret's crew keeps looking over at look at her, there she goes again. She's very aware of what's coming in lane number 1. But St Margaret's have had a really, really great finish in all their top boats throughout the whole week, not just today and yesterday. So I keep an eye on them. I think they're going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, like St Margaret's is well coached. They've got just massive stable of coaches: Matt Adams, Sarah Lindley, Ian Smallman, the Keys, George and Trudy. Louise Ayling's there. She's a former world and Olympic representative for New Zealand. And it's St Margaret's versus Rangi. It's the old rivalry from Christchurch. And it's the red and the white. It's the blue, the gold and the white coming down. They've got about a quarter of a length up. St Margaret's, can they hold off? Fast finishing lane 1 Rangi. It's the old rivalry.
I think St Margaret's are going to hang on. I think they're going to take this. I think Rangiruru will come through for the silver, and I think it's going to be a great bronze medal for St Peter's from up north. So
Last
down
charge.
we come. It's only about 1 or 2 seats, but I think St Margaret's aren't doing anything wrong there. Their ratings up, but they're hoping for that finish line. They're desperate for that finish line, and I think St Margaret's are going to take the gold here. And that's been a fantastic race. They need to keep their eyes on the boat, the bow on the 3 seat. And they've done it. They've taken another gold here at the Maadi Regatta. Sensational effort from St Margaret's.
Silver to Rangi, who's working all the time on the inside. So important to have a good coxswain. 4th was Epsom Girls Grammar, and then you come up to the outside to the likes of Dice and Craig, heading back down into lane 2's Waitaki Girls. Oh, be careful there, St Margaret's, because St Peter's about to crash into you. But
they're tired.
Yes, but fantastic work. Neve Cassidy had the reins there for St Margaret's, and in a race like that where you've got girls either side of you, there's a lot of noise in the 8s. It's important, but it's imperative that the girls trust what they're doing. So hearing the coxswain like Neve Cassidy, Sophie Sear from Rangiru and Letitia Hay from St Peter's, it's just such an important, people like to razz on the coxswains a little bit and because they're not exactly rowers, but having them in those sort of situations where it's so close, so loud, a good coxswain is invaluable.
Well, if that coxswain's not calm and totally in control of their crew, the other coxswain who is in charge can be worth another half length in those closing stages. And we had a fantastic coxswain, Lauren, with the St Peter's crew, and she was worth at least a couple of lengths to us through that middle K. So these coxswains will be well drilled, and they've done a great job to pull those girls through. Interestingly, saw that St Peter's crew all raising their hands at the finish, so they're very happy with that bronze medal, which is wonderful, as they should be.
Yeah, they put themselves out there, and I think that's the race. When you're going up against, in the 8, you've got to get out and try and just drag race it and not think about the last 500. And they did it looks like they put it all out there, and they just got beaten by a better crew on the day, which is understandable. So hopefully they're happy with that bronze medal.
They will be.
A hell of a
they will
performance.
be. And I think that as coaches, all we say is no regrets.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you lay it all out there?
Yeah.
If you had nothing left, it is what it is.
There's nothing worth as athletes getting off and just being like, well, actually, I probably could have pushed a bit harder there.
And they've still got a medal.
Yes. So
great race
St Margaret's claimed the Fairfield Shield for 2024 to go along with the Hauraki Yor and the under-17 Girls 4. And I haven't looked yet, but potentially doing the trifecta with the girls 17 pair if they have one. And they do. Oh, sorry, it's in the B final there. My apologies. So unfortunately they won't be able to get the trifecta, but they'll be damn happy with the 4 and the 8, and then they're going to see if they can do it again with Coco Flood in the stroke set later on.
Well, I was going to say they've got a big 8 coming up.
Yeah, maybe just saving some legs rather than going for the under-17s.
Yeah.
But it's a fantastic finish there. The Fairfield Shield with St Margaret's, Rangi and St Peter's claiming the podium. In the commentary booth joining me for that race was Kirsty Dunhill, New Zealand junior selector and under-21 selector, and she's won a boatload, excuse the pun, of medals all around the country, including the boys quad at Otago. So we mentioned the girls Live in Jubilee trifecta at St Peter's. She's been at Takapuna. She's coached Olympians. Mike Arms, who works at Altitude HD, she's helped him out at Auckland Grammar. So we thank Kirsty for jumping in the booth with me, and listen to her at the George hear her later on in the day as well up in the booth here at Ruataniwha, and we'll meet you at the next race, which will be the boys 17-4 that'll be ripping down the lake soon enough.
Thanks, Alex. Really enjoyed being here, and I hope everyone's enjoying the live stream, this amazing footage that we're bringing to you of the Aon Maadi Regatta last day. And I'll pop up to the tower and continue my calling up there. Thanks for having me.
See you around.
You're watching live coverage of the final day of the Maadi Cup, the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024. One of the finals that we're about to bring you now has been so anticipated because it's one of those races where any of these crews potentially could win it. St Peter's College of Auckland will start in 1, St Kennigan's College in lane 2, Christ College, the Might of Christ College in 3, Westlake Boys High School, the Red Swans in 4, St Bede's in 5, Timaru Boys High School in 6, lane 7, Tauranga Boys College, and lane 8, Sacred Heart, whose rowing program is beginning to re-establish itself. Alex Kennedy alongside of me. Alex, all eyes will be on the middle, St Bede's, Westlake, Christ, lanes 3, 4 and 5, but we should not underestimate Timaru in lane 6.
Yeah, Timaru Boys, the under-16 champions from the previous year, with the exact same crew coming back. So Ned Brown, the coxswain there, with in charge alongside Brian Smith, the coach. Fastest qualifiers are the Red Swans from the North Shore Westlake, Otto Gartner, Jack Buckley, Jackson Mutanaro, Alexander Jones, Flynn Wigglesworth, and then St Bede's are the under-17 8 champs. Not quite to the top, unless there's some dudes missing out of that 17-4 that might have been included, and then you've got the black and white of Christ College. There's the Timaru boys. Peo O'Sullivan actually getting a bronze in the 18 pair yesterday, so he brings a lot of power and finesse in that bow seat, but he's got some dogs sitting in front of him with Luke Tompkins, Ben Allen, the under-17 single champ, and Mac Brown slotting in there.
Interesting with St Bede's, we saw them win the Maadi Cup last year in the under-18 boys 8, but they are building nicely for another real shot at that next year. It's sort of an in-between year at the moment, bringing those young programs through. This is a great example of it with that St Bede's crew of O'Sullivan, Quinn O'Sullivan, Alex Cowan, Bruno Dooley, Matthew Casey, their Cox, and of course Dale Marr, the great Dale Marr, who's just done wonderful things with the St Bede's program.
They are the red and black, the boys from the Stuart Scully High Performance Centre on the Waimakariri. So they won the 17-8 yesterday, and they'll try to pair this with it. And they also won the Novice 8, and then they got silver in the boys under 15-8. So Dale's got them dialed on alongside Thomas Polo, I believe, and Aaron Maxwell.
Okay, so there is the runway, there is the race strip, 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth, set for a start in one of the most anticipated finals of this regatta. It is all or nothing for a number of these crews. For some, well, getting themselves on the podium will mean everything. Possibly for some of the crews, second, I might sound tough, but for those crews that are coming here to win, second might ultimately mean failure.
Yeah, it's a tough one because there's big guys here heaping a lot of pressure on themselves, and coming from these bigger schools, the expectations are high, but hopefully they just go out there and they are happy with what they've put out there in the 2Ks. You can see it's a very daunting look as they get underway here in the boys under 17-4.
Yeah, it is indeed. So right there in the middle of lane 4, the big red sled is the team of Westlake. If you're looking at from left to right, that's St Bede's in lane 5, Westlake in lane 4. So St Bede's there in the red boat, in fact. So in lane 5, Westlake there in the white boat in lane 4. So we are starting lane 1 is across the right hand side of screen. Lane 8 is to the left hand side of screen. So it's Westlake there in the white boat. Next to them on the left hand side is St Bede's. The black boat that's gone out and very incredibly quickly is Christ College of Will Richards, George Young, Geordie Pavey, Alex Erie, Daniel Wilson, the Cox. And this is another race where those coxswains will play such a strategic part in this race in regards to the strategy.
Yeah, Christ College obviously coached by Tony O'Connor's the head man there, with Nathan Luff out of Wanganui High School in his day. But Tony O'Connor, the Olympic gold medal coach of the men's 8 from Tokyo, the Irishman in charge of the black and white there of Christ College. Quite upright in terms of their body positioning. They sit quite up on it, and they get a nice good lean off that first quarter of the drive.
Interesting here to see Westlake, very strategic at the moment, sitting right back, not beating too many matches at all. They are sort of off it in lane 4. They've got such a wonderful history in rowing. Of course, they won the Maadi Cup themselves, Westlake Boys High School, 1976, 83 and 84. You look at some of the rowers that have come out of the school, the great Barry Mabbott, Mike Stanley, Eric Verdonk, the single sculler, the bronze medalist from 88, Andy Hay, who's coaching now at Westlake Girls, and of course Michael Brake, a member of the 8 that won gold.
That's the one. Me and Mikey lived together for a while there, and he's a strong Red Swan boy. Got Cam Webster also, Finn Howard from the sweep program in the last few years, and it's good to see them in here. But I wouldn't say there's much strategy going on there with Flynn Wigglesworth with the reins. They won't be panicking as of yet. They're still in the first K. They're just gone through the 500 metre mark. But not much strategy going on there. But Timaru, though, the blue cross, though, from the boys, Timaru, stroked by Ben Allen, the 17 single champ. They're pulling up alongside Beads, and everyone else is just squeezing back from a fast-starting Christ College. Keeping an eye on lane 1, St. Peter's School. They won the under-18 quad, so there's some lineage there for St. Peter's there. They've got to come in here with a really strong team with Benjamin Rutzitz, James Mowat, Lockie Williams, Ethan Barker, and Oscar Malloy, the coxswain.
Yeah, St. Peter's again made their first Maadi Cup final last year. They're over that final later on this afternoon, the last event of the day, set to go up 10-5. So they're really starting to establish themselves, but we still go across. It's still Christ College who do have that lead. Lane 5, St. Bede's College, the big red sled, and lane 6 here, Timaru Boys High School, coached by Brian Smith, Liam Parker.
Those South Canterbury boys have never failed to go faster in that second K than everyone else. So we saw this morning Mr. Bartlett gets second in the 18 single. Allen's won the 17 single, and these guys are all finishing fast.
Just surprised with what's happened here at Westlake, because we talked about Westlake is probably coming in as one of the real favourites. You mentioned fastest qualifying time, but at the moment they're out of picture, they're out of sight. I mean, if they are being strategic, they're going to need to make their move, because they are some way back. And these boats, once they get up to full speed, you can't necessarily change the acceleration on them as quickly as you can on some of the smaller boats. So now we come across, it looks like Timaru Boys High School. No, Timaru's still probably currently just sitting in second. It's across the far side, Christ College, and then it is St. Bede's College as well. They are set, they are poised. Across the far side, St. Peter's College of Auckland, across there in lane 1, looking good, looking strong. Look at the form of all of these crews. Anything you've seen here, Alex? All of them looking relatively comfortable?
Yeah, Timaru boys be loving this. They love a dog fight. Looking left was Ben Allen there in the stroke seat. And he's just looking over to Christ College and St. Peter's, seeing if they're making any moves. But Christ College right now actually seem to be doing something, because they're just edging out every stroke, just getting a little bit further. Not quite a canvas, just half a canvas. So Timaru in a dog fight. Peo O'Sullivan there, under 18 bronze medalist in the pair. So some pedigree coming through with 7:50 to run. Beads in a dog fight with St. Peter's on the far side. Good tussle there from the boys in red. And the gold and blue of St. Peter's in lane 1. But Timaru boys just pulling up alongside now, so squeezing the pressure onto Christ College.
Yeah, we shouldn't underestimate too that coming into these races, it's been a tough week for all of these young men, young women too, and it has been hard racing from day one, and recovery is a big thing. Some athletes will recover better than others. Some might just wake up sore, lactic acid, still haven't been able to flush it, and there's all these little dynamics that are at play here. And so sometimes it just comes down to the day, but really good move now. So we are seeing Timaru Boys High School probably have maybe just taken the lead for the first time, narrowly over Christ College. Back there it is still St. Bede's in the fight, but they've got their work cut out. St. Peter's College of Auckland still continuing to apply pressure, and it might just be St. Peter's College of Auckland might narrowly be in third place. Big story those Westlake boys at the moment out the back, not looking like they're going to find their way back into contention here.
Yeah, Timaru boys just cold-blooded as they've walked through Christ College with 500 to run. Like we've said before, these guys have been, every time they've come out here, the second K has been extremely quick, and they've been producing in the last 500. So Christ will be up against it here in the black and white. They are capable, though. Their coaching staff there. Christ have pedigree. Timaru boys have that dog from South Canterbury. We'll see with almost 250 to run here. The Blue Cross from Timaru boys leading the way in the 17.4.
Yeah, Timaru again. Mac Brown. We've got Luke Tompkins in that boat, Peo O'Sullivan, who picked up bronze yesterday, Ben Allen, Ned Brown doing a great job at Cox, well coached by Brian Smith and Liam Parker, and they have just cleaned this field out. So you go back through their rich history. It was Jack Lovelock, 1936. You go back to the great Dick Taylor, 1974, and they have just had this remarkable legacy of producing world-class athletes. Look at the rowing program, because they are just absolutely cleaning this field out as the crowd in the background begin to build, and currently now sitting in second place, Christ College. Great race still going on for third here. St. Bede's maybe narrowly over St. Peter's College of Auckland, or St. Peter's College of Auckland over St. Bede's, but nobody, folks, is going to deny Timaru Boys High School one of the best performances of the regatta so far. Controlled, measured. They'll come down, they'll be crowned national champions for 2024. They do it in emphatic fashion. That is a very, very good display from them. Christ College will pick up the silver medal, and it will be St. Bede's College who will pick up the bronze, narrowly over St. Peter's of Auckland.
Bede screamed home in the last 250 to get through that St. Peter's. They were down on St. Peter's. Absolute monumental effort from Bruno, Alex, Quinn, Jake and Matt from St. Bede's. Delmar, the coach, But Timaru boys, like we said, if they, like I've been saying with some of the people in the boat park, if Timaru boys can just start a little bit faster in some of their races, which is a huge, cause in itself, but they get up and they just walk all over everyone that second half.
If they can start a little bit faster, how hard is it? Why is it maybe more difficult for some crews to start faster than possibly others?
Yeah, everyone's starting hard. It's not like anyone's trying to come out slowly. Like Westlake didn't plan to come out behind, and Timaru doesn't plan to come out behind, but it just helps them out so much they don't have to walk through half the field to get up. So you saw they started alongside the rest of these crews, about 500, and this is the result.
Well, coming up next on the program, we will bring you the girls under-18 novice Cox State quadruple sculls. That will feature Ashburton College, Villa Maria College, New Plymouth Girls High School, Wakatipu, Burnside out of Christchurch, largest school in the South Island, Wanganui Collegiate, Sacred Heart Girls, and also Marion College. So looking forward to that one. That should be an absolute beauty. They are those under-18 athletes who are rowing competitively for the first time as we go to the prize giving. And yet again, it's the Candy Stripes of St Margaret's in this under-17 8 that we just saw around about 15, 20 minutes ago. And what a remarkable regatta they have had, St Margaret's. And there is the Mite and bronze medal. They were delighted too. School out of Cambridge, St Peter's of Cambridge. And I think Rangiruru picking up the silver.
Charlize Davison, Coxon Leticia Hay, and they are coached by Norm Charlton and Kaylin Wren. Time for this crew, 6:55.99. So well done from the Waikato bronze medal winners, St Peters. The winners of the silver medal for the girls under 17 8, Rangiruru. We have Tallulah Nelson, Izzy Jones, Georgie Stalker, Brooke Harper, Ella Harris, Harriet Abbott, Samantha Parker, Alice Duffy, Coxon Sophia Sare, and coaches Leon Cliff and the time for this crew is 6:50.02. Congratulations, Rangiruru. And now the Aon Maadi Girls Under 17 8 champions for 2024, St Margaret's. Please step forward, Ava Redmond, Anna Rutherford, Tilly O'Donnell, Lucy Todd, Olivia Hawkes, Belize Macquarie, Anya Leeson, Coco Flood, and Coxon Neve Cassidy. Very well coached by the St Margaret's coaching crew. The time 6:51.36. I want to say a big thank you to once again Lauren Farndon for presenting our medals and Heartland Rico for supporting and sponsoring this event. Well done bronze medal winners St Peters, silver medalist Rangiruru. I will now ask Lauren Farndon to present the Fairfield Shield to St Margaret's.
Come forward, right forward.
Let's go. Hold it up, Johnny.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
You're watching another A final of the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. This is the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. And I tell you what, it is an eclectic mix of skills. Great to see the regions of New Zealand all represented. Ashburton College start in 1, Villa Maria College in 2, New Plymouth Girls High School in 3, Wakatipu in 4, Burnside High School in 5, Wanganui Collegiate in 6, Sacred Heart College in 7, Marion College in 8. So for the novices, it's those athletes competing for the first year, actually racing competitively in their first year. Alongside of me, former Olympic Games rower Alex Kennedy. And Alex, nothing better than seeing the 8s in action. Certainly looking forward to this. And I guess when it comes to the novices, always a little bit more of an unknown quantity.
Yeah, for sure. Day to day can be quite hit and miss. But quad rowing is a really good boat for like young people to learn to row, and so it's quite slightly easier to pick up with the symmetry of sculling and the balance of having 4 people. Casting my eyes over the people in here. Isla Moffat from Ashburton down there in lane 1. She's bronze medal in the under-16 single in her first year. So as a novice, getting a bronze in the 16 single was quite an achievement. And then we've got the novice double champions, India Taylor and Kahurangi Napora from Villa sitting in lane 2. As you cast your eyes to the green and the white of Burnside, Melissa Irvine, Evie Nathan, Abby May, Amy Muncaster, Georgia Cowan's the Cox. Christina Blackford's done a really good job getting back to Burnside, and you can see the results flowing with the return of Christina, and Max Wallace helping out.
So set and poised, gone through their pre-race warm-ups. Would have had 2 ice baths and stuff in the days prior to this, and yesterday overnight, just making sure that they are fully recovered, that they've flushed the lactic acid and cleared their heads and prepared to give it one more big dig, one more big effort to go to that dark place to see if they can bring great honour to their schools and pick up those valuable medals. Lane 3 there is New Plymouth Girls High School of Sarah Duncan, Kate Pease, Anna Francis, Hannah Hollyfield, and Lily Wilson-Page is the Cox, coached very well by Jason Williams and Greg Cox.
So out of Clifton Rowing Club there, that's the sky blue and the white you'll see dominating the boat and the blades. And then another Clifton Rowing Club crew in lane 7 from Sacred Heart Girls out of New Plymouth with Bella Neal, Olivia Perry, Orla Honeyfield, Tabitha George and Charlotte Wimsett. So you see Honeyfield in Sacred Heart and then Honeyfield in New Plymouth Girls. So rivalry of schools into squad rivalry of siblings amongst the crews here. Wakatipu sitting poised in lane 4.
The yellow boat.
Yeah, they have been outrageously quick through their doubles and quads, Wakatipu, regardless of who's been in them. So looking forward to seeing what the girls from Lake Hayes can produce here.
Burnside High School, they want to get themselves in the medals. They've watched the likes of Avonside do incredibly well, and they want to be a part of that Christchurch mix. See if they can get themselves on the podium, look to rebuild their program. Burnside, largest school in the South Island. And of course the Maida Wanganui Collegiate, such a rich history when it comes to rowing.
Fastest qualifiers collegiate.
So they'll start in lane 6. So set for a start in this girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. 2,000 metres. There is the runway. The little island off to the right is affectionately known as Alcatraz. That is the 500 metre mark. The 1,000 metre mark just comes past the pine trees where you start to see the marquees in the background. And then from there, it is game on. What are the tactics? Well, it's about to play out. Just going to try and straighten the boat up here.
Yeah, not underestimate. We've talked about the Coxons a little bit already today, but you can't underestimate their influence on the novice Cox crew, trying to keep them steady and stick to the race plan and keep their technique high and clean.
Good start here, coming in lane 5 from Burnside High School. Wakatipu, the yellow boat there in lane 4, and across here on the far side Marion College got out quickly too in lane 8. That is the left of screen at the moment. Also across in lane 2, Villa Maria College of Natalie Richards, Sophia Damiani, Kahurangi Napora, India Taylor and Ella Rolfe is their Cox, and it is lane 1 at the moment. So Ashburton College, who have the smallest of leads, that is Tegan Marriott, Georgia Scammell, Isla Moffat and Madeline Howden. Leah Reid there, Cox, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford.
Yeah, we've seen some really good performances from Ashburton already. Sophie Gibson second in the 18 singles, so Justin's working his magic down on Lake Hood there, but rocking into the lead right now would be the light blue of Villa Maria. They are the defending champs of the women's novice quad, coached by George Johnson and Phoebe Collier, two New Zealand representatives in senior rows.
So Sacred Heart Girls there, lane 7, Tabitha George,
They might be the North Island champs, yeah.
Oliver Perry and Bella Neal. Charlotte wins at the Cox. Yeah, interesting, isn't it, Alex, that we talk about novice, so rowers in their first year of competition. We know this is a sport that is governed by good technique and good biomechanics. How long does it take a rower to sort of really get on top of that? I mean, I'd imagine there's a bit of supplementary work required, maybe in the gym or some core strength to potentially, toughen up areas of weakness biomechanically.
Yeah, if you're fresh to the sport, it can take a few months to just let your body, like anyone, adapt to the strain that you're putting it under repetitively here, rowing or swimming or anything else that you have to do over and over again. But through the 500 metre mark, we've got a tie for first place currently with the girls in Clifton Rowing Club and Sacred Heart out of New Plymouth, and we've got Villa Maria in lane 2 from Christchurch and Ashburton in 1. So great start from the outside crews leading the way. Novice racing.
Yeah, novice racing, absolutely. And you do just wonder what strategically is going through the mind of the Coxons in lane 4 out of Wakatipu and lane 5 and Burnside there. Are they poised? Is their strategy to look to try and negative split it, do the second 1,000 faster than the first 1,000, or look to try and bring it home in the last 500? So always a little bit of an unknown quantity, but still a really good performance here coming from Maria College. So they're on the right hand side, lane 2 there, and then across the far side, Sacred Heart Girls, the North Island champions, in lane 7. And they are now coming through that 750 metre mark. Might just see if we can listen in here and maybe just get a little bit of the noise that comes off these boats, and not the screaming, the instructions, the motivation coming from the Coxons. So 4 crews in contention, and that is the noise, that is the busyness. You can hear it all the way down the lake. It's even clearly more noticeable in the 8s. But there is a lot of intensity here, a lot of waiting around for these finals, desperate to try and get their hands on these medals. Still just hanging there at the moment. Burnside High School in 5. They're just sitting back, poised, but still across there in lane 1. Ashburton College, I guess also being novices, Alex. How much experience do they have? How much experience do they have to truly understand their game plan?
About 4 or 5 regattas, maybe a lot of in-house racing as well. So this is sick though. Wanganui Collegiate have been stomping the second 500. They're a canvas up now on the girls from New Plymouth and Clifton Rowing Club. Villa Maria just still having that battle. That'll be doing so much for those girls on lanes 1 and 2 to be next to each other right up the front. They're going to be able to work off each other and almost like work away from the rest of the field. But Wanganui Collegiate were definitely the fastest coming through the heats to make it into this final. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what Harriet Douglas, Ashley Morton, Neve Rabeat, Alaska, Humphrey and Abby Shaw, the cocks in the black and the blue from Wanganui, are walking up alongside Ashburton and Villa Maria now on a really close third 500 in the novice quad.
Yeah, well, this now gets into the business end. You know, one thing with novices, they don't necessarily have layers and layers and years of training, where sometimes when things go wrong, more experienced, more accomplished rowers can sort of pull themselves out of that hole. And so, you know, the deep down endurance, who does have it, who's gone out too quick, who's maybe confused ability with ambition and is going to pay for it on this back end, because it is still a very good performance across there in lane 1. Form still looking good from Ashburton College, and as mentioned, all eyes here on lane 6 in Wanganui College. Don't underestimate too the fast finishing girls out of Sacred Heart, the North Island champions, lane 7. You can just see their bell ball just occasionally come back into screen, but also a really nice piece of resurgence here from Villa Maria College across there in lane 2, Alex.
Yeah, they've drew it up even just before the K on Ashburton, but Ashburton did a nice move through that can. They've pushed themselves out, and just inch by inch they're actually working away from Villa Maria a little bit. But Wanganui Collegiate, and on the outside of Wanganui Collegiate, is still that Sacred Heart out of Clifton. So Sacred Heart just got walked through a little bit by Wanganui Collegiate, but the likes of Bella Neal and stroke seat younger sister of Maadi, an accomplished senior rower, just sticking to it as long as, and Burnside in the green and white just to the left lane of Wanganui Collegiate, doing well to work back up. But this is going to be the fight. Ashburton have had some really good finishes in terms of sprints coming down with Sophie Gibson and the like, so we'll see what they can produce here. Wanganui Collegiate just stopped, kind of like Ashburton have kind of stopped that move from Wanganui Collegiate now, and so Wanganui worked back up, and it's even with 500 to run with the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, fascinating toot. We just saw there for a moment Ashburton College getting themselves back into it. Then we just saw a little increase in stroke rate coming here in lane 6 from Wanganui Collegiate, and it's still probably half a canvas lead just to Wanganui Collegiate at the moment. Still in the fight though across there, Villa Maria College. They're just trying to hang tough, just seeing if they can in fact just maintain that form, maintain that concentration. But now about a canvas lead. It is out to Wanganui Collegiate, so far so good, but we now get into that final 250 metres. This is where the hurt really does go on. This is where it just requires, well, a head like granite just to survive the mental and physical duress.
Yeah, Wanganui Collegiate look like they've got somewhere to go. They're definitely under rating, so they're not taking less strokes per minute to get to the same place as Ashburton, so maybe they've got more rating to give, and we'll see what Abby Shaw, the coxswain there, could muster. She screams at her girls getting up. They're still up on Ashburton, so let's see what kind of sprint Wanganui Collegiate have got. Ashburton holding tough. Villa Maria still trying to nab that silver medal, so we'll see what Villa can produce here coming into the last 250 metres. It is Wanganui Collegiate. They are the fastest qualifiers, and they're pulling away as we speak from Ashburton. Wanganui Collegiate are the ones to watch coming down to the line. Struggling now, New Plymouth, Sacred Heart girls now to New Plymouth, but half a length down. Villa Maria still chasing, still staying tough. The girls from Christchurch trying to catch mid-Canterbury's Ashburton College. Wanganui Collegiate, just taking a few dirty strokes. Twist of the handle. This is novice racing. Back into it though is Harriet Douglas, the stroke seat, as we run down to the finish line. 100 metres to go. Yeah, it's going to be a very good close finish again, but it's still looking very much like Wanganui Collegiate. But look at the big push. Look at the surge coming from Ashburton across the far side. They might just run out of water, might just run out of real estate. Good performance. Wanganui Collegiate will come down. They will win this Maadi girls under 18 novice quadruple sculls, and they'll do it by half a boat length over a very good and very consistent Ashburton College. Third place, it'll be Villa Maria, so lanes 1 and 2, upsetting some of the more fancied lanes, the likes of Wakatipu and Burnside High School, but nobody can deny Wanganui Collegiate. Alaska Humphrey, Neve Rabeat, Ashley Morton, Harriet Douglas, their cocks, Abby Shaw. Congratulations to their coaches, Tyler Scott and Kit Croxford.
Absolutely, just the most stunning location, without doubt, arguably the most beautiful rowing venue anywhere in the world. As we just go back, have a look at the replay, have a look at that moment, the realisation that they're going to win a gold medal at the Aon Maadi Regatta. And it was a dogfight, it was a tough race from all of these crews. But Wanganui Collegiate, the famous colours. And we will bring you more A finals, the next A final on the program. And that is coming up very shortly. Will be the boys under 18 novice Coxed 4, sponsored by McEwen Group Limited. That'll feature Timaru Boys High School, King's College, Otago Boys, Wanganui High School, St Thomas of Canterbury, St Bede's College, Hamilton Boys High School and Otago Boys as well. But just confirming the result there, Wanganui Collegiate 7:39.30, Ashburton 7:47.1, and then just another 2 seconds back to Villa Maria College. But a really good all-round performance from all 8 crews. The future is bright if you look at the quality of that novice race.
In this crew we have Will Richards, George Young, Geordie Pavey, Max Airy, Coxon Daniel Wilson, and they're coached by Nathan Luff and Tony O'Connor. Their time 6:42.35. So well done, silver medal winners, Christ College. Who was that? Ben Allen. Ben's got his. Now let's have Mac Brown. Luke Tompkins. Who have I not done? Peo O'Sullivan. Coxon Ned Brown. And they're coached by Brian Smith and Liam Parker. Their time 6:39.54. So I want to say a big thank you once again to Calder Stewart and to Herman Van Herel for presenting the medals. Well done, bronze medal winners St Bede's, silver medalist Christ College. We will now present the R.J. Hampton Memorial Shield to our champions for 2024, Timaru Boys High.
Absolutely stunning day in Twizel Lake, Ruataniwha for the final day of the Aon Maadi Regatta. It is finals day. It's been a remarkable morning. So many schools getting themselves on the podium. The race we're bringing you now is the boys under 18 novice coxed 4, brought to you by McEwen Group Limited. This is the start list for you. Timaru Boys High School will start in lane 1. King's College of Auckland in 2. The Might of Otago Boys High School in 3. Wanganui High School in 4. St Thomas of Canterbury in 5. The defending Maadi Cup champions St Bede's College in lane 6. Hamilton Boys High School, most dominant school in rowing in the last decade, start in lane 7. And the second of the Otago Boys High School crews start in lane 8. So bottom of the picture is lane 1. In fact, bottom of the picture is lane 8. Top of the picture is lane 1. And as usual, more action generally expected to happen in the middle lanes. But what we have seen with the novice crews, a lot of crews doing very well out there in lane 1 and lane 2. This is the St Bede's College team of Isaac Guerra, James Franken, Giongu O, Cooper Tititin Lecky. Their cox is Luca Dredge, and of course their coaching crew of Aaron Maxwell and Thomas Polo. Now bringing you all the expert comments. A man who's represented New Zealand at the highest level, part of the 8 at the Olympic Games in Rio 2016, is Alex Kennedy. And Alex, I know you're pretty excited by this one because it's another race which involves novice rowers, and therefore there is an element of uncertainty in terms of who necessarily comes in as favourite.
Yeah, love it. It's just hectic. It's all just chaos and just people going really hard and not thinking too much. St Thomas's Canterbury there. Hunter Taylor, Jack Dunn, Andre Simpson, Seth Tranter, Sam McGigan and the coxswain. These boys travelled well through the heats. Wanganui High School right next to them. Christian Kiriona, Achilles Bakia, Keenan Brewer, Jordan Hallett, Morgan Wood. But the fastest qualifiers from down in Dunedin's Otago boys, Affleck, Oleran Shaw, Smelly, Scott and Ruxton.
Well, they've got 2 crews in this Otago Boys High School, which showing that they do have depth, which is good for the future. Also should just be careful of Timaru Boys. They've just had a wonderful regatta so far of Cooper Gordon, Reuben Brown, Luke Todd, Harry Shearer and Toba Connor is their cox. Coaches Brian Smith, Liam Parker. So we're not going to say that because you're in those outside lanes, somehow you don't come as a middle favourite, because we certainly have seen a lot of crews, particularly in lanes 1 and 2, do very, very well here on day 2.
Yeah, unsurprising to see Otago boys with 2 crews here, because they did get second in the novice 8 behind Bede's. Bede's just with the 1 crew in here, but this will be hectic because a lot of these crews are quite close to the heats and a little bit all over the show, and it is novice racing. So if they get a sniff and they string together a few good strokes, you could see a crew just pull away and do some good work like we just saw with the quads with Ashburton and Villa. So looking forward to seeing some upsets, hopefully. A little bit of maybe 1 to 8 across the board.
Well, there is Otago Boys High School as discussed, and Hunter Ruxton is their cox, so got the bucket hat on.
Rowing in the Kirsty Dunhill, who just came in to help out with some commentary with the girls 17-8. She was an Otago boys coach. They coached them to multiple medals and under 18 quad glory a couple of years ago.
Yeah, now St Cuthbert's in Auckland, who are looking to try and build a rowing program, probably more known for their water polos. We do get underway in this boys under 18 novice coxed 4, brought to you by the McEwen Group. A final and a very good start. Not such a good start, to be fair, from St Bede's College there in lane 6, but a very good start from St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 4, who have just exploded out of the blocks, as has been the case with King's College out of Auckland of Henry Warren, Henry Main, Lucas Barron, Jake Peacock and Gemma Kidd the cox. So good start from King's College. Also there in lane 3, Otago Boys High School is mentioned, but down here Hamilton Boys High School in lane 7 have decided to be aggressive as well. The big red sled, second in, left of picture.
Yeah, Halo Pataha Senior, the cox, and he's been a busy lad this week under the red and black, and it's coached by Scott Brownlee. So Olympic finalist in 2000 in the men's coxes 4 for New Zealand, and his son's in the just won the 18 pair in the Springbok Shield, and he'll be doing some stuff later on in the day, I'm sure. But right now, it's St Thomas's of Canterbury in the middle there. Big movers and shakers there in second place in an old rangy boat. You can see the blue, the white, and the yellow there. So a lot of sharing of equipment amongst the Christchurch schools, being so close together on the Kerrs Reach. But there in second, alongside lane 3, Otago boys starting to show their class as they move through with Seth Affleck with the keys and stroke seat.
Hamilton Boys High School have just been such a dominant school, particularly at the Maadi Cup level and across the Springbok Shield, having won 17 of those, looking to win their 12th Maadi today, that you just see the colours, you see a boat there and you just wonder how much of a psychological edge it does have, or how much it just maybe plays on the minds of some of those other crews. Oh, we're up against Hamilton boys, and let's not underestimate the psychology of it all, particularly amongst novice rowers who might perhaps, versus more experienced rowers, might just get sort of suckered into that at times.
Yeah, free from those ideas, that oppression of Rangi and Hamilton boys.
Yeah, well, it is though, isn't it? But they've earned that right, haven't they? It's a bit like taking on the All Blacks. You go, oh, we've got to play the All Blacks. And, you know, certain teams like maybe Scotland, Argentina, or it's not so much Argentina, but certain sides you just don't think genuinely believe they can beat us.
No, for sure.
And that's sometimes what comes with a big rowing program. But still a really good performance coming across there from Otago Boys High School. They're just set there poised. Hamilton just starting to come back a little bit now. Also having a good race, as we talked about. St Bede's College just struggling a little bit, but on their side, St Thomas of Canterbury just poised. You're a good Canterbury man. Tell us a little bit about St Thomas, their rowing program traditionally. Is it a new program? Is it an established program?
It's been around for a while, for sure. When I was coming through, they won the under-18 quad when I was racing in it, and they had Nathan Flanner in it. He's a 2016 Rio Olympian. He also won the under-23 double with Hayden Cohen, a familiar name amongst the rowing community.
Yes.
So he's... Paddy Dowling is an old boy, and he's back in the riding the ship there, of St Thomas's, and he's got Carter Baxter this morning in the double. He's got some really good, talented young fellas coming through here, and they're rowing really well, and no more so than this novice 4.
Yeah, let's have a look here. I mean, we're a little sort of out, but just looking at the form here of Hamilton Boys High School, have decided this is their game plan. Let's go out, let's be aggressive, let's just try and psychologically damage everybody. If you can catch us, if you can. Notice anything in regards to form here at the moment? They're still holding good form, Hamilton?
Yeah, a little bit washy, but a little bit, there's...
But you expect that from a novice crew,
exactly.
Don't you?
There's going to be whatever, but they've got a really nice lean on there. So nice hang. So you see the outside arm. So the outside arm is in the end of the oar. If it's on your stroke side, your left arm, on your bow side, it's your right arm. But they're doing a really good job of just leaning on the blades there and the oars and sitting through. I like the attack, though, from Otago boys. They look like they haven't settled off their start, and they're just going to keep running that thing through until they get to the red line at the other end.
Yeah, well, it was a boat length. It's now half a boat length.
Yeah.
Also starting to make their move. We've got St Thomas of Canterbury, of Seth Tranter, Andre Simpson, Jack Dunn, Hunter Taylor, Sam McGugan, their Cox, starting to bark out the orders as well. On their inside, Wanganui High School all starting to make their move. But you do just sense, don't you, that it's Hamilton Boys High School, it's Otago. Now, Otago have 2 crews here, which means they've got depth. You'd expect this top 4 crew to be right in the mix. But Hamilton Boys High School, we know the resource, we know the coaching ability they do have. They've answered the questions that have been thrown of Otago Boys High School. They're back out to a boat length lead.
Yeah, having that competition, having like the Otago boys, we talked about Logan Miller, Carlos Dean, Jackson Templeton, Ben Glover, and Angus Perkins and Coxon. So having 2 crews in a final material in a Maadi Cup, you can just imagine what the trainings would have been like. So the seat racing, the swapping between the crews, the going out there head to head. But as this race goes further along, Otago boys get close to that bow ball matching with Hamilton boys, and also St Thomas is doing a good job, but they keep an eye out on the boys from the Swamp. Christian Kiriona, the stroke setter, Wanganui High School, doing a great job with Axel Dickinson and Jordan Manville doing the coaching there. But as you can see from this bird's eye view, Otago boys just closing the gap on red and black Hamilton.
Yeah, red just look like perhaps they're just starting to feel like they're probably rowing through a little bit of quicksand here at the moment. Maybe just shortening up a little bit. Momentum appears to be with Otago across there in lane 3. But again, we do apologise. We just don't have the barge here at the moment. We've got our drones up, and I think we might just have a little bit of a lead change there. I think we might just have Otago Boys High School, maybe a bow ball in front. Certainly, if you would go to the finish now, you'd probably have to bring out the camera, Alex.
Yeah, you can. For those at home, the way we look at it for this racing is if they go through the buoy line, use the buoy line as a marker and who punches through those buoy lines first. And right now, punching through first are the boys that look like they haven't settled and just keep on sprinting through. Otago boys are looking hectic but it's working, and they're being dogs because they've walked back Hamilton boys from Clearwater down, and they're running towards the finish line. The boys from Dunedin, the 2 hoops of navy on white.
And when you pop, you pop. I'm not saying they've popped completely, but when very, very hard to try and come back from here, if you start to lose that momentum, we talk about it, this is one of the toughest sports on the planet. There is not a single muscle group that is not used. The lactic acid build-up. To be a world-class rower, to row at this level, you've got to have a head like granite. You've got to be so mentally tough. It's not just physical now. It is a mental game. It's Otago Boys High School who are just continuing to extend that lead, but Hamilton Boys High School, They know the legacy. They know the reputation. They're still in the fight.
Yeah, and also looking back there at the bronze medal fight, St Thomas is still holding off. It's still Wanganui coming through, but St Thomas has been super tough just to keep fending off challenge after challenge from Wanganui High School. So down to the line with 2:50 to run. It's still Otago boys. Hamilton aren't done and dusted yet, and then the battle for bronze is so exciting. Wanganui High School. See what Kiriona going against Hunter Taylor from St Thomas's. On the line though, it's half a length to Otago boys. The likes of Affleck, Olrenshaw, Smilly, Scott, and Ruxton have rocked that second K, and they're going to take away the victory here. Hamilton boys in second. We're looking at third though.
Yeah, it'll be a very good result to Otago. Congratulations to them, to those novice rowers picking up that gold medal. Really gutsy performance from Hamilton. They took it to the rest of this field and couldn't quite get the job done. The bronze medal might need to go to the camera here. I'm going to let you pick that one, Alex. Where are you going to put your money, big guy? I might just go with Wanganui College, unofficially, of course, and I've got no association with either school, but I'm going to go with Wanganui narrowly over St Thomas. But we're going to get the official results for you.
I'll go with my mates, Nathan Flannery School, St Thomas's.
Okay, there you go. That's how close it was, ladies and gentlemen. But well done to Otago. Such a wonderful school. So many wonderful athletes that have come out of there, and
Carl Meyer, Hamish Bond, the rowers that have recently come in there.
Richie McCaw.
Ruben Cook over at Princeton. He won the under-18 Maadi Cup. Ben Mason, he's trying to qualify the elite quad to go to the Olympics. He's also out of Otago boys.
Yeah, good friend of mine that I used to do a lot of running with, Robbie Johnson, two-time Olympian in 5 and 10,000 metres, 92 and 96 out of Otago Boys High School, and certainly one of the great schools, as you'd expect from that region of New Zealand. So we'll just confirm the results for you. We can tell you, though, however, we definitely have our winners.
There you go, the hoops.
Otago.
Double navy hoops on white.
What I do love about the sport of rowing is I love the way they hang on to the traditions and the uniforms and the nostalgic side of it, often with the patterns, and they haven't moved away and tried to modernise things too much.
Yeah, it just becomes iconic, and it just like you relate certain colours. That's the girls' novice quad just on your screen there, and there they are on the podium.
And have you got those results up yet?
Yeah, they're about to roll through. It must be pretty close because they're taking their time on the photos. It's big George Johnson.
So neither of us are really wrong if they're going to the photo, are they?
Yeah. They look like they surged together, so that's going to be a tough one. If I can't pick it, with the amount of racing I'm watching, then it must be pretty close. You got George Johnson down there and Phoebe Collier. Well, Phila Maria get their medals. Defending champs back on the podium with bronze on the 18 quad.
To give you an idea, last year, if you have just joined us, you're watching, say, the Aon Maadi Regatta for the first time, and of course it culminates with the boys' 8, the Maadi Cup, and of course the girls' 8, the Levin Jubilee Cup. But last year that Maadi Cup was separated by 6/100ths of a second, so they raced for 5 minutes 42 seconds, and it was separated by that. So that often is the case. And so that's why they do have the photo, and that's why we will try and give you those results. And I'd imagine that those crews are nervous.
Still not through. That under-18 novice Cox 4 was actually brought to you by McEwen, the petrol company. So they do a lot of work around the Mackenzie Basin area to supply the men and women of the area.
We should say what's at stake here is a bronze medal for one school and fourth for the other, and those results will come up. Otago boys, Hamilton, and Wanganui over St Thomas.
No.
In fact, it's given dead heat. High five. We both got that one right, Alex. So I went with Wanganui. You went with St Thomas, and it was 7:11.49. Well, you do not see that very often. So you have been racing for 2,000 metres, and it's an absolute dead heat.
We did see them draw together.
We are talking 0.0001% in performance sometimes. I'm just going to send a little message out to everyone out there. Certainly not suggesting that these crews do this, but when you are dealing with such small percentages and you're training as an athlete, when the alarm clock goes off at 5:30 or 4:30 in the morning, never push the snooze button. That's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes a day. That's 70 minutes a week. That is the difference between good and great. That is the difference between first, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that.
Did you ever push the snooze button, Alex?
Never.
Never.
I've never touched a snooze button in my life.
No, I wouldn't even know what one looks like.
No. I don't even have an alarm.
Okay, so more medal ceremonies underway. We're going to bring you more A finals shortly. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the Aon Maadi Regatta. Special acknowledgement to Milford for their support of this live stream. Aon, of course. So still to come, and coming up very shortly, we are going to bring you the girls under 16 Coxed 4. Sponsored by Twizel Promotions. That's going to feature Christchurch Girls High School, St Margaret's, Nelson College for Girls, Columba College, the Red Swans, Westlake Girls, Waikato Diocesan, who ended up winning yesterday the Dawn Cup, St Kinnigan College out of Auckland, and also Barradine out of Auckland. That is our next A final.
Well done to our bronze medal winners, Villa Maria. Our silver medal winners, Ashburton College. And I will now ask Mayor Ann to present the Keith Hibbert plate to our champions, Wanganui Collegiate.
Congratulations to the girls that medalled there. If it was under 18, fantastic. Congratulations to our team partner Justin. Congratulations to those pros.
Mercury begins to rise here in Twizel as we approach midday. It is now time for the girls under 16 Coxed 4, sponsored by Twizel Promotions. A field of 8 who have gone through a pretty difficult racing regime to make this final. Christchurch Girls High School start in 1, St Margaret's College in 2, Nelson College in 3, Columba College in 4, the Red Swans out of Auckland, Westlake Girls High School in 5. Waikato Diocesan School, who won the Dawn Cup yesterday, start in lane 6. St Kennigan College in 7, Barradine College in lane 8. The Electric Corp Trophy for girls. There is the journey of 2,000 metres. And there is the crew out of Nelson College. Fern Blackhouse-Smith, Mia Cliff, Isla Martine, Francesca Palmer, Ruthie Southwick, the Cox. So lane 8 is to the left of screen down the bottom. Lane 1 is right of screen, if you're watching for the first time. And there is Columba College, lane 4, and that is Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Anika Laser, Nova Wishton, Kate Baskerfield there, Cox, coached by Jared Brentzel and Alan Foley. So looking to try and bring glory to Columba College. Alex Kennedy alongside of me, bringing all of you the expert comments.
And Columba College, one of the faster qualifiers here in the field. I'll see it in the middle lane, but they're also quite quick through the heats to qualify. There's 4, I think, potentially qualified straight from the heats, including here with the Canadian-esque blades of Westlake, the girls from North Shore.
Yep, the old Red Swans, and of course Westlake boys just up the road from them on Auckland's North Shore, not too far from Lake Pupuki, the home of the North Shore Rowing Club. Of course, also home of the New Zealand kayaking program, where Lisa Carrington does a lot of her training. Another rich history, Westlake girls. So they'll be looking to try and upstage their male counterparts. And of course, Waikato Diocesan starting outside of them of Alexandra Hull and Matta Daniel, Scout Lowton, Victoria Melville and Kerry Ormsby there, Cox.
If we use the 8-minute mark there in the heats, we had 3 from the heat with Waikato Diocesan, St Paul's and Barradine all going sub-8. So when we're looking at those 3, as well as Christchurch girls, St Margaret's were up quite a bit in their heat to qualify straight through, so they might have not been pushed too much in the second half. So we'll keep an eye on the girls from the Kaipoi and Waimakariri Rivers, Rutherford, Brown, Baxby, Farrell. Some familiar names coming through there who have had a few races this week, and we saw St Margaret's take out the 17 girls 8 this morning. So here comes the 16 fours iteration.
Yeah, now they are just like coiled springs here, just waiting to pop, waiting to explode. Gone through their pre-race protocols and warm-ups, which are fairly well established now at this level, and it's not just about getting the rowers up individually, but then trying to get them up collectively. It's been a tough week of racing, a lot of fatigue, a lot of hurt going on. One more big push will be the question asked of most of these athletes. A little island there in the distance, affectionately known as Alcatraz, that is the 500 metre mark. 1,000 metre mark comes just past the tree line there, just before the marquees, and then of course at that point you do start to get a little bit of a pickup from the crowd. A lot of that tribalism comes in, but it's also when you are well and truly having to dig deep mentally. So strategy will play a big part in it. Which rowers will look to bring it home through that third 500? Who will look to just take it out from the start and see if they can hang on? So a good start coming there from Westlake girls. Also a very good start coming from Waikato Diocesan in lane 6, and across there in lane 7, St Kennigan College out of Auckland. We haven't spoken much about them, but Holly Vandermecht, Emily Kwan, Sophie Sayer, Kate Slyfield and Chloe Zeng, the Cox. And it is St Kennigan's.
Yeah, St Kennigan's the blue white there, lane 7. Like we said, novice racing from day to day, race to race, can be a bit of a toss up in the air. So it will be interesting to see who can put it together here. Like we said in the boys one, the boys novice quad we just had before, novice racing, you can get 10 to 20 good strokes in a row, and that can really just put the tails up of these young athletes and send them on their way to potential top 3 spots. So we'll have a look here with St Kennigan's travelling well, just up on Auckland counterparts there in lane 5. Westlake girls, Ash Bright, the coach there, along with Ian Bright, also at Westlake. And we'll keep an eye on Columba, one of the faster qualifiers from down Dunedin, Jared Brentzel and Alan Foley, the coaches.
Might just see if we can tune in here and just have a listen to some of the cocks, maybe some of the instructions that are coming off the water. Very busy boat. It's all about connecting the stroke. It's all about cohesion and timing, pinpoint precision. And what's the key thing here, Alex, when we see these blades coming back and entering the water? What primarily are they looking to do from a hydrodynamic point of view?
So that's the catch. You want to be super relaxed at the catch. If you're stiff at the catch, you kind of hit the front end. That boat's going to come to a stop. So it's going to slow down regardless because you're putting the blades in the water. So the boat was running by itself, and then you put the blades in, it's going to slow down. So how slick you can be around the front end determines a lot of the time. So you've got to enter on the way forward to make sure that you get as far forward as possible so you get a nice economical and long time in the water. And you see there Columba College just doing really well there. Nice long arms swinging it through as they start to climb up on Westlake. Bit of a bunch coming up through there actually from 1, 2 and 3. So we've got Christchurch Girls, St Margaret's and Nelson College for Girls, or South Island trifecta in 1s, 2 and 3, pulling up alongside the likes of St Kinnigan and potentially Westlake. So navy and red there. Tallulah Leggett, Sienna Cochran, Summer Smith, Laura Ryle, Poppy Jarman, and coached by the partnership there is Zoe McBride and Ian Seymour, former New Zealand athletes themselves, world champions.
We look at the cruise here, we look at the St Kinnigan boat, we look across there at Westlake Girls, Columba College. Just running your eye over it, your experienced eye over it, who looks the best setup of the cruise? Who are you liking the most technically?
I think they all bring their different positives and styles to the sport and to the stroke here. So you see Westlake a little bit more active with their hands off the back. You can see they're really rapidly getting those hands away. They're quite a lot more upright compared to the girls from Columba, who are sitting a little bit more lower in the boat, kind of driving low with the legs long and the arms, and a little more up on top of what their rhythm is from the Westlake girls. Quite a tall stroke
Is that a
there.
difference in coaching philosophy, the difference
sure.
in that? So the way these girls are rowing, you said lower in the boat versus maybe Westlake sitting a little bit higher, that's a coaching philosophy?
Yeah, for sure. Every coach has their preferences on how they approach the stroke and what they find is easiest to coach, and sometimes the novices they'll just be doing the basics and trying to do that as well as possible. Look at the lineup here for bronze. They're between St Kinnigan's, St Margaret's, Christchurch Girls. Even still within a shot would be the Waikato Dawson and Nelson College for Girls in lane 3.
Yeah, through the 1,000 metre mark now. So the third 500, often so strategic in rowing. This is where crews will make a move, but often crews are aware of it as well. So they will be ready to pounce. This is where the cocks earn their big dollars. And so lane 4, that is Columba College, who probably have maybe a half a canvas lead over Westlake Girls. Both crews have been fairly measured, looking to try and just clear themselves out, look to make it a little bit of a dogfight with 500 metres to go. But it is Columba College, Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Anika Lesser, Nova Wishton and Kate Baskerville, who are just starting to look to try and extend, maybe just ask a few questions of this Westlake crew. The big thing, it's about being patient. It's having that ability to believe. It's having that ability to listen to your coxswain and take the instruction. Still St Kinnigan's currently sitting in third place, but across there, starting to now pick up the momentum is Christchurch Girls High School at the top of your picture. And just on their inside, St Margaret's. What a wonderful, wonderful regatta St Margaret's College have had.
Yeah, big 1K move there from Columba. They were down a little bit on Westlake, and then a lot of people have a premeditated move around the 1K, so there goes Columba's move, and they've continued that momentum in the third 500. Margaret's starting to move past Christchurch counterparts in lane 1, Christchurch Girls, so Margaret's obviously saw the 17-8 really crack on in the second half here, and they're doing the same thing with the novices. So great work there by Ali Scotland, an experienced coxswain. She's there up on Waikato Dio. You see Waikato Dio now climbing up on top of a fast-starting St Kinnigan. But it is Columba leading the way from a fast-starting Westlake Girls to the North Shore. And we'll keep an eye on lane 2, St Margaret's, Anna Rutherford bringing the girls through in a bronze medal position. They're going to have to fight off challenges from Waikato Dio and Christchurch Girls, but great work from Columba. It's not over yet though, 500 to run. Westlake can still mount a good challenge.
Well, I think all of these crews can still mount a good challenge. We're talking about young athletes. We've talked about rowers maybe just 2 years of experience, don't necessarily have that deep down endurance they can draw upon, go through a bit of a bad time, can't pull themselves out of it. There'll be other boats that maybe have a little bit more experience. There's still a long way to go, 500 metres. Great camera work coming from Jed there on the barge. World-class cameraman, world-class row in his own right. And I've got to say...
You can see the orange hats running on the back there, so those are parents potentially of the crew. The orange hats worn by Columba. The coaches are biking along. There's the Westlake flag in the background for the girls from the North Shore, but down to half a length. Westlake very doable, so a change of pace they have towards the 250 metre mark, but it is Dunedin, it is Columba. And Kate Basketball got her girls rolled up and ready here, trying to take the gold medal and the girls novice forward. Look at the lineup for bronze. Christchurch girls, St Margaret's, Waikato Diocesan. Great lineup to see what bronze, and they're pulling back on Westlake now.
Yeah, I've got to say Westlake might be in a bit of trouble here because there's some real momentum coming from those crews in third, possibly across there. St Margaret's College are the big ones, but it is still Columba College. It is Westlake girls. It is Waikato Diocesan. That is 1, 2 and 3. And so now Waikato Diocesan have got some real momentum. They get their bow high out of the water, looking to try and bring it home, looking to try and just come through here in the finish over the last 250 and possibly snatch the gold medal. But it is all Columba College. Look at the hurt, look at the facial expressions of these athletes. This is anywhere where they want to be at the moment. They're counting it down, 20 more strokes to go, 19, 18. Can I tolerate any more pain? Can I tolerate any more hurt? What a performance from these girls under 16, Coxed 4. It is still Columba College looking to grab and get their hands on one of those very, very valued gold medals. They don't hand out a lot. You come here and that's one thing you realise, I just want to come away with the medal. What a performance from Columba College, but look now here at Waikato Dio. They are absolutely flying. They've now moved into the silver medal position. They're coming up. They're going to run out of water. They will end up winning the silver medal, and it will be gold medal going to Columba. Westlake girls will settle for the bronze. Stunning performance from Columba. Stunning finish from Waikato Diocesan. Well done to Westlake girls. Very, very good girls under 16 Coxed 4 final.
Yeah, that was sick. What a finish from Dio. They got the New Zealand blades there, must have bought them second hand from the Royal New Zealand squad, so just passing down the oars. But Waikato Dio, Melville, Lowton, Daniel Hull, Ormsby. What a great work from Kitty Ormsby, keeping her girls in the fight, and they just rattled home. What a finish.
Yeah, it is, and there we go, the candy cane there of St Margaret's. What a regatta they have had across all different disciplines. Not quite there today, but certainly we're in the fight through the 1500 metre mark, and I'll tell you what, things are only going to get ramp up again, because I'm going to suggest that I've got one very, very excited Alex Kennedy next to me, because coming up in around about 12 minutes time, we have the boys under 16 Cox Date. It's sponsored by the Defence Force Careers. It's going to feature Auckland Grammar, Hamilton Boys, King's College, Christ College, Westlake Boys, St Andrews College, Cambridge High School and Christchurch Boys. I mean, schools that, if you read it, you'd think you're looking at the Maadi Cup final. So we will just take a break from commentary, come back with that, and we will bring you that call. But again, congratulations goes to the way of Columba College over Waikato Diocesan School, and then Westlake Girls picking up a bronze medal. And that are those results officially: 732.14, 733.77 and 734.35, just showing you the smallest of margins separating certainly bronze from silver, silver from gold.
Their time 7:11.49. Well done, St Thomas. And the co-winners of the boys under 18 Novi Cox 4 bronze medal, Wanganui High School. We have Jordan Hallett, Kynan Brewer, Achilles Paikia, Christian Kiriona, Coxon Morgan Wood, and coaches Jordan Manville and Axel Dickinson. And their time was also 7:11.49. Well done, Wanganui High. Winners of the silver medal for the under 18 Novi Cox 4, Hamilton Boys High School. In this crew, we have Runping Bai, Mareko Ratu, Finian Wollaston, Jaden Ward, Cox and Halo Paraha Senior, and Coach Scott Brownlee. Their time was 7:04.50. Well done, silver medal winners, Hamilton Boys High. The Aon Maadi Boys Under 18 Novice Cox 4 champions for 2024, Otago Boys Gold. Scott, Jude Smiley, Toby Ollerenshaw, Seth Affleck, Coxton Hunter Ruxton. They're coached by Matt Thompson and Kelly Hageman. Their time 7:01.18. Hang on to that trophy for a minute, Dan. We haven't got a trophy. Yes, we do. Wait 1 second. I just want to say a big thank you to McEwen Group for being our sponsors. Big congratulations for Wanganui and St Thomas. What a race. Well done to our silver medal winners, Hamilton Boys High. We will now present the Gill Trophy for Boys to Otago Boys High School.
Can you stand on either side? No, stand in the middle. Let's give us some space. I'm going to get him to raise it up.
Lucky.
I love that finally we see everyone raising the trophy, but it's been awesome to see Otago Boys. Congratulations. Well, we've got one heck of a race coming up shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Always under 16 tops.
Ready, Hunter, lift it up. Above your head.
Millsy will be on shortly.
Come slightly to the side of it. That's it, you got it. Looking this way. Sorry.
Come on, boys.
You guys, stay there, guys.
They need to get you on there.
To celebrate Aon Maadi Regatta Week, we're giving Maadi supporters the chance to win a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver Plan account or Milford Investment Fund account. To enter, open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver Plan or open a Milford Investment Fund account before midnight on Sunday the 24th of March 2024 for your chance to win one of 10 top-ups. To find out more about this exclusive Maadi offer, for T's and C's and to get started, visit milfordasset.com/Maadi 2024. Milford, invested in you.
Just after midday, been a stunning morning of A finals here on the final day of the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. A crowd of well over 10,000 people building up along the banks here as they do count down to the two blue ribbon events that finish the day, the Levin Jubilee Cup for the women's under 18 Cox State and of course the Maadi Cup, the boys equivalent set to go at 10 minutes to 5. But this is a final a lot of people have been talking about. This is one a lot of people have been looking forward to. It's the boys under 16 Cox Day. It's presented by the Defence Force Careers. We acknowledge their support. It features Auckland Grammar in 1, the Maida Hamilton Boys High School in 2, King's College in 3, Christ's in 4, Westlake in 5, St Andrews College in 6, Cambridge High School in 7, and Christchurch Boys High School in Lane 8. Absolute who's who in the history of rowing represented here. You look at those schools and you could think you're looking at the starting list of the Maadi Cup. Of course, at this level, we're going to go this level, still just young men, and therefore recovery such a big part of it. Lane 3 is King's College of Oliver Popperwell, Oscar Innes, Sammy Taylor, Elijah Narkle, Josh Haskell, Marcus McLeod, Jack Reed, Charlie Field. Aidan Miller is the Cox and coached by Mark Clemo. And they last won the Maadi Cup, did King's College, and they've won it on 3 occasions, but last time they won it was 1960. They won it in 1953 and 1959, so looking to try and build some depth for either next year or 2 years from now. As we have a look at the crew out of Christ College. And that crew is Shada Luca, Henry Jones, Lewis Fogarty, Max Osmers, George Bevan as the Cox. We've got Oscar Malone, Harvey Gubb, Jack James, Gabriel Bevan, George Wilson, so still 3 minutes till that start. See the other boats just starting to get themselves lined up and get themselves on the start line for their A finals that are still to come. So we're going now and have a look inside lane 5, which is the Red Swans of Westlake. That features Joshua Morris, Kobe Kerr, Noah Geelan DeGubbeth, Donovan Pivac, Samuel Bird, Adam Lease, Toby Cleghorn, George Langley and Sam Heron their Cox, coached by Hannah Kennedy and Lucy Anderson. And again, they won the Maadi Cup in 76 and 1983-84. And third last year in the Maadi. And so another young crew looking to try and be developed and try and brought through either next year or in 2 years' time, like a number of these crews, often a good reflection of a school's depth. Got existing Maadi Cup finalists and then finalists in those age groups and these bigger boats, including the 4s. Alex Kennedy alongside of me, bringing you all the expert comments as we just have a look down this most stunning of rowing venues. 2,000 metres, the little island there is affectionately known as Alcatraz. That is the 500 metre mark. The 1,000 metre mark comes at the Marquees, just past the pine trees.
Yeah, 16-8. Like I said, under 16, second year rowing traditionally for a lot of these lads. So they just know enough to get themselves in a bit of trouble. So it's going to be a good hectic racing here. No, can't go past Hamilton Boys. They were fairly fast through the heats alongside Christ College, Westlake and St Andrews. Kings obviously in lane 3 for a reason. So keep an eye on the boys from Auckland, from Maroon and the Navy and the gold of Kings. But on screen, the two dominantly white with the white row suits there and the black, Christ College, and the white and the red and the green of Westlake Boys with the swans on the back.
I was just saying, you run through the list, man, and it's just the who's who of traditional rowing in New Zealand. You've got Christ College who have won. You go back and look at them, they've won 13 Maadi Cups. You've got Hamilton Boys High School who have won 11. You go through it. Auckland Grammar have won 2 back in 92, 2011. So we do get underway. Very good start coming from St Andrews College there in lane 6, as was the case in lane 5. From Westlake Boys High School, the Swans.
So Westlake's learnt from their boys 17-4.
And King's College, King's College there in lane 3. They'll be willing to try and take it out. Probably been a little bit underperforming when you look at, look at the resource of Kings and you look at the history of the sport there, realising that, maybe they haven't quite been where they've wanted to be in more recent times and more recent decades, but certainly a school that does have the resource, are very capable. Down here in lane 8, we've got Christchurch Boys High School of Reuben Fifield, Hugo Parnham, Jamie Carmo, Patrick O'Regan, Jack Dennehy, Harvey Moyle, Ethan Rhodes, Ryan Hong, Sam Moffat, their Cox.
Yeah, good to see Cambridge High School with the men's 8 in a final. So boys that train up and down Lake Karapiro. They're in the lane 7, going toe-to-toe with the likes of Christchurch boys on one side and St Andrews on the other. So Westlake boys, though, the Swans just starting to spread their wings a little bit now, heading towards the 500 metre mark, just getting up on Christ College by half a canvas maybe, but that's nothing. Good starts from the favourites.
No, we saw Westlake boys in the under-17 Cox forward. There was a lot of talk about them. They just got off to a bad start, never really recovered from it, so they were desperately trying to redeem themselves here. They were desperately wanting to try and get on the podium. They are historically one of the great schools when it comes to the sport of rowing, but a really good race. Just starting to develop early on, and we're only through that 500 metre mark, as you can see that sign in the background. But it is Christ College in lane 4. It is Westlake in lane 5. And across there in lane 2, going well too, Hamilton Boys High School as expected.
Yeah, distinctive softer hands and softer catcher on the front of Christ College, and that iconic kind of swing through with Tony O'Connor here in the program there. But this crew is actually Liam O'Leary from Wanganui High School and Jack Chapman, Christchurch local, heading these under-16 boys, getting them in shape. Christ College, they'll be looking forward to this 8. This is one of the fastest quads, one of their best bets for a gold medal. So the Christ College army of the black and white will be looking on rather fondly, see if these 16 boys can get up here for the 16-8. But they've got their work cut out for them, because those red swans on their right aren't going anywhere. So Sam here in the Cox, Westlake, doing a great job of keeping them in contact, but that's 2 seats. So it was even at 500, now it's 2 seats. The black and white of Christ College are starting to move. Gabriel Bevan and Cox running the reins for the boys from Christ College, but we'll see what they can muster here as he runs the race plan for these boys. And Jack James responding well in tow with Harvey Gubb, Oscar Malone, George Wilson, Max Osmers, Lewis Fogarty, Henry Jones and Shea DeLuca, doing a great job as we come up to the 1K mark. Maybe an early 1K move coming from Christ College, because they are boosting now. That was even at 500, it's half length now, and they are moving the boys with black and white oars.
Yeah, it is. So very much a strategic move here. So this is planned. This is pre-programmed, lane 4. So Christ College really looking to try and just up the ante. So now asking some questions here. How do Westlake respond? Do they respond? Certainly they do start to lift as well, as we're starting to see it again from King's College there in 3. So all of these deciding to play their cards, and the question's been asked, can they answer them? Got to be very careful here though, Christ College. You make your move, you've got to have the ability to hold it though over that back end. You do not want to still burn too many matches too early. And we're now just starting to see King's College just begin to up their rating, as is the case with Westlake. So it's the 2 Auckland schools at the moment who are chasing the might of Christ College. So it's the pride of the South. Hamilton Boys High School now also beginning to make a move across there on the far side.
And V6. What a great lane number to have for St Andrews, as they've started a little bit slower, but here they come, the Scotsmen from Christchurch. They're only 2 seats down on Westlake, who are struggling a bit now in the third 500. King's College trying to come back on Christ, but a battle for bronze between now a suffering Westlake, because on their right is St Andrews, and on the left is Hamilton Boys, the Stack Boys. That's William Carmo, Harry Pitts, Hedrick Tonhunter, Tyke Maloney working away for that stern 4 there.
No, okay, talk to me here, Alex. So we've got Christ College. They're out by a boat length. We've got the young Coxon and Gabriel Bevan. Okay, some challenges are coming. What is the message here? Is it about holding form? What are you saying to them at this point?
We talk about how the Coxons have a pre-race program for at least a K, and then the second K it kind of gets a little bit reactionary and you have to do it off the book sort of thing. But this is like, if you're out in front, you're just running your plan to the T. You're up, you're trying to get greedy, and you're executing your game plan. So they would have had a gear change at 500 to go. King's looking to their right, but look at the boys, the Scotsmen, V6 rolling up on V5, St Andrews versus Westlake for bronze.
Yeah, we know that some, and we saw it early just before the 1,000 metre mark. We saw Christ College play their cards. We know that some boats are going to play their cards from the 1,000 to the 1,500 metre mark, but others are going to play their cards right now, and things are just starting to change in that order. Very good performance now coming from St Andrews, moving up now alongside of Westlake. So lane 6 St Andrews College, Westlake lane 5. Across there we've got Hamilton Boys High School in lane 2 as well. So very good race developing for second and third, but can anybody shut down this Christ College crew? Now, we're not quite in line here at the moment, but I think what was a boat length might be able to be what, half a boat length? So maybe, just maybe, they are starting to pull it back here. Can they hold on though? That there gives us a different angle though. It is still very much Christ College looking like they will come down and win this boys under 16 Cox Date. It's what happens for second and third.
Yeah, look at the sling from this Christ College crew. Like I said, they're very soft with their catches, but the speed's still there. So looking after the boat around the front, and you can see the body swing and the leg speed throw that body back, and the boat is just responding so nicely. So great sling and run from the Christ College boys. They've stayed away from King's College. Westlake and St Andrews have been pushing up on King's. King's going to hold on for silver. St Andrews, can they overrun though? Can they overrun the boys from Westlake down to the line? Stack, Scotsman versus Westlake. Red versus blue down the line. Westlake's going to hold off. A very strong last 500 from St Andrews to claim bronze. The boys 16-8.
Yeah, very close finish there, but Westlake certainly do pick up the bronze, Kings the silver, but nobody's going to know the might of Christ College, and they'll be delighted with that. That is going to give them real hope at Maadi Cups to come as well, saying, hey, look, we've got some depth in the junior ranks, and look what it means to those young men as well. I'd imagine for Westlake, just getting on the podium, they'll be absolutely thrilled, because it could have so easily have been fourth, and King's College out of Auckland, a very, very good display indeed. Congratulations to all three crews. Congratulations to the 8 that made that final. Our next race on the program, which we look forward to bringing you, will be the girls under 17 coxless pair oars. That is set to go at 12:30. That features Barradine College, Waikato Diocesan, the might of Almighty Mount Albert Grammar, Rangiruru, well, the legend of Rangiruru, Craighead's Diocesan, St Hilda's Collegiate, Nelson College for Girls, and Queen Margaret College. As we look at the replay, we look at the elation, all of those hard mornings, all of those questions that you ask when you're having the bad days, it all culminates in those moments, a life-changing moment for those young men. Congratulations and well done to the parents, the family, the supporters and the coaches. And aren't the images absolutely beautiful? Look at that wonderful crowd in the background. It's only getting bigger too as the day begins to count down towards those Levin Jubilee Cup for the girls and the Maadi Cup for the boys.
Yeah, nothing better than a rowing nationals and Ruataniwha. Everyone's in the same place. You just come down to the bank and have a good time. And Christ College, they're on the board. Gold medal for Tony O'Connor's boys, along with Liam O'Leary and Jack Chapman, Henry Smith, Nathan Luff. Great coaching, great bunch of guys there at Christ College, and they're rewarded here with a gold in that 16-8. So yeah, like you said, they'll be looking for a couple of years now, and they might have another Maadi Cup here to the black and white country down there in Christchurch. So congratulations to Christs, and we'll be moving on soon. There's the medal ceremony for the girls under 16-4, and then later on, like we said, we've got the back-to-back 17 pairs for the girls and the boys.
Well done to Alexandra Hull, Netta Daniel, Scout Lowton, Tor Melville, Coxswain Kerry Ormsby, and Coach Pat Peoples. They rode this race in a time of 7:33.77. So well done. Silver medal winners, Waikato Dio. The Aon Maadi Girls Under 16 Cox 4 champions for 2024, Kalamba College. Alright, let's award the first gold medal to Georgia Drummond. Isla Nicholson. Anika Liza. Nova Whiston. Coxon Kate Baskerville. They are coached by this crew of Jared Brensel, Alan Foley and Emily Brown. Alright, for those of you who don't know, Kalamba is in Dunedin. This is their first medal at this Maadi Regatta, their only medal, and they got a gold, and I think that's fantastic. So I would like to say once again a big thank you to Charlotte Hastings for presenting our medals from the Twisel Promotion Society, our sponsor. Well done to our bronze medal winners Westlake, silver medal winners Waikato Dio. We will now present the Electrocorp Trophy for Girls to Kalamba College.
Coach on the other side, please.
Okay, guys, I'm this way.
Can we get your kneeling number, please?
Oh, I'm caught.
Mercury is rising. It is an absolutely stunning venue. Our next day final is the girls under 17 Coxless pair, and what a group of schools it is. Barradine College will start in 1, Waikato Diocesan in 2, the Might of Mount Albert Grammar School in 3, Rangiruru, well, they set the standard, don't they? They start in lane 4. Challenges will come in lanes 5 and 6 with Craighead Diocesan School, St Hilda's Collegiate in 6, Nelson College for Girls in 7, and Queen Margaret College in 1. This is the Coxless pairs under 17. Alongside of me, former Olympian Alex Kennedy. Alex, another group of rowers, another group of schools that you could throw a blanket over. How do you see this one?
Oh yeah, for sure. 17 pair, a great addition to the program in the last decade. We've seen some really quick pairs come out of it. Right on your screen there, Rangiru, just making sure they're staying hold on the toggle there so they stay straight rather than having to constantly tap it around with the rules. So good job there for Rangiru, one of the faster qualifiers coming through. Also keep an eye on the likes of Craighead Dice from Timaru. They're pretty nifty through the heats, but you know, any given race, any given final, you see the winds just kind of dissipate a little bit as the heats come up. We've got nice glassy-like conditions at least for the first 1500. So really looking forward to seeing what these young chargers, the under 17 pair, can produce. There's the gold riggers there of Craighead Diocesan, Dean Milne's girls, very fast. Lily Grant and Emily Caird, the institution out of South Canterbury rowing. Yeah, plenty of interest too out of Mount Albert Grammar School winning their first individual gold medal for the girls' side of it. Been historically a boys' school up until about 1999-2000, and then the girls made it a co-ed school, and yesterday picking up their first gold medal, today represented by Lila Martin, Emma Curnow. They'll start in lane 3. Of course, Mount Albert Grammar, the first ever winners of the Maadi Cup back in 1947. Won it on 8 occasions, and they are in yet another Maadi Cup final that is set to go at 10 minutes to 5 this afternoon. But all eyes on this Coxless pair. A very difficult boat because each of the rowers is responsible for keeping the balance on one side, and so the setup is really important. Bit of a strange start here. No one really getting off to a great start right there in the middle. And lane 5 just struggling a little bit to get off the line. And that's what it is, you know. Was Craighead Diocesan of Emily Caird and Lily Grant, so that just maybe opens the door a little bit for the likes of Rangiruru, Mount Albert Grammar. Ooh, St Hilda's in there, Perry Hoare, Georgia Graham, Jazz McIntosh. They've had a pretty good regatta. Perry Hoare and Georgia Graham doing well in the sculling, and now they're doing it with one oar. We talked, Alex, and we've talked about the setup of the boat, the pair where one rower is responsible for the balance on one side of the boat. How difficult is it to set these boats up? How difficult is it for these rowers to understand the strengths and weaknesses of the physiology, I guess, of their teammate? Yeah, it's quite tough because what feels comfortable for you in a small boat like that might not feel comfortable for someone else, and when you've got someone in charge of one side and you're in charge of the other, it can be a really difficult proposition to make sure you come together in a pair. But these young girls seem to have a pretty good handle on it as we start to settle in now lanes 5 and 3. So you've got the likes of Craighead and Mount Albert just starting to inch up alongside Rangiru Girls School and St Hilda's out of Dunedin. Yeah, we talk a lot, don't we? We're coming down here to the last day of this Aon Maadi Regatta. So many of these rowers have competed in so many different events. It's such a tough sport, both physically and mentally. They've got to try and get themselves up again. Recovery so important. And I would imagine athletes at this age, some recover arguably maybe quicker than others. Yeah, for sure. And like these coaches and programs will have their own protocols of what they do. We're very lucky that the lake is glacial, so it's quite cold. So we've got a massive cold plunge that the girls are rowing on right now that'll do the job for recovery. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Queen Margaret College, though. Nova Douglas and Alice Edgerton, Bianca Martin and Ollie Fahey in charge there. Ollie in his own right, quite a slick oarsman, and he's quite a young fella, so good to see him returning to the sport in the coaching rings with Queen Margaret, but it is still lane 6. I think they've taken the lead though, St Hilda's, so the girls from the Otago Harbour and the North End Rowing Club, Perry Hoare and Georgia Graham doing a great job. They're half length up on a rising Craighead Diocesan, and Rangiru still competing in 3rd. But look at lane 3 as well, the might of the sky blue and the gold of Mount Albert Grammar, Emma Curnow, Lila Martin doing a great job there from the girls from Auckland as they wrestle with the likes of the Deep South and Christchurch and Wellington. And get me emotional. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Maadi Cup base, of course, designed in the Mount Albert Grammar Woodwork Shop back in 1951. Such an iconic part of that trophy. We've gone past what they're affectionately known as the island of Alcatraz at the 500 metre mark. So through 750 now, once they come up alongside of the lake where you start to see the marquees and you start to see the big pine trees, that is the 1,000 metre mark. That's when we expect the strategy start to play out. We talk about it so often. 2,000 metres, well, 1,700
250 metres of hope. We know the last 250 metres is all about truth, but who will play their cards at the 1,000 metre mark? Who will play their cards at the 1,500 metre mark? And what will be the response from those crews leading? So as we start to approach that 1,000 metre mark, it is lane 4. It's Rangiruru. Outside of them, it's St Hilda's Collegiate, and the bronze medal match at the moment is very much between Mount Albert Grammar School and the likes of Rangiruru and also Nelson College down here in lane 7.
Yeah, I see the contrasting styles there just between Rangiruru and Craighead Diocesan. Craighead maybe rating a little bit lower, a more loping style per se. So Lily Grant and Emily Kidd, just really long levers, rating a little bit lower, a little bit more upright and more chippy coming from Rangiruru. Parker and Jones, but out in front, good to see North End Zone, St Hilda's girls, Perry Hall, Georgia Graham doing the work now. They are Clearwater up with a K to go. Still very rainable in terms of they can get, still gettable, sorry. They rain in from those other crews there from Rangi, Craighead and Queen Margaret down there in lane 8, still holding on there as an outside qualifier. But there's the St Hilda's Collegiate, Lucy Strax, old school Lucy Strack, a world medalist in the under-23s and an elite lightweight double. She's been very quick in her days at St Hilda's, and here comes another group of young girls putting St Hilda's on the map.
Well, some of the other crews across there, 1, 2 and 3, just starting to struggle with this pace. So Barradine across there in 1. Lane 2, Waikato Diocesan in a bit of trouble. Mount Albert Grammar struggling now at the moment. They're just starting to go backwards. That is the crew of Lila Martin, Emma Curnow, Hassan Pathan, their coach. But starting to make a big move now in lane 4 is Rangiruru. So they've just taken it up another notch. They've got the momentum just outside of them in lane 5, Craighead Diocesan. But it is still all lane 6 at St Hilda's Collegiate of Georgia Graham, Perry Hoare, who are looking to try and just continue to stretch this lead. But the big challenges are starting to come now. So they've played their cards. Can they hang on? Do they have the endurance behind them? The form here, Alex, are you liking by what you've seen? Have you seen any shift in form from what you saw today through the first 500 metres from what we're now seeing at the 1,250 metre mark?
No, I don't think there's a shift in form. I really like how St Hilda's are approaching the stroke there. Really nice loose shoulders, so they're not using the muscles that aren't going to really contribute to the stroke. But Craighead were definitively the fastest crew coming out of the heat, so I'm expecting the girls with the gold riggers there to come flying through. Dean Milne's been there for a millennia now. Not to throw shade at Dean, but he does a great job down with the girls at South Canterbury. So Craighead Diocesan looking to roll through Rangi. They are dragging Rangi alongside them. Rangi's not dropping off, so that's a speed increase from Craighead as opposed to Rangi dropping off. Queen Margaret now just finding the pace, a little bit hot to handle. But it is St Hilda's, and they're going to be looking to their left at Rangi and Craighead. A little bit of powerhouses and women's sweep rowing in this country.
So settle back. Could be a very, very good day for St Hilda's Collegiate. Not a school that necessarily have a big program. Don't necessarily a school that pump out the medalists from race to race. They choose their moments, they understand their strengths, and so far it's a good performance. But now just starting to creep up, just starting to walk up on them in lane 4. We've got Rangiruru as expected, but we're starting to just run out of real estate. We're about to get to that critical threshold, that 500 metre mark, and then that 250 metre mark to go. Again across there, Rangiruru, Craighead Diocesan, St Hilda's Collegiate, and just look at Craighead Diocesan here, got good momentum. That bow's getting high out of the water, and as you said, St Hilda's Collegiate just starting to come back, decelerating rather than necessarily the other crews accelerating.
Yeah, this is tough because you've got out in front, but you've got these two crews hearing down on you, so you can feel the pressure mounting as they start to whittle away on your lead. And those X4 and X5, you can see that the alphanumeric lane allocations. Jesus. We've got X5 just sneaking in between the two athletes there from St Hilda's, Hoare and Graham. But it is Craighead rocking up. They are dragging alongside the ominous Rangiruru Girls' School from Christchurch. 2:50 to run now. Canvas now. Craighead, Rangi. It's all about St Hilda's. Have they played too many cards too early? How many matches have they burnt?
I think they've burnt a few, because I do just feel you're going to see a lead change, and I think it's about to come now with round about 150 metres left to race. We've got 3 across the course here. You could throw a blanket over them, and I think Craighead Diocesan might have just the smallest lead now for the first time in this race. We do have a lead change. St Hilda's Collegiate, they are in a world of trouble. They are in a world of trouble. They are basically paddling through quicksand at this point across there in lane 4. Rangiruru girls. Can they mount a big challenge? They won't want to lose this one to Craigie Diocesan, who have been simply superb, but it is down to 2 now with less than 100 metres to row. Look at the hurt, look at the suffering going on. Real urgency creeping, and this has just been a wonderfully managed and measured race from the girls from Craigie Diocesan. Emily Kidd, Lily Grant, their coaches Dean Milne, Vicky Taggart, stand up. What a performance. That is one of the most patient displays we've seen. That is stunning. It will be Rangiruru who pick up the bronze. You've got to feel for St Hilda's Collegiate. They did everything right. They took it to the rest of this field. They asked questions, but it was all said and done. They just came undone. They'll pick up third place. They'll pick up the bronze medal.
Yeah, that was, like you said, very measured. That Craigie crew, they just backed themselves. They never fell behind too much. They had a little bit of a sluggish first couple of strokes, but pulled together quite quickly and just backed their speed. We knew they were fast, and then with Rangi coming through, just kind of hanging on their coattails as they drifted through St Hilda's, Rangi tried to just rattle their cage a little bit with about 300 to go. A great response from the girls from South Canterbury. The girls just had a really good way of handling that pressure and that presence of Rangiruru on their left hip there, and had a great last 100 metres just to surge away to almost a full length on Rangiruru. So congratulations to the girls from Craighead. That was an incredibly impressive race out of lane 5.
Well, don't go away, folks. Coming up next, we'll bring you the A final of the boys under 17 coxless pairs. That's brought to you by Mount Cook Alpine Salmon, St Kennigan's College, Marlborough Boys College, Sacred Heart, St Kennigan, St Thomas of Canterbury, King's College of Auckland, Christchurch Boys High School and Glendowie. So that is still to come. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on finals day of the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta, counting down to the Women's 8, the Levin Jubilee Cup, set to go at 4:30 this afternoon, and then the 77th running of the Aon Maadi Cup set to go at 10 minutes to 5.
Place in the under 17 single at Maadi in 2009, and still rose today when he gets the chance. So well done. Thank you, Josh, for being here with us. Much appreciated. So the winners of the bronze medal for the boys under 16-8, Westlake Boys High. So well done to Joshua Morris, Kobe Kerr, Noah Geelan Dekabath, Donovan Pivac, Samuel Bird, Adam Leese, Toby Cleghorn, George Langley, Cox and Sam Heron, and their coaches Hannah Kennedy, Lucy Anderson and Andy McLean. They rode this race in a time of 6:15.07. Big excitement going on behind us. Where are the Westlake supporters? Pretty obvious. All right, well done, Westlake Boys High. Winners of the silver medal for the boys under 16-8, King's College. This crew is made up of Oliver Popplewell, Oscar Innes, Sammy Taylor, Elijah Narklane, Josh Haskell, Marcus McLeod, Jack Reed, Charlie Field, Coxon Aidan Miller, and they're coached by Mark Clemo. Their time for this race was 6:12.9. Thank you once again to Captain Josh Royal, who's presenting our medals on behalf of Defence Force Careers. Two to go. Thank you. While we're here to the team, or the pupils from Twizel Area School who are our medal bearers today. Well done, King's College. And now, the Aon Maadi Boys Under 18 8 champions for 2024, Christ College. All right, let's first of all ask Shay DeLuca to step forward, please. Next we have Henry Jones. Louis Fogarty. Max Osmers. George Wilson. Oscar Malone. Jack James. Coxon Gabrielle Bevan. Have I missed out a rower, I think? With good reason. Harvey Gubb, happy birthday. What a birthday present. It's a birthday he'll remember for a very long time. The coaches of this crew, Liam O'Leary and Jack Chapman. Their time, 6:09.83. So I want to say a big congratulations to Westlake Boys High, our bronze medal winners, King's College, the winners of silver. I think it's important that we give the trophy to our birthday boy. So our champions, Christ College.
Aon Maadi Regatta finals day. Boys under 17 coxless pair, and that is the start list for you. The who's who. St Kennigan's College will start in 1, Marlborough Boys College in 2, Sacred Heart College out of Auckland in 3, the Maadi St Kennigan 2 crews start in lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury in 5, King's College out of Auckland in 6, the Maadi Christchurch Boys High School in 7, Glendowie College out of Auckland in 8. Should be another intriguing race. Rising stars of the sport. For many of these athletes, this might be the highest level they ever row. For others, simply a stepping stone to higher honours. Now, joining me in commentary is a fellow broadcaster, a gentleman who runs the local radio station down here, heavily involved in the local paper, even runs a distillery. His name is Matt Gunn. A very good afternoon to you, Matt. Welcome.
G'day, Mark. Thank you for inviting me in here today. Just looking at these images of the district we live in. Absolute pleasure to watch, this Lake Ruatanifa venue, mind-blowing, but it's those mountains in the background from this long shot that you see. I live just underneath Ben O'Hare Range over there, Mark, and this is just a tremendous event for the district and something we love to see every time it comes along.
I tell you what, it's also been exciting racing, hasn't it? I mean, I'm not sure there is a better amphitheatre anywhere in the world for rowing when you do look at these images, and a wonderful job the crew are doing out there to capture them, to take them around the world, to promote that region.
What I like about this venue is actually that it's blocked off from the start, Mark, and you've got 1,000 metres before you actually hit the crowd. And that actually builds a little bit of that anticipation. What you'll see here, which I absolutely love, is fellow school members and team members riding bikes up and down along that first 1,000 metre mark towards the finish line, waiting for the rowers to arrive.
Underway, boys under 17, coxless pair oars. And here we go. And that little island there, affectionately known as Alcatraz. Really good start coming here from King's College in lane 6. So they're third from your left, or third in from the left. Across there also, starting well in lane 3, Sacred Heart College out of Auckland. The 2 middle crews are St Kennigan's College in lane 4, St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 5. But wow, what a start coming here from King's College. The King's crew of Alex Broughton, Fergus Meredith, coached by Harrison Elliott and Mike Hasselback. And the key thing here is, you train one way, you race one way. You cannot turn up, trained a certain way and then race a different way. So it's high risk, it's high reward. Love the strategy, love the aggression being shown here by the King's College crew, and then across there in lane 3, the Sacred Heart crew.
Well, it's a day like today, Mark, that those extra minutes before training and that extra time after training really come into it. I see the young people down on this lake right across the year. We've got schools from all over the country coming here training for weeks at a time. There were 4 and 5 week camps over Christmas this year ahead of this camp. And you see them out here grinding it, Mark. They're here early in the morning when it's -1 or -2, carrying their boats to the water. And they're here late in the afternoon for a second session when it's starting to cool down again.
I reckon what happens with how rowing get people involved, I reckon it's parents at home saying, if you don't behave, I'm going to make you row, because it is such a punishing sport. That is a way of disciplining your kids. And so I reckon all of these kids, and I say it tongue-in-cheek of course, have probably had a misspent youth up to a certain point and therefore been forced to take up the sport, because it is barbaric. You talk about the early mornings, you talk about the early starts, the level of commitment that we do see. It certainly is unique. So as we come through Alcatraz, we come through that 500 metre mark. Good performance coming from Marlborough Boys up there on top of screen, second from top. They're in lane 2. Outside of them, Sacred Heart College out of Auckland. Struggling a little bit with the pace is the St Kennigan crew. St Thomas of Canterbury, they're poised across there in lane 5, but it's still King's College in lane 6.
Beautiful day on the water, Mark, and this is, as I say, when all that training comes to fruition. Now, you asked me a little while ago about what it means to the town. Well, we're a town of somewhere between 1,300 and 1,500 people living in Twizel. So, obviously, to stay here for a Maadi Cup week, if you're not booked in now for next year or the next few years, you're going to be in Tekapo, you're going to be in Amarama, you're going to be in Otamatata. It fills this district, it fills the restaurants and the hotels, it sends our supermarkets through the roof. All our local businesses get a little taste of this. And it just brings a bit of life here, Mark. And it gives us now, with a team of around 20 rowers with the Twizel Rowing Club, a real reason as locals to come and sit down on the lakeside.
Well, Marlborough College there in lane 2 of Blake Campbell, Louis Girling, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. They're just starting to increase their stroke rate now. Who's going to make their move through this once we get to the 1,000-metre mark, which is coming up shortly? We talk so often about the strategy from the 1,000-metre mark to the 1,500-metre mark. That third 500, King's College still here in the fight. Both these crews that you're seeing here, form still looks good. Now it becomes tactical, Matt. It's at this point we start to see who's going to play their hand and how the other crews react and respond.
From what you've seen this week, Mark, what's this going to play out like? Who has been playing on stamina and who has been foxing?
Well, I think part of it, Matt, and you'll understand this, I think for a lot of these young men too, you know, they're still early in their sporting development, but who has slept well? Who's done the warm-downs correctly? Who's got the ice baths? Who's managed to get some good sleep? And sometimes that can be the subtle little difference. But it's been interesting because normally the more fancy crews start in the middle on seeding, but what we're seeing here now in lanes 2 and 3, we're seeing Marlborough Boys College and Sacred Heart of Auckland, Sacred Heart of George Marshall and Cole Ellis. So somewhat of a surprise here. But at some point, Matt, one of these crews, whether individually or collectively, one of them is going to go second is good enough. That's how much hurt and how much pain they're going to be in. So much of it is psychology.
Mark, I've heard you say in the past that there are those that can hit that barrier and continue to push and push and push regardless of the pain. And then there are those of us, Mark, who hit that barrier and we can't
wave the white flag.
Next step. We're gone. And we've seen it in this regatta. It can only take a little error, a missed step, so to speak, with an oar within 250 metres of the line, and things change.
Well, you imagine this is a technique-based sport, also a huge amount of endurance, but when you are both just physically and mentally spent, and then you're trying to concentrate on your technique, you're trying to make sure you get that clean blade entry, getting that connection, being able to connect the strokes. It doesn't take much for it to go wrong. Wonderful performance coming here from Marlborough Boys College. They are just running away with this one.
All this to think about, Mark, and also able to see their competition behind them now, thinking, let's keep it consistent. Let's not do anything we don't need to do. We can see what they're doing. And with, we must be coming up to the 500-metre mark now, Mark. They've got this race, but can they hang on to it?
Yeah, they can, and we have seen some crews just pop a little bit. There is an existential curve of fatigue. You'll hear me say, and I say it, I say it legitimately, you know, 2,000 metres and you sort of say 1,500 metres of hope and 500 metres of truth. And what I mean by that, you get to that critical threshold where every stroke after that, every 10 metres, the exponential curve of fatigue just increases dramatically. We're at that threshold now. And you still look at here, you still look at Sacred Heart, they're still in the fight, they're still chasing this Marlborough Boys College crew. It's mental fortitude now, it's the top 2 inches, it's the athletes who are prepared to suffer the most.
They'll be talking amongst themselves, will they, Mark? They'll be encouraging each other. We can either hang on and do it, push, or we need to lift. And this is the crew we're looking at now sitting in second place. They're saying to themselves, we need more. The question is, have they got?
Absolutely, and that's what it comes down to. They'll be playing the head game too in terms of dealing with the pain. 10 strokes, let's get through the next 10. Let's talk to each other. You know, and sometimes the mind's willing, the body's not. Sometimes the body might still have a little bit, but the head's not. So really good performance in this boys under 17 Coxless Pier. It is very much looking like it'll be a golden day for Marlborough Boys. It'll be a silver day for Sacred Heart, and still a very good battle for that bronze medal. Possibly King's College or Christchurch Boys High School out there in third place across the far side too. We've still got Marlborough Boys College in lane 2. In fact, Marlborough Boys leading, of course, in Kennigan's College across the far side. So that is lane 3 there of George Marshall and Cole Ellis. So much training goes into the sport. It is such a brutal regime. Look at the crowds in the background, Matt. Boy, they turn it on style here, don't they, in Twizel?
Oh, I thought the parade on Sunday, Mark, was sensational. Ended up with several thousand people in the middle of Twizel on the school fields. But looking at today, mind-blowing.
Okay, so it is Marlborough Boys who come down. They win gold. They win the Maadi Regatta Coxless Piers for under 17s. In silver medal, it will be Sacred Heart of Auckland. And then across here, and just confirm that lane for you. Pretty sure it is King's College. Or will it be, in fact, St Thomas of Canterbury, who will pick up, in fact, St Thomas of Canterbury, Darby Renata and Luca Damiani, who will pick up the bronze medal. But one of the most decisive victories we have seen comes in the form of Marlborough Boys. Well done to Blake Campbell, Louis Girling, their coaches of Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. Thoroughly deserved. And I've got to say, when you look at that performance, the depth in New Zealand rowing looks very good. Because, Matt, it's a wonderful sport, Ryan. The legacy that we see at the Olympic Games and the World Championships inspires the younger generation, but it's the younger generation that come through the Maadi Cup that continue to feed the top.
It has to work that way, Mark. It has to start here at regattas like this. Look, they took the lead and they really never looked like they were going to give it up. You could see on their faces at the end absolute exhaustion, but elation overtakes exhaustion, doesn't it? Whereas you look at the guys who have ended up in silver.
Let's just bet again. You're a local from Lake Twizel. You live in the region here, so you've got the rowing that brings people down. But in terms of Lake Ruataniwha, what are some of the other hobbies? Are there other reasons that people are drawn to it other than simply taking beautiful photographs?
This is a recreational lake, so it's a fishing lake, salmon and trout. It's a sailing lake, if you want to do that. And then over the summer season, it's speedboats, motorboats and the jet skis, Mark. It draws thousands of people, not just this lake, but most of the lakes from here down through the Waitaki Valley. A tremendous asset to the region.
Do you ever have to mow your lawns down here?
Well, you know, over
it's pretty dry though, isn't it?
Over spring, after we've had a snowy winter, and there is some moisture in the ground, we'll get growth. But it's only over that month or two at the start of spring, and then once it gets to heat up this year, we had months without rain, and I haven't had to mow mine since October.
And clearly, look, tourism through the Mackenzie country, the Mackenzie Basin is huge. Other industries within the region, you yourself are in the distilling business, making whiskies at the moment. You've been a cheesemaker down here. We know about the salmon that also comes out of the region. What are some of the other industries that continue to pump money into the region?
The biggest industry is the electricity industry and the maintenance of the hydro system. Hundreds of men and women involved in the electrical industry, just keeping those electric turbines turning over. But there's a big dairy industry here now, Mark, which has attracted, many dozens and dozens and dozens of workers. The salmon farms are the biggest, but next in line. And then it's the services and the trades of a growing town. A lot of young tradies have ended up down here. And if you drive around the region from central Twizel, it's subdivisions almost in every direction. And so the growth has seen a massive increase in tradies and young families in the district. And, while ever we continue to be able to host events like this and other big events down here on the lake and have these pictures transmitted around the world, I think we can attract people here. These kind of events are exactly what we need. And I wrote in our local paper recently, that this has gone from what they used to call the town of trees to the town of events. We've had 5 or 6 events since the start of the year, which have packed this town out, culminating in this one, of course, which is by far and away the biggest event that takes place in this district any time of the year.
Well, Matt Gunn, it's been an absolute privilege. Matt, formerly a sports commentator in his own right, used to spend a lot of time on radio sport as well these days, lives down here in Twizel. Lovely to have him come in just as a guest commentator for that particular race and explain and tell a little bit more about this Mackenzie Basin, the region of Twizel. And of course, we encourage people to come down here on holidays, enjoy it. You've seen how blue that water is. Take a dive in it in summer. Don't just look at it, live it, feel it, breathe it. And of course, then drive through to Queenstown, Wanaka and take in the whole beautiful part of the South Island. You are watching live coverage of the Aon Maadi Regatta. Still to come, we have got a number of A finals, and the next one that we're looking forward to bringing you is the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. That is set to go shortly. That'll feature Wanganui High School, Marlborough Girls College, Mount Aspiring College, Wellington Girls College, Ashburton, Cashmere, Marion and Diocesan School for Girls.
Right, Dean, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I'm all
It seems more and more high-stakes decisions are ending up in my hands. While still at the challenge, I worry some decisions might not get the attention they deserve. Working with Aon means I've got their whole team in my corner, with advanced analytics and expert insights that put things in the right context. It's the gut check I need to stay on top of it all. Better decisions. Aon.
Well, welcome back into live coverage on day 2 of the Maadi Regatta. It is finals day and we are so looking forward to this particular race. Alongside of me, a man who represented New Zealand at the Olympic Games back in 2000, Alex Kennedy. Alex, it's the girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, Wanganui High School, Marlborough Girls College, Mount Aspiring College, Wellington Girls College, Ashburton College, Cashmere. What a wonderful regatta they've had. Marion College and of course Diocesan School for Girls.
Yeah, competing for the Noel Lynch Trophy, a very coveted trophy here, under 18 quad. Obviously there's a shot of the under 18 double and single champ Emma Baggery with Ella Barr stroking the Wellington Girls College. Well, it will be interesting to see. They are in the middle lane, so they are one of the best qualifiers there, alongside Ashburton and Lake Hood, Mount Aspiring from Wanaka. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Sophie Gibson, silver medalist in the 18 single, could bring to the Ashburton quad here. Tegan Merritt with the reins. Yeah, Cashmere, like we said, they're the under 17 quad champs and they're doubling up in the under 18. Marion's had a great week and looking forward to Wanganui High School, Axel Dickinson's girls in lane 1.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, just like a bunch of coiled springs now set to go, and so a lot of nerves. You'll see a lot of the athletes, won't you, Alex, at times almost yawning, and you think, can you be any more relaxed? But that is actually just a sign of nerves as much as anything. Yeah, for sure. Like, just interesting what the body tends to do when it's under that outside distress, and yawning is a very common one. I know Tom Murray, Olympic gold medalist, we saw Marlborough boys just win the 17 pair. He was a big grinner in the start blocks, loved to smile before a race, even though he was as nervous as he'll ever be. Tom Murray was loved to smile in the start blocks, even at the Olympics, when I rode the pair with him. So it's very interesting to see what comes out on the start blocks. And we're about to get underway here with the maroon and gold of Cashmere. See if they can double up and do the 17 and 18 quad. Yeah, Cashmere get underway. That is Thea Murdy, Ellery Clare, Abby Higgins, Poppy Wyndham, Hazel Brown, the Cox. Their coaches are Matt Allen, Joe Young. They've got away to a very good start. But also we've got Ashburton in 5. And then also getting a very good start across there in lane 3, Mount Aspiring College of Sienna Marsden, Lola Ritchie, Anika Massey, Annie Wells, Caroline Smith, their Cox. Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on young Wanganui High School in lane 1 there. Robin Van Dyke, she's just 16 years old, stroked Aramoho Wanganui to a bronze in the senior quad. But Ruby Armishaw, Beatrice Douglas, Te Atakura, Portaka, Osborne Milner Scudder, and Lauren Davies with the reins in the coxswain set there on the far right, as we see this picturesque turquoise on display here. And we switch to the barge on the side to get a glimpse of lane 4, Wellington Girls College, right next to them, Mount Aspiring, the girls from Wanaka, my mistake, the black and the gold. And now we are coming up to the island of Alcatraz, as it's affectionately known, the 500 metre mark. That'll be the first little mark that they will be trying to knock off mentally. Let's talk about the under 18. So at this point, they've been rowing for 2 or 3 years. They bring in a little bit more experience. They've probably got a few more layers of training behind them, so they probably understand the recovery side of it a little bit better. They understand the tactical side of it. How much more tactical is it at an under 18 level, say, versus what we might see at an under 15 level? Well, the speed is a lot more known when it comes to the 4 years deep, essentially, for a lot of these girls in the under 18. So having a good game plan that everyone feels comfortable with and they've talked about and they've tinkered with through the season is incredibly important. You can see the Buzzy Bee from Ashburton right there in the middle there, travelling well. So it's Sienna Skilling, Rosa Armstrong, Honor Bradford, Sophie Gibson, Tegan Merritt from Lake Hood and Mid Canterbury. And shortly we'll try and see if we can go down our barge and at some point maybe pick up what the some of the noise coming off the boat from the Cox, because the Cox play such a key role in this race. They're the ones that bark out the instructions. They're the ones that have got eyes on everybody else, those little instructions. And it's also understanding your rower, understanding the instructions they want to hear. Do you want to scream? Do you want to use colourful language? Do you need to use more motivational type language? Yes, the colourful language, always. That always punches through. We might not just take live coverage off the boat then, just purely for she'll be right. Breaking reasons. But yeah, you can understand too. But I can't imagine when you're in 250 metres to go and you've got bonfires in the arms and razor blades attacking the lungs. All I want is quiet. I don't need anybody screaming at me. No, love a good yell with 100 to go. Yeah. And you see there, Wellington Girls College, Mount Aspiring letting out early, but there comes the class of this Wellington Girls College outfit. They were the fastest through the heats. You've got Emma Baggery, the 18 single scull champion, who we saw was dominated in 3-seat there. Now, talk to us a little bit about the setup of the Cox. So we've got some boats there where we've got the Cox sitting in the bow, and we've got others where the Cox are sitting in the stern. Yeah, so correct. There's a stern Cox boat there from Ashburton and yellow boat. So you've got the coxswain from Ashburton as Tegan Marriott with the reins. So she's sitting facing
Sienna Skilling there in stroke seat, and then right in the foreground you've got Cashmere. You've got tucked into more of a sleeve cockpit behind the bow
So the
seat.
question, why? Why have they gone with the stern coxswain?
Stern coxswain, you can see the crew quite obviously, so you can see the technique. You can gain some few things in there with the insights from the coxswain, but from the bow seat, maybe a little bit more aerodynamic and just a little bit more. Maybe if your stroke seat isn't used to looking at a coxswain, it can be a bit daunting staring someone in the face while you're trying to race.
Now we're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. This is where we expect some of these crews to play their card, that third 500 metre mark, and it is still developing into a very good race in this girls under 18 quadruple sculls, and it is across there still in lane 5 at the moment, Ashburton College, and in fact it is lane 4, and that is lane 6 in fact, Cashmere High School.
Yeah, the Hiamo from Cashmere, the foot of the Port Hills. Those Cashmere girls, they've started slow a few times, but they've always rattled home, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Cashmere and the Maroon and Gold can do. These are the under 17 quad champions from yesterday, so they're backing up with 2 under 16s on board that won the 16 quad this morning.
So Wellington Girls College it is, in fact. And
exactly.
There it is, and there
but
is
Cashmere. The big movers through that K, a lot of predicted and premeditated moves through the 1K, and that's Cashmere's coming through. They knew they had to stay close because Wellington are very strong in the second half.
Right, let's contrast the form of the rowers here. Are you seeing anything? Are we seeing any boats starting to maybe just waver a little bit? Any particular rowers who are just succumbing to the fatigue, or are they all looking fairly balanced, still looking pretty good from what we saw through that first 500? Because you certainly do sense now there is a big challenge coming here from Cashmere High School.
Yeah, Cashmere, they were rating a little bit lower than everyone else. They do have a nice little long, soft out the front, so they do get over Poppy Woodham leading the stroke there. She was in the South Island team last year and she's doing a great job there. They've kind of come, not out of nowhere per se, but they've come from a long way back. Those Wellington girls, though, they've been travelling well all season. You've got some strong contenders in the stern double there. They won their 18 double yesterday, and the Bagger winning the single, but you can just see how long they are up front with those Wellingtonians. They'll be loving this flat water, rapid into the water, long hang, not much of a swing back, which you don't need in a quad.
Yeah, well, now they're going to start to come in front of this large crowd of people, well above 10,000 people as the day builds, and they'll be looking to just get that little bit of a lift here, getting that little bit of a pick up, asking for their fellow schoolmates, their teammates, their community to just give them that little bit of a pick up, and it can come down to the smallest of margins. But look at this, what a wonderful race beginning to develop. We'll get Wellington Girls College across there in 4, but they're now under siege from Cashmere High School. Cashmere looking to try and increase their rating. Is it a case of them moving quicker through the water, or is it a case here of Wellington Girls College just starting to decelerate?
Well, as I alluded to before, they were rating a little bit lower, so that might gain a little bit of flexibility for the girls from Cashmere to go up through the levels a little bit more, potentially, than Wellington, coming to the last 500 metres here. But Poppy, Abby, Aleri, Thea and Hazel doing a great job this morning, yesterday, and how they come again. Maroon and Gold from the foot of the Port Hills. Cashmere crushing it again, going up against the capital city girls, Wellington College.
Well, we talk about it, 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth. We're starting to approach that threshold. That's where the exponential curve fatigue kicks in. Every 10 metres after that, that pain just tends to go to that next level. One of these crews will start to say second is good enough. Who will flinch first? Who can no longer tolerate this pain? We are down to 2 very good crews. It is Wellington Girls College and 4 Cashmere. Ashburton still hanging tough there. Wonderful performance from them. And this is the crowd we're talking about. Here comes that big lift. Here comes that tribalism that is just so famous with this Aon Maadi Regatta.
Yeah, they're moving very fast, Cashmere, but they're not going to wiggle on. We're about to hit 100 to go here. So they are running out of room, but they are canvas down. Cashmere, Wellington. Wellington led the way all the way from the 500 metre mark. Cashmere slowly but surely have worked their way up. And the Hiamo, the Maroon and Gold of Cashmere, are walking up alongside. Can they do the double? Can they get the 16, 17 and 18 quad? Cashmere, it's going on their line. Bow ball. Joe Young's girls are out there again. Under 18 quad, Cashmere. They're going to take it on the line. Cashmere get the 16, 17 and 18 quad for the Nolan's Trophy. Holy cow.
Yeah, wonderful race. The timing, the precision, the no compromise from Cashmere High School. You've got to feel for the girls from Wellington Girls. They left everything out there. We talk about just smallest of percentages separating 1, 2 and 3. We look at the time of that race, well over 7.5 minutes or 7.5 minutes, and it is separated probably by less than 1/10 of a second. Unbelievable. Wow, what a wonderful race from our under 18 Cox quadruple scullers. Congratulations goes to Cashmere High School. Congratulations goes to Wellington Girls, and well done to Ashburton College on picking up the bronze medal.
remorseless. That was so cold-blooded from Kashmir. That's unreal. They were a length down with the K to go and an under-18 quad, so for them to do that is just the belief, the communication from the coxswain there, Hazel Bound, just inspirational stuff. Shout out to Joe Young and Matt Allen and Lewis Meats and Molly Judson, the coaching staff out of Kashmir. That's special to do those 3 quads in 2 days. Unreal.
Well, folks, stay around. Still plenty of finals to come here at the Aon Maadi Regatta. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Counting down to the Levin Jubilee Cup, the Women's 8, set to go around 4:30 this afternoon, followed by the 77th running of the great race, the Aon Maadi Cup for the Boys 8.
The winner of the bronze medal for the boys under 17 coxless pair, St Thomas of Canterbury. In this crew we have Darby Renata and Luca Damiani. They're coached by Paddy Darling, their time 7:22.63, St Thomas of Canterbury. The winners of the silver medal for the boys under 17 coxless pair, Sacred Heart College. Well done to George Marshall and Cole Ellis, who are coached by Mike O'Brien. Their time 7:13.76. Congratulations, Sacred Heart. And now the 2024 Aon Maadi Boys Under 17 Coxless Pair Champions, Marlborough Boys College. Please step forward. Blake Campbell. Louis Gerling. And they're coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. Their time 7:10.22. So a big thank you to Mount Cook Alpine Salmon. Well done, St Thomas of Canterbury, bronze medal winners. Silver medalist, Sacred Heart. Big round of applause, please, for our champions, Marlborough Boys College.
If you go across there, you see them. Yeah. Just turn your middle around.
What?
Turn your middle around.
What?
There you go.
Oh.
Okay, lovely. Looking this way. Over there, nice. Okay.
Very good. Wait there, please. All right, Sacred. Windy. Coach on the outside's good.
What do you want to? Do you take a knee or?
Okay, everyone take one step forward, please. One more.
This way. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what I can do.
Yep, yep. All right. Okay. So this one's all, so
Finals day of the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024. Our next final, one of the real blue ribbon events again. It is the boys under 18 double sculls. Shirley Boys High School will start in lane 1. Hotumotai out of Tauranga will start in 2. John McGlashan College in lane 3. Timaru Boys High School start in lane 4. Wakatipu High School, the defending champions, start in lane 5. The Maida Pukekohe High School, great to see them in another A final. They start in 6. It's been a good day already for Maclean's College. They start in 7. And then the school out of East Auckland, Glendowie College, start in lane 8. Lane 6, this is the crew out of Pukekohe, Cohen Robinson and Jimmy Steenson, coached by Brett Henry. And they will do a lot of their training down in Mercer because Pukekohe very much at the Auckland side of the Bombay Hills, but at the base. Alongside of me in commentary, we have Alex Kennedy, Olympic Games rower, a member of the 8 back in 2016. Alex, another exciting race, plenty of form, number of athletes that competed individually in the individual under 18 sculls, now having to try and back it up.
Yeah, you've got the gold medalist Dimmock from Maclean's, he's in there with Tarl. You've got Bartlett from Timaru, and you've got these two young lads here, Xavier Small and Ashton White. Xavier Small won this event last year with Marley King-Smith, but these two in the double won the 17 double last year. They are the fastest qualifiers, and they're going up against their old rivals from South Canterbury, Timaru. John McGlashan, don't write them off. Matthew O'Meara and Angus Lowe. Matt O'Meara got a bronze in the 18 single this morning with a fine finish, so lots of talent all over the park. Zane Cook and Frank Eisen making the under 18 double and pair, so a lot of versatility and talent coming from the boys from Glendowie and St George's Rowing Club. Pierre Journey, Matt Ryder, Simon Albury, great coach of Otamotai. And the boys from Christchurch, Noah Visser and Flynn Hutchison-Ray, as we're underway for the top under 18 event here, or under 18 double, so top sculling from the boys at the Maadi Cup.
Yeah, good start coming from John McGlashan College of Matthew O'Meara and Angus Lowe there in lane 3, so that's to right of screen, 3 in from the right, and then starting down here, also having a very good start, lane 7 as expected, Maclean's College featuring the individual sculling champion James Dimmock, and then also Wakatipu of Ashton White, Xavier Small as mentioned, Xavier Small, defending champion, part of a different crew this year, but fastest qualifier, so good even start, but already starting to see the strategy here being played out by Wakatipu. They want to get out quick, they want to dictate terms, they want to just put a little bit of pressure on those other crews and say we're defending champions for a reason.
Yeah, I've said it quite a few times this week with the Wakatipu group, but I really admire the amount of speed that they carry through the second half of their drive with their leg and their whip around the back turn with their very dynamic body swing late in the drive. It's an extremely attractive way of sculling, and these boys have got it down pat with Small and White. And leading the way though, John McGlashan, O'Meara and Lowe, they've been flying down south, like absolutely really lethal. They went up to Christmas Regatta and did a real good job up there too, so Matt O'Meara will be feasting after his bronze in the single there. But the boys from Deaton are doing really well leading out in lane 3.
Yeah, I want to talk about Maclean's College. We've got James Dimmock in there. We saw how good he was today in that under-18 individual sculls. He won it and against a world-class field, or certainly one of the best fields we've seen assembled at an Aon Maadi Regatta. He's got Logan Turrell in there. I don't know much about Logan, but clearly he's not going to be as strong as James. So when you've got that dynamic, how do you work that? Are you only as good as your slowest rower, or can you somehow through your own ability lift them?
Absolutely not. It's a partnership. It's 50-50. Yes, James Dimmock is a very fast single sculler. That doesn't mean that he's any better than Logan in a crew boat. Like some single scullers, all they do is single scull, and the rhythm that they have in the single doesn't really transfer to crew boat. So the fact that Turrell and Dimmock can jump in this boat and go fast is a testament just as much to Dimmock as it is to Turrell.
Okay, so here we've got the John McGlashan College crew of Matthew O'Meara and Angus Lowe. And so they've gone out to a boat length lead at the moment over the defending champions out of Wakatipu. Really good race developing back here. All the other crews, you could probably throw a blanket over them at the moment. Coming up to that 750 metre mark, so starting to approach almost halfway through this race. And so is it a risk John McGlashan are doing here, or is it a calculated risk?
Oh, these guys are extremely familiar with the Twice or Lake Ruatanawha here. They know it like the back of their hand. They've been up here many a times. They've probably done some camps here. So, no, I don't. This is calculated. They want to go out there and take it by the scruff of the neck. They know the quality that sits behind them in Wakatipu. Timaru boys, they are back, but we've seen Timaru boys time and time again come through in the single, the 17-4, and the younger boots there with the under 15 quad.
Which says that that is a systematic way they are being coached. So do watch an eye on lane 4, Timaru boys. They're currently sitting back there, probably in 4th at the moment, but they are poised. They are set. Maclean's College currently sitting in 3rd there in lane 7. All eyes though across there in lane 3 on John McGlashan College, and then it's Wakatipu in lane 5. So Wakatipu now, they'll just want to start to increase their stroke rate, just see if they can pull back, walk up alongside of that crew in lane 3. We are through the 1,000 metre mark, so the water just starts to become even glacier here. Absolutely idyllic conditions. Good form being shown by this crowd of John McGlashan College.
Yeah, these John McGlashan boys, no uncertain terms, we're looking for a little bit of revenge, because they were actually silver medalists from the under 17 double last year against Xavier Small and Ashton White. So these two know each other extremely well. Amira and Lowe, like I said, have been on fire down here in the south, and they're bringing that form to the Maadi Cup final here, the 18 boys double. We're looking to Dimmock though, as we talked about, the big blue cross of Timaru boys. Bartlett, the silver medalist who came flying home the 18 single, he was collapsed on the ground behind the podium before he got that medal, but he's recovered really, really well with Blake Parker and brother Liam and the coaching staff getting these boys through. 12:50 to run, and they're walking up alongside the red, white and blue of Maclean's College.
Yeah, they are indeed. So Maclean's, tough day, tough crew, but here come the might of Timaru boys. Just what a wonderful school, such a great history. The likes of Jack Lovelock have come through the school. You go back to the likes of Dick Taylor, two of the hardest that have ever taken part in any sport. Of course, Tom Walsh in more recent times, shot put through a number of All Blacks, some wonderful rowers that have come out of it, and these two looking to try and add to the legacy of that very, very famous school. But Maclean's now starting to respond. They start to pick it up too, so we're starting to see a good kick come in here from Maclean's College. Gutsy performance being shown by their Dimmock. You can see who won the individual sculls earlier today, but I've got to say, John McGlashan College just have not looked like they are going to slow down. They are just starting to row away with this. 500 metres to go, Alex. Form still looks really good too.
Yeah, this is mean. They've been so rapid down south. I'm so happy for these guys to be doing what they're doing, because this is a super tough field, and to be out like this, enjoying it on the flat water, they'll be absolutely buzzing. A few of my boys raced in this year, and we came up against them very strong at Otago champs, Canterbury champs in South Island, so I'm pretty familiar with these John McGlashan boys, and I didn't think they were going to be this far ahead, but I thought they were in shot with the gold, and Matt O'Meara just has a big old look around, almost doing a 180 with his neck to see where he's at on the course there. There's the Wakatipu boys, Xavier Small and Ashton White doing proud from Lake Hayes. Third though, I'm expecting a fight from Maclean's. Dimmock did a great job in the single to hold on, and he's looking left because he's got a familiar face of Bartlett trying to chase him down just like the single. So we've got Maclean's, Timaru, meeting the sandwich there is the Pukekohe boys, so it's Eric Murray's old school, Brooke Donoghue on the bow there, Olympic silver medalist, she's going to Paris this year, and here comes another one from Mercer. Great racing for the bronze medal. Look out, Timaru.
Yeah, a really good race, but what a display this is. And at this point now, it's just a simple case of holding good form, maintaining your concentration, staying upright, dominant display. And well done to John McGlashan College of Matthew O'Meara, Angus Lowe, their coaches Dylan Davis and Jack McLaughlin. They're going to come down, they're going to comfortably win this gold medal, and then it's going to be really very much the race for second, and looking like it will be Maclean's College at this point. Maclean's of Logan Turrell, James Dimmock, coached by Alan Vest and Martin O'Brien. Big challenge still coming across there in lane 4 from Timaru boys, but they might just run out a little bit out of real estate or a little bit out of water, but coming down to take this gold medal in emphatic fashion. It's John McGlashan College. They'll win gold at the Aon Maadi Regatta, and then it will be the likes of Wakatipu High School, I think, picking up the silver, and then out here in the far lane, Maclean's College, the bronze medal.
Yeah, well, outstanding toughness again from James Dimmock. He'd be getting, not PTSD, but he'd be getting a little bit sick of watching Bartlett chase him down in that last 100 metres, but didn't get him again. Dimmock holds on for bronze there, but man, that was unreal from, not unreal actually, it was very realistic from Lowe and O'Meara. These guys have been super quick this year. We've seen their speed in the last, under 17 and under 16 years as well. So good to see the tricolours are Dunedin. You see John McGlashan College. Great to see them take a gold here after getting the bronze from Maadi this morning. So that'll be a popular win down south here in the under 18 boys double scull.
I hope you are enjoying coverage here on finals day of the Aon Maadi Regatta. We're still counting down to the two big eights races that bring the Aon Maadi Regatta to a close. It'll be the Levin Jubilee Cup that is set to go around about 20 to 5, and then at 10 to 5 it is the Aon Maadi Cup for the Boys 8, the 77th running of the Great Race. Coming up next, we have another number of under 15 races which we can't cover, so we will be back round about 2:30, and we will bring you the first race of the day, and after that will be the girls under 17 double sculls. It'll feature Marlborough Girls College, Dunstan High School, Marion College, St Paul's Collegiate, St Peter's School, Wanganui High School, Tauranga Girls College and Diocesan School for Girls. In the meantime, we'll take you back to the medal presentations. Another wonderful moment for Cashmere High School.
Very successful regatta for Ashburton. Well done, Ashburton College. The winners of the silver medal for the under 18 Coxed Quad, Wellington Girls College. Congratulations to Sophie Jones, Annabelle Sterling, Emma Bagri, Ella Barr, Cox and Emily Mora, and they're coached by Catherine Duffin. Their time 7:17.75. So well done, silver medal winners, Wellington Girls College. And now the Aon Maadi Girls Under 18 Coxed Quad Champions for 2024, Cashmere High School. Please step forward, Thea Murdy. Larry Clare. Abby Higgins. Poppy Wyndham. Coxon Hazel Baum. And coaches Matt Allen and Joe Young. Before we hand over the trophy, I would just like to point out that Thea, O'Leary, Hazel and coaches Matt and Joe were gold medal winners in the girls under 16, 17 and 18 quad, and that's the first time that that has been achieved in our rowing history. So big round of applause. Pretty special. So well done Ashburton College on your bronze medal, Wellington Girls College for your silver. We will now present the Noel Lynch Trophy, thank you David Mates, to Cashmere High School.
Yeah, that big else.
Timothy.
I got 3 pieces of bacon in there and onions. Just over 100, so it should be an exciting day.
Giving anything a try.
The coxswain usually does a jiggly thing, pushing back and forth. Yeah.
We're just getting the course set up.
Try to get it as lined as possible.
And it's not choppy.
We're on the quad and yeah, we'll be into it.
2 false starts. You get one of these.
First time. Hope we don't crash. A little bit of snack talk, never hurt anyone.
Who's going?
On the Manaboon Dam, just that little slither on the ice. Very, very dry in Mackenzie country. There is no fire risk, of course, so we hope that you people have not been using your barbecues. Also, earlier on I'd mentioned about bikes going up and down. It's extremely dangerous. You are not allowed to do it, and I have seen some rowing competitors going up and down that highway on their bikes. That is not allowed, certainly in this 500. From the 500 to go mark down to the finish. If you have had something to eat, I saw it also yesterday. I saw somebody who had something to eat. They dropped the rubbish on the ground. They stood up and walked away. We would think that you're a wee bit more responsible than that. So make sure you take it out with you. And we haven't had the opportunity to tell somebody off because the dog's not on a lead at this regatta. Well done, guys. Special thanks to all the parents and coaches and managers that have been putting the crews on the water. I don't think anyone has missed the start at this regatta. None that I know of has gone and missed the start. So you've obviously done a pretty good job, do you? So we'll go back to the race. 4:27, girls under 15 coxed. They'll go through in just over 7 minutes, 7:14, 7:20 mark. For the under 15s, might even go quicker. Got the gun crews, Rangi Ruru, the number 1, the number 2 crew in the middle. Waikato Dyerson will be strong. Hamilton girls out of lane number 6, and St Margaret's out of lane number 2. All the gun schools are rowing. The pop-up buoy, the bow is just hanging onto the pop-up buoy. Once they let the pop-up buoy go, they'll be in the start, ready to go. These 8-packers just take a wee bit more to get up and going than what the singles and the doubles and the coxless pairs and even the quads do. They sit deep in the water. As you can see, we talked about the blades buried under the water. Look on the big screen, you'll just see that all those blades are halfway up out of the water. The girl in the bow seat knows what she's doing. She's got her blade under the water. You've got to have it under the water. Coaches, you should be teaching the kids this. They're away. 40 strokes per minute out of the 2,000 metre blocks. We're down the eastern end of the lake. What conditions? We're live streaming to the world. And they're seeing it. An awful lot of Maadi Cup ex-rowers are sending in emails about how wonderful it is, the coverage they're giving us from the guys from the drone. They're doing the drones from down the 1,000 metre peg there. If you have a chance, go down and just see what they have to do in the tent at the 1,000 metre peg. Nobody's gone out at all at this stage. They're all still in their start zone. They're still all up and around the 38, 37 mark. They'll be just starting to swing over now. The big yellow boat down the inside just starting to swing over a little bit. That's Epsom Granna down on the inside. Oh, nobody stick their nose out. It looks like at this stage it's coming from lane number 3. He's got about a foot advantage. Waikato Dyerson has got about a foot. They've gone out to 2 feet. The big yellow boat in front of them, that will be Epsom Grammar, has gone with them out of lane number 1. Canvas back to lane 2. St Margaret's, they'll come back into it. St Margaret's are only a canvas away from Rangi Ruru's number 2 crew, who've gone out very quickly as well. Rangi Ruru number 1 crew just a quarter of a length behind them. Quarter of a length back to Hamilton girls, and ahead of Hamilton girls by a canvas is Dyerson Girl School for Girls, and Barradine would only be a canvas back from them at all. We're looking at about 3/4 of a length separating the whole 8 crews as we head down to the first 500. The island. Oh, now it's coming from a different lane. It's coming from lane number 4. 1 foot 2 feet out of lane number 4, which is the crew from Rangi Ruru number 2. Oh, they want to show that they should have been numbered number 1. And the number 1 crew is right alongside them on their right shoulder, only about 3 girls back. Then the action's coming. It's coming out of 4. It's 4 the Rangi Ruru. Right alongside them, Rangi 2 on the left-hand side, Waikato Dio. There's only a canvas separating a half a length, those 3 crews, and then we go out wide. They're in the firing line. Dyerson School for Girls and Barradine right out wide. Epsom Girls went away nice and quickly there. Big yellow 8-pack is still sitting there. And just back, St Margaret's number 1 crew, only a half a length away from there. Oh, talked about the fire risk. There's going to be real fire risk going out here. It's going to be crackers. Lane number 4's now gone out to half a canvas lead over 5. That's Rangi Ruru's 2 over Rangi Ruru 1. Who's coxswain 2? She'll be getting excited. Young Charlie Ward. Charlie Ward out of the number 2 crew, and the coxswain is Grace O'Connor out of the number 1 crew. So it's seat racing going on for Rangi, but there's 1 crew they've got to pick up yet. It's the Rangi's number 2 crew. Number 1's getting a little closer to them now. It's bringing on the other side of them, Waikato Dio. St Margaret's only a half a length off Waikato Dio. Epsom Girls only a half a length off them. And we come down to the right-hand side of the leaders, and right out wide is Barradine. Got a slight advantage over Dyerson School for Girls. And Hamilton Girls about a half a length back from there. Heading towards that 1,000 metre peg, they go through it. They go through the 1,000-metre peg. That's where the drones are driven by, and it is Rangiruru. The multicoloured boat and the gold hats are Rangiruru. You can put a spirit level across the top of all their heads, and the little bubble would be right in between the two markers. No tall one, no short one. All the same size. They're all doing their work. You can just see the work they're doing for the under-15s. Right alongside them, their number one crew. Just a little bit of a break in the number one crew and one of the bodies, that's all. Gosh, what a strong squad they have in the under-15s coming out of Rangiruru. Then on the left-hand side of them is Waikato Dyerson. They're now down 3/4 of a length from the two Rangi crews. Can Rangi go 1-2 in the under-15s? What will they go through the course in? 7:15, quicker or slower? Then we come out wide, 2 out from Rangiruru. We go to Dyerson School for Girls. They're 3/4 of a length down over the two Rangi crews. And then we go out to Barradine from there. Go back into the inside. Epsom Grammar trying to hang on to. St. Margaret's came up alongside Epsom Grammar and put their nose in front of them. But it's the two Rangi crews that you've got to get hold of, guys. They're going exceptionally well. The discipline is of the highest standard from these two crews. They're under-15s, and the adrenaline runs in the under-15s, and you generally will get somebody to look out of the boat, jerk their shoulders. Oh, the number one crew's starting to pick the two crew up. They've opened up almost clear water now over Waikato Dyerson. Waikato Dyerson over Dyerson School for Girls out wide. That's where the bronze medal could come from. It's going to be who takes the gold. Then we go right out. That's Barradine's hanging on to Dyerson School for Girls. And then we go right out the far side. We've got St. Margaret starting to come into it from the slow start. Epsom Girls just drifting ever so slightly. Can the number one crew get up on the number two crew? It's still down only a canvas. It's only a canvas away now, the number one crew. The number two crew's got a beautiful run on their boat. Like I say, you can bang that spirit level across the top of the heads. You can do the same with the number one crew. Seat racing for the coaches. That's all it is. Who's going to go bronze? And bronze going out, Barradine out wide. On their left-hand shoulder is the crew from Dyerson School for Girls. And down there for Waikato Dyer, I think Waikato Dyer are up into third place, but pressure coming on them from St. Margaret's. Where are the St. Margaret's supporters? They're coming up alongside Waikato, down on the inside, Waikato Dyer for the bronze medal. I can't see them picking up the bronze, the gold and the silver now, the two of them. The number one crew's not going to get the number two crew. Oh, the hand speed's quite slow on both those two Rangi crews. They've got to learn to come up, guys. You've got to come up. The number one crew's starting to go now, but the number two crew have got a beautiful run on the boat. Number two crew go now. They go now. They've gone out to a canvas, just over a canvas, almost a half a length. And look at St. Margaret's fly down on the inside. Can Waikato Dyer hang on to it? St. Margaret's is all going to be in Christchurch Diocese. Right down in the inside, Waikato Dyerson trying to hang out the fast finishing St. Margaret's. After that slow start, they're getting to them with every stroke, St. Margaret's. It's won. The number one crew's taken the silver medal. Waikato Dyo's taken the bronze medal. Wowee, the 8 racing. We'll just see if we can pick the time up for you. Ian's come in. He's going to take over shortly. He's going to see if we can get the time. Great racing. Girls under 15. The disciplines of both those Rangi crews were the highest standard from all crews in the race.
Well, welcome once again on this most beautiful Maadi afternoon. One of the best Maadi days we've had for a while. This is the Boys Under 18 Double Sculls. It is sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company, who look after Wintec Racing, King Racing, Rose Up and Bat Logic, and we thank Nick Dorr from Aotearoa Racing, Aotearoa Boat Company, who've been here to present the medals. Thank you, Nick. Nick himself, a rower, rode at the World Champs as a lightweight in 2012 and 2017, so he knows what it's like to be on the podium. The winners of the bronze medal for the boys under 18 double sculls, Maclean's College. Well done to Logan Turrell and James Dimmick. They are coached by Alan Bester and Martin O'Brien. Their time 6:55.73. Well done, Maclean's College. The winners now of the silver medal for the boys under 18 double sculls, Wakatipu High School. Congratulations to Ashton White and Xavier Small, who are coached by John Morrison. Their time 6:53.21. Congratulations, Wakatipu High School. Now, the Aon Maadi Boys Under 18 Double Scull Champions for 2024, John McGlashan College. Receiving the first gold medal, Matthew O'Meara. And a gold medal for Angus Lowe. They are coached by Dylan Davis and Jack McLaughlin. Their time 6:49.74. A big thank you once again to Nick Dorr from Aotearoa Boat Company. Well done, Maclean's College, on your bronze medal. Wakatipu High for silver. Big round of applause as we hand the Morris Jones Cup to our champions, John McGlashan College.
Coach on either side, please.
7:14, and then Waikato Dyson went through in 7:15. That shows you how close it was. Just another call out to the mascot dance-off, guys. Don't forget the mascot dance-off. Go down to the podium at 2:20. And it looks very much like there's a big group down there with the old T-shirt swap. And like I say, if you're cunning enough to try and get 2 for 1, only cheeky little coxswains will be good enough to do that. Right, your program moves on to 4:28, which is the boys under 15 Cox 4. 2 more calls here for Millsy for the week. Ian's coming on, and he will also do that mascot dance-off for you. So wiggle it, get yourself ready to wiggle. The B final of the boys under 15, Cox 4, Timaru boys in 1, Westlake boys in 2, Christchurch boys number 2 crew in 3, Gisborne boys high school in 4, St Thomas of Canterbury in 5, Wellington College in 6, St Thomas of Canterbury's 2 crew in 7, and King's College number 2 crew out in lane number 8. They've just gone through the 500 metre island, and it is absolutely brilliant water conditions down through the lake. All 8 crews have gone to the start. Going out of lane number 2 is the White of Westlake. They are swinging along very nicely in this B final. And into the middle of the course, there's nothing separating the crews from Christchurch boys, Gisborne and St Thomas of Canterbury. Even Wellington's right in there in this first 600-700 metres of the course. There's just a little bit of a drop off by about, I would say, a length on the outside crew, which is King's College number 2 crew, and there's a little drop off coming out of lane number 1 as well, Timaru Boys High School, which is quite unusual to see the white singlets and the blue braces dropping off a field, but there'll be a couple of learning boys out there, I would imagine. So it's coming out of lane number 4. It's lane number 4 who would have most likely a 3/4 of a length advantage. That's Gisborne Boys High School over St Thomas of Canterbury. They are the two in the middle of the course. St Thomas of Canterbury are bringing with them Wellington College. And then the St Thomas of Canterbury second crew's getting along very nicely out wide as well. So two St Thomas of Canterbury's. Jammed up between the both of them is Wellington College, but they're 3/4 of a length off the two St Thomas of Canterbury's. And the crew on the left-hand shoulder is Gisborne Boys High School. That's the crew that they've got to catch. And this the B final of the boys under 15 Cox 4. Out here in a brilliant day, brilliant water conditions in the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. We appreciate your sponsorship, Aon. The crowd are around there, half the staff are around there. They closed up all the doors in the Aon offices for this day. They're all around there having lunch in the Aon tent. Meridian Energy also got their tent there. I don't know if there's anybody in it, but you can go and see them about a job after you leave school if you want to as well. It's coming out of lane number 5. It's St Thomas of Canterbury taking over the lead from the Gisborne Boys. The Gisborne Boys trying to stick in there with St Thomas of Canterbury. Wellington in between the two St Thomas of Canterbury rowers. St Thomas of Canterbury, Wellington, oh, there's nothing out there at all. The right-hand side of St Thomas of Canterbury is Wellington. There's nothing between St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Wellington and St Thomas of Canterbury 2. We'll take a look down the inside and you see the white also of West Lakes. They got away very well. We picked them up through that first 500. They were in the firing line as well. Westlake, nobody's really dropped off with anything. Just the inside and the outside lanes are just a couple of lengths back from the bunch in the middle. You've got to be good to be in a B final, and if you can be in the 1, 2, 3 in the B final, you may not get a biscuit around your neck, but you also, we will respect what you've done, and I'm sure everybody will be very proud of you as well. It's out there, St Thomas of Canterbury. It's Wellington putting the pressure on the two St Thomas of Canterbury crews. They've gone past their number 1 crew. They're gunning for their number 2 crew that's out wide, Wellington. So it's Wellington. It looks like there's nothing between Wellington, St Thomas of Canterbury, number 2. They go to Wellington. Wellington's got their nose in front and got it there by about a half a length. St Thomas of Canterbury 1. It's their 2 crew out wide. And then we go back 2 to 2.5 lengths now to the St Thomas of Canterbury's number 1 crew. Gisborne Boys, who we picked up pretty close to the lead when we first picked them up, and Westlake down on the inside. They look as if they're up into 3rd place. We then go back to lane number 3, Christchurch Boys, right out the far side, King's College, and down into the inside of Timaru Boys. A wee bit off the pace, these guys. Still not a great deal separating the full field. After heats and rapid charges and semi-finals, we'll come down to the top 16. And here's the bottom 8. Going down to Wellington. So it's Wellington, or St Thomas of Canterbury, sorry. It's St Thomas of Canterbury. On their right shoulder is the Wellington crew. St Thomas of Canterbury just got their nose in front. A canvas over the Wellington crew. Then we got St Thomas of Canterbury on the left-hand side. They may tick up the 3rd buzzer. Westlake flying down on the inside, trying to pick up St Thomas of Canterbury's number 1 crew as they go down. Locked up between them is Christchurch Boys. Back to lane 2, Westlake down the inside. Christchurch Boys, Gisborne just ahead of them, and Timaru. Right, we'll just take this through and Ian will come through till the rest of the day. And don't forget to get yourself ready for the rock and roll that will go on down on the dais at 20 past. Okay. Westlake Boys number 1 crews in lane number 1. Westlake Boys number 3 crew in lane number 2. Christchurch Boys High School in 3. Hamilton Boys High School in 4. King's College in 5. St Bede's College in 6. Hamilton Boys number 2 crew. That's out in lane 7. Sacred Hearts Auckland in lane number 8. Boys under 15 Cox 4, sponsored by Sports Canterbury. All 8 crews are going to the start. Haven't heard of any crew that's missed the start so far at this Maadi Regatta. Again, since they show the push out boat holders, we'll give them a wee bit of a plug. You can just see what's happening. You heard me talk about putting the blades under the water, see what happens when they're up out of the water. And for that crew to go, when they get the buzzer, they've got to lift their hand slightly to get the blades in the water, and there's a half a second lost. You need to keep those blades buried, and when you keep them buried, you don't get that rocking and rolling around. You keep your boat nice and balanced. I'm really surprised at the number of boats in the start zone that don't bury their blades in the water. Nevertheless, they'll let them go very shortly. I'm pretty sure this will be a pretty tidy sort of a race. We know that King's College is good. We know that Hamilton Boys is good out of their gun 8. Christchurch Boys, just can't remember how they went in the South Island Championships. 2 West Lakes down the inside. They won the 3 crew. The number 2 crew obviously didn't make it here. Sacred Hearts right out wide. Hamilton Boys 2 and 7. St. Bede's and 6. Under 15s, anything can happen, and they're on their way, and it's going out of lane number 5. King's College, just as expected. King's College have gone out to a couple of feet on their left-hand shoulder as Hamilton Boys High School on their right-hand shoulder by 3 or 4 feet as St. Bede's. So King's College is up between the black and the red of Hamilton Boys and St. Bede's. Also in that first 300 metres, you'll get nobody going out by a big lead. We're looking at foot at a time. It's still King's College, maybe a foot over Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton Boys High School just starting to move on King's College now. And Hamilton Boys High School have gone and put their nose in front by about 2 feet. King's College 2 feet behind them. Then we go a half a canvas back to the crew on the top side of them, which is St. Bede's. St. Bede's in turn have got a half a length over the crew from Hamilton Boys 2, but the crew from Sacred Hearts Auckland is right there locked up with St. Bede's. Along with the inside Christchurch Boys locked up with St. Bede's. A half a canvas back to West Lakes number 3 crew. But their number 1 crew's ahead of them by about a half a length at this stage. Nothing separating the 2 crews out in front, lanes 4 and 5. Hamilton Boys High School, King's College. You've got to be a good cox. You've got to be the top cox to get into one of these 8-packers at Maadi. And Tori Arnold coxing for Hamilton. And Kings, we've got Charles Lewis coxing for them. The cox is worth 2 lengths if he's any good. But now he's going to have to try and stave off any challenges. Hamilton Boys in the middle, Kings on their right-hand shoulder. These 2 crews opened up a little bit of a gap of only about 2 seats. Right out wide in Sacred Hearts says we're not going to let those crews get away. So the coxswain, Will Vaughan from Sacred Hearts, says we can't let those 2 gun crews get away. We've got to stick with them. Doesn't matter how much it's going to hurt. And of course they're pulling with them now. Hamilton's St. Bede's. St. Bede's are only a half a length away from Hamilton Boys. It still goes down to King's College. King's College, that's the crew sitting out on lane number 5. They've now opened it up to about 2 seats over the crew from Hamilton Boys High School on their left-hand shoulder. Then on the right-hand shoulder, St. Bede's. St. Bede's are a half a length away from Hamilton Boys. Out wide then's only a canvas away from St. Bede's. That's Sacred Hearts Auckland. Hamilton number 2, 3/4 of a length back. Hamilton 2's locked up with lane number 3, Christchurch Boys. Another 3/4 of a length back to Westlake number 1, and a length and a quarter back to Westlake number 3. Heading down the next big marker they get, the coxswains will tell them we're sitting in 3rd, we're 2nd and 4th, we're only a half a length away, and they'll say 500 metres, 1,000 metres up. And you know what happens at the 1,000 metres? All the work, all from the leading crew. You could just see the little wash of the leading crew just increase in height a little bit. It tells me that they've gone before they get to the 1,000 metre peg. Now the coxswains really have to start and use their noggin. because you've got to wait until they go off that move and then you do your move and just see what happens. But they moved before they got to the 1,000-metre peg was King's College. They brought Hamilton with them. Now, can the Hamilton Coxon, once they go off that move, he should come into his move, see if he can bridge the gap. They're still 3/4 of a length down, but the big movers now is St. Bede's. They've already won the under-17.8 St. Bede's. Here they go and have a crack at the under-15.8. Right out wide, just slowly drifting off Sacred Hearts Auckland. They were right in the firing line before they got to the 1,000. Now they're starting to drift off, and right across there on the left-hand side, Christchurch Boys starting to come back into it. Westlake 3 are just back off the pace a little bit, and Westlake number 1 ahead of Westlake 3. St. Bede's are the big movers. St. Bede's, it's King's College still hanging on to it out of lane 5. St. Bede's on their right. Hamilton Boys, the black and red from both of them. On their left, St. Bede's have made a great move. They would only be 3/4 of a length away from the leaders now. The leaders put in a huge push right before the 1,000-metre peg. Now, did they go too hard? Can they come up with another push? Because St. Bede's are only a half a length away. St. Bede's slowly gaining on them. They're down to the start of the stroke man in the King's College crew. Hamilton, can Hamilton stick on with St. Bede's? Can St. Bede's take up their second gold medal in the 8? The Coxon takes a look across. He's sitting nice and quiet in the boat. He's looking across at the Hamilton Boys. They're slowly just picking up inch by inch on them. 1,500-metre marker line. We're down to 500 metres for the boys under 15 Cox States at the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024. St. Bede's trying to go for their second gold medal in the 8-packers. Hamilton Boys on the inside of the leader. We knew this King's College crew was good, and they've held off any challenge that's come at them over this 1,500 so far with 500 to go. Right hand, the left hand shoulder, Christchurch Boys putting some real pressure on Hamilton Boys. So that's where it's going to go for the bronze medal. There's 3 crews looking at it. There's Bede's on the top side of the winner. There's Hamilton Boys on the bottom side of the winner. And there's also Christchurch Boys now. Christchurch Boys moved right up alongside Hamilton Boys. Where's all the cheer team? From down there at the 300, 250. We know your tent's there. Come out of the tent. Come out of the tent. It's for Christchurch Boys. See if we can get Christchurch Boys up to the bronze medal. The gold medal is going to go up north to King's College. They'll take the gold medal. St. Bede's will take the silver medal. Who's going to take the bronze? It's out of Hamilton Boys, who are tiring slightly, and Christchurch Boys are coming on a lot quicker. Oh, they've still got a good half-length lead. Hamilton Boys still got a half-length lead. Look at the size of those boys in Hamilton. They're holding it off. We go down up north. The title and the gold medal is going to go to King's College. King's College, 3/4 of a length clear of St. Bede's. St. Bede's have only got a half a length over Hamilton, 3/4 of a length back to Christchurch Boys. Back to the far side, we've got Hamilton Boys 2, Sacred Hearts locked together. And down the inside, Westlake and Westlake 3. Oh, the 8 racing is any racing. Doesn't matter, any boat you put on the water is good. We'll hand you over to Ian now, who's going to take you through to the rest of the regatta, apart from Kirsty, who's going to come up and do the under-18 8s. That's the women's 8.
We have everyone. This is the girls under 15-8. This event is sponsored by Sport Canterbury. We have Sean Campbell from Sport Canterbury. Thank you, Sean, for being here to present our medals today. The winners of the bronze medal for the under 15-8, Waikato Dial. Well done to Claudia Horsfall. Pizarro, Maria Simmons, Sally Oliveira, Addison Watts, Sophie Curry, Ryan Woods, Emerson Howell, Amy Bryant, Coxon Sarah Lane, and Coach Jessie Brooke Watt. I was going to say where are the Dio supporters, but here you all are, obviously. Well done. Congratulations, bronze medal winners, Waikato Dio. The winners of the silver medal for the girls under 15-8, Rangiruru. Well done, Jessica Skinner, Amelia Jones, Chloe King, Lucy Johnston, Sophia Harris, Hannah Harper, Ashley Brooks, Maddie Young, Coxon Grace O'Connor, and coaches Bella Murray and Holly Lill. The time for this crew, 7:14.69. Our thanks once again to Sean for presenting the medals from Sport Canterbury. Well done, Rangiruru. The Aon Maadi Girls Under 15 Cops 8 champions for 2024, Rangiruru. Please step forward to receive your gold medal, Mania Sheed. Toya Sheed. Isabella Wilson. Tyler Gilbert. Gussie McFarlane. Kate Oliver. Phoebe Ensor. India Barnett. Coxon Charlie Ward. And coaches Holly Lill and Bella Murray. The time for this crew was 7:11.90. Big thank you to Sean Campbell from Sport Canterbury. Thank you to Sport Canterbury for sponsoring this event. Well done, bronze medal winners, the lovely girls from Waikato Dio. In second place, Rangiruru. And we will now hand over the Tauranga Girls College Cup to our champions, Rangiruru. Hold it high, girls.
Please, can we have 4 of you kneeling at the front? Are we doing that?
430 on its way down now. We'll just bring you the B final shortly. Yeah.
To celebrate Aon Maadi Regatta Week, we're giving Maadi supporters the chance to win a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver plan account. or Milford Investment Fund account. To enter, open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver plan, or open a Milford Investment Fund account before midnight on Sunday the 24th of March 2024 for your chance to win one of 10 top-ups. To find out more about this exclusive Maadi offer, for T's and C's and to get started, visit milfordasset.com/Maadi 2024. Milford, invested in you.
Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024, counting down to the Levin Jubilee Cup, the premier event for our girls, the under 18-8, then followed by the 77th running of the great race, the boys Maadi Cup. But now we bring you the girls under 17 double scull, sponsored by Mount Cook Alpine Salmon, and we will go through that start list for you. In lane 1, top of the screen, it is Marlborough Girls College, Dunstan High School in lane 2, Marion College in lane 3, St Paul's Collegiate will start in lane 4, St Peter's School in lane 5, lane 6, Wanganui High School, lane 7, Tauranga Girls College, and lane 8, Diocesan School for Girls. And that just confirming it for us. Alongside of me, bringing you all the expert commentary as a man who represented the Olympic Games back in 2016, Alex Kennedy. Alex, another intriguing final to look forward to. Emerging stars, girls that have at least 2 years of rowing behind them, looking for national honours.
Yes, hello Mark, and ahi Maadi for those out there watching on the stream here on YouTube. Thanks to Altitude HD. McClintock and Barnard on the course here, winners of semi-final 1 with the fastest time. So Molly and Peyton, they were well ahead of the rest of the competition, so it'll be really interesting to see if they can bring that same form into the final. Rarely does a semi go to the same way. Brangwyn and Dunn, very tough competitors coming out of St Paul's. Zara and Sophie been doing really well stuff. And then we've got the girls in lane 1, actually, Marlborough Girls. Straker and Van Rensburg actually got the bronze in the Dawn Cup yesterday for Marlborough Girls. The first time that Marlborough's been on the podium for 20 years, so out here sculling in the under-17 grade, so stepped up yesterday and back into their age group today. There's Zara Brangman and Sophie Dunn from the Bumblebees of Hamilton. Also keep an eye out for the likes of Marion College. Been travelling really well on their sculling performances through the week.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You can go back and have a look at maybe some of the times and the form through the heats and the repechage and possibly semi-finals, but we've got to, day 6 now of rowing. It's been a busy schedule for a number of these rowers. Fatigue starts to kick in, and just maybe sometimes the form guide can go out the door a little bit. So we are set for a start, and there it is, the big red sled, lane 5, St Peter's School. As we have a look across now,
Marion College
there, of Charlotte Pedersen and Cara Brignall, coached by Izzy Crowther.
Just had to move a campus actually, within Christchurch. If you know the Christchurch region, they're now kind of just down the road, across the road from St Bede's.
But it's amazing.
The biggest campus for the girls. So
yeah, it's amazing just the depth though, the schools in that Christchurch region that you can just associate with rowing. It's unbelievable really, and of course Cashmere now establishing himself along the more sort of I guess historical or legacy schools when it comes to rowing, the likes of Rangiruru, St Margaret's, none of the boys side, Christ College and Christchurch boys, the likes of Marion College.
Creating history today, just quickly, they won the 16, 17 and under 18 girls quad, never been done. So huge from a smaller school and a little bit fresh in the last decade. As we get underway here, St Peter's and St Paul's on your screens for the 17 girls double. Look at the backdrop, look at this theatre for these girls to strut their stuff.
Oh, wonderful, isn't it? Absolutely. That's the Ben O'Hell range in the back, and we do get underway in this A final. So a long summer of training, a long spring last year in terms of preparing for this moment. Some, it's probably been 12 months, might not have quite delivered last year at the under 16 level. They had 12 months to right the wrong. Other kids, they mature a little bit later, so they just gain that extra strength in that 12 months, and now they get to put it together. Something here over the next 7.5 minutes, an opportunity to create those life-changing moments. It is lane 5. It is St Peter's School of Peyton Barnard, Molly McClintock, who have decided to take it out relatively quickly on their inside in lane 4 and doing a very nice job is St Paul's Collegiate, and then across in lane 3 Marion College, but at the moment controlled Peyton Barnard, Molly McClintock, about 3/4 of a boat length lead over St Peter's School.
Yeah, St Peter's there, coached by Norman Charlton and Kaylin Wren. We had a chat with Kirsty Dunn, who formerly coached St Peter's, and Norm was just a legend really for St Peter's. Kaylin Wren won the 11 Jubilee for St Peter's back in the day, and she's back with her old school. Like I mentioned before, Marlborough Girls College bronze in the Dawn Cup yesterday in lane 1 there on your right hand side, contrasting on the turquoise water, are hanging around on that bronze medal just up on Dunstan High School. Talia Nelson, Amir Bryant, Simon Smith's girls out there doing the work along with Natalie Wilson. So we'll keep an eye on those ones because Simon does have a reputation of putting out some really good scullers. But on your screens right now, St Peter's and Paul's leading the way in the 17 double.
Yeah, St Paul's Collegiate look beautifully balanced, don't they? It almost looks effortless at the moment. Soft hands, getting great distance per stroke as well, and connecting those strokes. So a really nice example there of double sculling. We come back, and this is the race for third at the moment. Lanes 1 is Marlborough Girls College of Mila Van Redsburg and Grace Straker. We've mentioned Dunstan High School of Emma Bryant and Talia Nelson, and they've got Marion College, as mentioned, Charlotte Pedersen and Cara Brignall. So they're still there, and also we shouldn't underestimate too the likes of Wanganui College, Wanganui High School still there with Ruby Armour-Shaw and Robin Van Dyke, Tauranga of Amelia Alice, Hannah Van Ross Evans, and Dosserson School for Girls may be struggling just a little bit with the pace there in lane 8, left hand side of the screen of Iris Tooman and Sibylla Thompson. So very much coming up to that 750 metre mark. We've gone past the little island affectionately known as Alcatraz. This is not your leading group. This is very much the race for third at the moment, with a number of crews just in front of them.
Yeah, like we talked about, Marion College brought a really talented sculling group here, and here comes another one, Brignall and Peterson, under the tutelage of Izzy Crowther. Quite an upright style, but a very basic, not in terms of a bad way, just very simple, so they get the job done. So tall, long limbs, just nice and hangy, good acceleration to finish.
Let's talk about the rating of the crews, because we know you want to get off the line quickly, so you want to have a high rating, and then you're probably going to look to lengthen it out. You might see a pick up in rating again at strategic points over the 2,000 metres. But what sort of rating would most of these crews be doing, say, through the first 200, 250 metres?
First 200, 250, towards 40. Towards 40 strokes a minute would be around there. Some of them, if they're that adept to the higher rating, they'll probably just be nudging at 40 or over, and then they'd settle down to maybe these girls here. Maybe like a 33 from these girls from St Paul's. Brangwyn and Sophie Dunn did a great job just trailing behind Peters.
And when you then decide, look, you want to maybe just settle down, look to lengthen it out, bring your heart rate down, get into a more steady state, how much of a drop-off? What are we going from 40 to 35 or to 30?
You probably go like 6 strokes lower. I was just trying to think about when we'd come off the blocks, and our rates would probably be about 42 to 43 maybe if we're feeling a bit, feeling pretty fresh, and then we'd settle into about a pace of 37 to 38 potentially. So these girls are a little bit lower, but that makes sense. Obviously, being in a smaller boat takes a lot longer, so you can't be rating as high. But St Peter's, McClintock and Peyton Barnard, look at this. So we've talked about before with Kirsty and yourself the differences in technique, and St Peter's have always been really good with keeping those long arms and really being a low hip-driven movement, so really long through the bodies.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because every coach has a slightly different take on it. Is there a right and a wrong way? Or, I mean, we know there's individual physiology, but I'd imagine that, you know, biomechanically, someone's saying, well, actually, this is the most efficient way of rowing it, but you'll always see, I guess, hybrid versions of it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the coaches have different preferences in terms of what part of the stroke can bring what sort of speed and what they look for and what they prioritise in terms of the rowing stroke and where they think the speed will come from. St Peter's are a lot more body orientated, not throwing it around, but they drive the hips, they sit low, and someone like St Paul's also pretty good. They've propped up on their hips, maybe a little bit more upright, but they do a good job of getting over and having the shoulders past the hips off the catch.
So St Peter's School there in lane 5 across there, St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4. Really nice job being done here by Peyton Barnard and Molly McClintock, not really looking too phased at the moment. And again, we often say this, and we don't have the close-up cameras, don't look at the facial expressions of athletes. They're often going to have their war face on anyway, or their hurt face, or some people might even call it their ugly face. That's certainly not the case. You look at the form of the athlete, you start to look for head movement, shoulders beginning to drop, maybe not as long in terms of the leg extension, arm extension, etc. And from what you're seeing so far, Alex, see any difficulty here from St Peter's? Looking pretty comfortable?
No, they've gone through. This is probably their third year of rowing in the under-17 grade. So they'll be pretty in tune with their endurance and holding form all the way through the race. St Paul's looking great here. And then you've got Marion College actually have made up a lot of ground in that third place going through Dunstan and Marlborough Girls. So Marion, Brignall and Peterson clearly in bronze from that wide shot we just had before. And they have made up a little bit of room. I don't think they'll chase Brangwyn and Dunn all the way, but also Brangwyn and Dunn making up a little bit of room on that St Peter's squad. So we'll see what St Peter's, what sort of juice they have in the tank as we approach the finish line here.
Yeah, looking good. Talking to each other here, just playing that little head game, just counting down to strokes now, just reassuring each other that we've got this. Just believe. If you're having any doubts, go back to those days in training when it all went well and remember what you're capable of doing. All that psychology that comes in. Great supporters in the background there for St Peter's School, and certainly gone out by a good boat length now and still staying nice and tall, looking nicely set up.
Yeah, super clean around the back is what I'm noticing. They get a really, obviously they swing back and they usually use their bodies to a really great extent, but they're clean as around the back, like the way they're coming out square, it's nice and close, there's not a lot of mischief, it's not a lot of washy water per se. It looks like a very efficient back turn. You see they're cleanly coming out, quite impressively so, from McClintock and Barnard.
Yeah, so in control of this St Peter's College of Cambridge. It's a beautiful campus. It's not too far from Karapiro. Got a great little equestrian centre, golf. It just really is a stunning, stunning school. And have always had a good tradition in the smaller boats. And coming behind them, it will be St Paul's Collegiate. And then we will have Marion College as well. Well done to Marion College, because Charlotte Peterson, Cara Brignall have looked pretty good. Their coach, Izzy Crowther, will be delighted with this performance, but this has been one of the best performances we've seen, certainly one of the most clear-cut performances, and it will be St Peter's School of Peyton Barnard and Molly McClintock that take the gold medal in the girls under-17 double sculls.
extremely dominant. We saw the times coming through the semi-finals. We can't always read in too much of the times, but these girls were far and away the fastest coming into this final. So it's good to see them not let the nerves get to them and perform the way they did with Molly and Peyton. Norm and Kaylin will be very happy with the girls. They just come off the podium recently, actually, from another event. So Norm will have to get himself back up there with Kaylin. Second place, Zara Brangwyn and Sophie Dunn called their names up plenty of times this week, coached by Morgan Blind and Roy Pickard. Morgan is Conrad's daughter. Conrad Blind is the man behind Rowing Picture Show. And you'll see him covering the Maadi Cup the best he can. He does a fantastic job with all sorts of gear, and he puts a lot of effort into it. So it's great to have a man like him around. And his daughter back from Harvard, Radcliffe Rowing, helping coach at St Paul's with Roy Pickard and Martin Simmons-Sally and Bruce Jones and Miss Goodwin. So great to see St Paul's snapping up another medal, and Marion picking up their first medal of the regatta, I believe. So congrats to Cara and Charlotte for the bronze here in the girls 17 double.
The venue is Lake Ruataniwha. It is the Ben O'Hell Range in the background there. It is arguably the most beautiful rowing venue anywhere on the planet. The aqua blue water, conditions have been perfect all week. Don't go away, folks, because coming up very shortly we will bring you the boys under 17 Cots quadruple sculls as we just confirmed the results there. St Peter's School the gold, St Paul's Collegiate the silver, Marion College picking up the bronze. Hope you are enjoying coverage courtesy of Milford. If you are looking at investments, you are looking at KiwiSaver schemes, do check out the team at Milford. Also special thanks to Aon as well.
Walters, Brodie Clements, coxswain Matthew Casey, and coaches Aaron Maxwell and Thomas Polo. The time for this crew was 7:07.83. Well done, St Bede's College. The Aon Maadi Boys Under 15 Cox 4 champions, King's College. Let's give a gold medal to Jake Peacock. Finn Thompson. Joseph Richwhite. Jack Reed. Coxswain Charles Lewis. And they're coached by TK McLaren and Mark Clemo. Their time 7:05.08. A big thank you once again to Sean Campbell and Sport Canterbury, who are our sponsors for this event. Well done, Hamilton Boys High School, on your bronze medal. St Bede's for your silver. We will now present the Eric Craze Cup to our champions, King's College. All right, and stand by, because once we've taken our photos here, we are about to have one of the highlights of the day, the mascot dance-off. You want to be here for this one.
Lift me up. Go back. No, go right now. Not Robin, maybe go in the middle there.
St Patrick's College, you're a cutie from St Bede's. You can dance too. Over you go. All right, and we have Kirsty Lee. Kirsty Lee is going from Aon, has the unenviable job of judging the best dancing mascot. So if you don't have a mascot here, please pick one and cheer loudly for them. Do we have our music ready up there? Alright, welcome to the mascot dance-off for 2024. Okay, that's good. Fantastic. So who do we think is the winner?
Well,
Good afternoon. Ooh.
Yeah, I was going to say Chaos and Carnage up there amongst the. What do we call them? The mascots, wasn't it? The mascot dance-off. Anyway, back to the serious stuff. The boys under 17 quadruple skulls. So looking forward to this one. St Paul's Collegiate in lane 1, Wanganui Collegiate in 2, Otago Boys High School in 3, Whakatane in 4, Wakatipu in 5, lane 6, Timaru Boys, St Paul's Collegiate in 7, Wanganui High School in lane 8. Alongside of me, a man who represented the Olympics, New Zealand at the Olympic Games in rowing in the 8s in 2016. It's Alex Kennedy. I know you're excited by the prospect of this race because, again, we've got some very even crews and always at this level too. Form from a year ago doesn't mean too much a year on at this age level.
No, for sure. Timaru Boys, I'm pretty sure the champions of the 16 quad last year. A few different names in there. We had 3 out of the 4 of them won the 17-4 this morning. And even looking at St Paul's Collegiate, Gus Ware, Lachlan Murphy and George Benjamin taking out the 16 boys quad yesterday. Gus Ware and Benjamin taking out the 16 double this morning. Eyes on Whakatane as one of the fastest qualifiers. Alex Ermunga, Travis Talpos, Ash Schutz, Leon Mahi, Hamish McPherson, coached by the legend in Whakatane, Graham Watt, as the boys steam off the start here. We'll keep an eye on Wakatipu also in lane 5. Yeah, great get off actually from lane 5. So that's Wakatipu. Sebastian Watson, he stroked the under 18 quad for Wakatipu. Pretty even start across the board though, which is good. Otago Boys also poking their nose out. Eddie Burgess, Harrison Thode, Roland Ozan, Jack Scott, Hunter Ruxton. We saw Ruxton earlier on, and he's back again with his older lads.
Yeah, St Paul's Collegiate there in lane 7. Got out nicely. Lane 2, mentioned Wanganui Collegiate. Lane 3 as well, Otago Boys High School. They've been very aggressive off the start line, maybe a little bit more measured by some of those other crews. Lane 4, Whakatane High School, just looking to maybe keep their powder dry, not burn too many matches too early. And then across the far side, being very aggressive as well. is St Paul's Collegiate of Sam Schultz and Caden Robinson, Finn Rayner, William Peoples and Fletcher Rogers there, Cox. So they'll come up to that, well, through the first 250 metres now. We talk about stroke rates being quite high through that first 250. They'll try and reduce it maybe by 6 strokes, look to settle things back down, look to try and get into the rhythm, then rely on the orders and the observations of their cocks, who will play such a pivotal part in this race the further we get into it.
Yeah, look at the start from the boys. Not to mention Wanganui High School, obviously Wanganui Collegiate, so we've got 2 Wanganuis, but Wanganui High School has got some talents in there with Maxim, Newton, Hurd and Morgan. They've been going really, really well on their singles and doubles, so they've come together here in the 17s. Wanganui Collegiate, though, in lane 2, leading us away. Keegan Hanacom, Benjamin Poulton, Hunter Thompson, Toby Corcoran and Jack Walker.
Yeah, look at these wonderful images. So coming up to that 750 metre mark, they've gone past the little island of Alcatraz, which is a 500 metre mark. 1,000 metre mark comes up probably 100 metres down past these pine trees, past this little peninsula, and then it is very much game on. Good even start though. It's still Wanganui Collegiate with the smallest of leads, and then back to lane 3 Otago Boys High School, lane 5 of Wakatipu, and we just know the meteoric rise of this program, starting to see the schools out of Dunstan, out of Wakatipu, which is transferring also at a senior club level. So great to have what is really a flourishing region of New Zealand deciding to tap into the geography that surrounds them and utilise that water, utilise those lakes, and do what New Zealanders have done well for so long, and that is rowboats.
Yeah, loving what I'm seeing from those Wanganui Collegiate boys. Wanganui Collegiate have been really strong in the second half of this regatta, and particularly in the finals. And just some of them have just been struggling to get off the start a little bit. So it's good to see these boys, Keegan Hanacom, having none of that. He's got the boys up and ready as they approach the 1K, but just edging along there. We'll look for these premeditated 1K moves from Wakatipu and Otago boys and see what they can bring back. Not to discount Whakatane, Eamunga, Taupos, Schutz and Mahi. We saw Eamunga and Taupos have huge last 250. They came from absolutely nowhere to snag a bronze in the 17 double. We'll also look at lane 1. It's been going really well all day today. And this is William Peoples, Finn Rayner, Caden Robinson, Sam Schultz and Fletcher Rogers, another St Paul's crew at St Paul's and Wanganui High School right here. They start slow, Wanganui High School on these boats, but these guys are racers and they'll come through in the 2K.
Yeah, Wanganui High School, bottom of your picture there with the yellow blades entering the water. And they'll just be sitting there, they'll be poised, but they're going to need to start to make their moves soon. Strategic point here so often. Really good boat speed now starting to come from Wakatipu High School. They are just inching their way forward, they're just inching their way up. What, maybe 2 seats back now on our race leaders, which are Wanganui Collegiate.
Here's your Wanganui High School. Jack Newton in the 3 seat there. He was a silver medalist in the boys 17 single yesterday morning. So he's got some mates on board with him, with Maxim and Hurd and Morgan. Some races from the under 16 grade as well. So we'll see what they can conjure up here in lane 8, as they are still within an earshot of those boys from Wanganui Collegiate, Otago, Wakatipu and Whakatane. They don't like those boys off down the bottom of your screen there, but coming up alongside Wanganui High School, Wanganui Collegiate in a really fast start is now the new leaders of this under 17 quad, Wakatipu, with Seb Watson leading the way there.
Yeah, Wakatipu really starting to get some momentum now in the middle of the course in lane 4 on their inside, so above them. As you look at it, Whakatane, and then currently sitting in 3rd place. It is Otago Boys. Wanganui Collegiate though, nothing in this. It is bow ball for bow ball. We pretty much have a dead heat between Wanganui Collegiate and Wakatipu. That was very much one of the key discussion points here. Now it's going to come down to grit. Now it's going to come down to determination. They need to maintain their form. You do not want to lose concentration. Lose concentration, you lose time. 500 metres of this boat race remains. And folks, we have a street fight on our hands between 2 of the great traditional schools.
Yeah, you've got the under 17 double champs. They won it yesterday. Seb Watson and Harry Lightfoot going against Wanganui Collegiate there. Just keeping an eye there on Whakatane. We saw they came screaming home with 250 to run. They're climbing upside of Otago Boys, but again, still just lurking down here at the bottom. Wanganui High School. Nikki Maxim's just come off the water, not too long ago from racing the smaller boats, so see what the recovery's like. But those Wanganui boys, if I know Axel, those guys will be screaming home.
Well, you can just see the up and rating here now. You can see that urgency really starting to bring it up, almost like they've started that race again, trying to get that bow high out of the water, trying to utilise that waterline length, get this boat up and going, relying on good technique, relying on power, performance and precision. It's a very, very good race that is developing. It's still Wakatipu, though, probably have the smallest of leads, narrowly over Wanganui Collegiate. What can Tommy Corcoran, Hunter Thompson, Benjamin Poulton and Keegan Hanekom, along with their Cox Jack Walker do? Do they have the ability to push a little bit harder? Can they answer the questions that Harry Lightfoot, Max Davis, Sebastian Watson, Charlie Manser and Mia Pagan have been asking of them?
Yeah, here comes that. We talked about it during the weekend today. We saw from Wakatipu, and I was like referring to it now as the Wakatipu whip. They've got such leg speed and long arms, but they just, with that leg speed, they just whip that thing around the back, and it's working now. They'll go down to the line, get the double and the quad. The 17s, Wakatipu get gold. Wanganui Collegiate, valiant effort there, going to grab silver. And on the line, I told you, Whakatane, they come from nowhere, and they've done it again to get the bronze. Eamanga, Taupos, Schutz, Mehi and McPherson. What is in the water with that last 250 for the boys from Bay of Plenty? Holy.
Yeah, well, they train them that way, don't they? Bring it home, endurance work, don't miss the big miles. Stay on top of the strength work, basic periodisation. It's about timing. And we do come down to it, maybe, just maybe, they just recovered that little bit better than some of the other crews here on day 7 or day 6 of this event. As we just take another look at the replay, comfortable in the finish. Boy, that is a very, very good performance. And aren't they delighted? So they should be. All of that pain for a lifetime of memories. And that's what it's all about. It's believing, knowing that the pain will at some point disperse and you'll be left with, well, a national championship that no one could ever take from you, that no one could ever buy from you. So really, really good performance from Wakatipu. Well done to their coach, John Morrison, as well. Stunning performance.
Yeah, really close work there for that bronze medal. We'll just wait for those official results to roll through. But just, I feel like that Wakatipu quad, that was some of the best execution of a race plan we've seen. It looked like they were executing their moves when they needed to. So shout out to Mia Pagan with the reins there, from the boys and girl there of Lake Hayes, Wakatipu High School. So looking forward to seeing those results come through to see, just to double check that Whakatane did indeed snag that bronze on the line.
Yeah, it looked like they did, but then it was almost stroke for stroke, wasn't it? It was whoever got that last stroke in. That was sort of back and forward a little bit, wasn't it? And it was what do we get? Whakatane did pick up the bronze, and they ended up getting it by 0.2 of a second in the finish over Otago Boys High School. So well done to them. Wakatipu picking up the gold, and there it is, Wanganui Collegiate, the silver. And look at that difference, boys. Smallest of margins, isn't it? Difference between a good sleep and a bad night's sleep sometimes. So don't go away. We've still got plenty more live rowing to come, plenty more A finals, counting down, of course, to the two big events. The girls under 18 8, simply known as the Levin Jubilee Cup. Rangiruru are the defending champions. And then we culminate with the 77th running of the great race, the Aon Maadi Cup, which features all the big schools. Hamilton Boys High School looking to try and win their 12th Maadi Cup. Can any school stop them? That is set to go at 10 minutes after 5. Coming up next, though, we will bring you the girls under 18 novice Coxed 4.
So well done to Marion College, who received the bronze medal, St Paul's Collegiate the silver. Our thanks to Mount Cook Alpine Salmon for sponsoring this event. We will now present the Lawrence Jumbo Jackson Cup to our champions, St Peters.
Nice job, girls. Come forward, please. Could have a coach on either side. Just start changing the medal around there.
It'll be interesting to see if that lady gives us something.
I'm waiting.
Right, team, here we go.
Here we go.
2, 1. Another one. 3, 2, 1. Very good. Thank you. Hold it out. St Paul's coming to this side. Marion.
Today, we are reinventing insurance. Designed to help you get the cover you really need without being left in the dark. It's a game changer. Real-time intuition, light-speed empathy, and handshake ID. A real heart, brain, and voice. It doesn't just understand what you're saying, it can feel it. Say hello to an actual human being.
Hi there.
Mercury Mercury is rising. It is an absolutely stunning afternoon here at Lake Ruataniwha in Twizel for the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. It is the girls under 18 novice Cox 4 final that we bring you now. Nelson College will start in 1, Waitaki girls in 2. Cambridge High School have 2 crews. They will start in lanes 3 and 5. In lane 4 will be Christchurch Girls High School. Lane 6, what a regatta they've had, St Margaret's College, the Candy Stripes, and then Rangi Ruru, who have just set the standard when it comes to girls rowing at secondary school level in this country. They'll be in 7. Lane 8 will be Columba College. Alex Kennedy alongside me, bringing us all the expert comments. Again, another opportunity for rowers in their first year of competition. This is the novice Cox 4, so they don't necessarily have the layers and depth of training in them. Don't necessarily have the experience perhaps some of the other crews have, but it is economies of scale. That is very much the case across all of these crews. Talking to you, Alex, coming in here, you fancy maybe Cambridge High School in lane 5?
Yeah, for sure. Also got an eye on St Margaret's, Kite Boy girls and the Waimak ladies there. Isabel Brooke, Bronnie O'Sullivan, Scarlett Hanson, Poppy Blakely and Neve Cassidy. They won the Novice Girls 8 today as well. So we'll see, or yesterday? Well, I'm losing track of my days. But they are the Novice 8 champs, and that's got Christchurch Girls right there. Sophia Robertson, Greer Bauman, Caitlin Mercer, Emily Shearer, Georgetta Hauler is the Cox.
So still got about 2 or 3 minutes to go, so just a chance here to settle the nerves. And
there's Cambridge number 1.
Would have gone through the warm-up protocols, and that Cambridge High School number 1 is Sienna Rowe Phillip. We've got Lily Cameron, we've got Felicity George, Olive McDonald, Jack Charlton is the Cox, and well coached again by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. But they would have gone through warm-ups, some of it on the ergs. They would have gone for a little bit of a run this morning. Of course, the 2,000 metre little row up here from the boat park to get themselves tuned, to get themselves set to go. Nice to see some colourful boats there. So lane 7, we do have the Rangi Ruru girls and their yellow, white and blue boat. And then just above them, St Margaret's College, almost in the, oh, I don't know, the colours of I guess, traffic lights almost.
Yeah, pretty iconic from those two schools. They've been running those paint jobs for a wee while now. We'll settle in. We'll have a start soon for this girls novice 4. Neve Cassidy, who did a fantastic job with the girls 17-8 for St Margaret's, steering them clear for a victory over St Peter's and Rangi. She's in charge of this novice 4, so bringing a heap of experience and skill to the reins there for St Margaret's.
So Ben O'Hell range there in the background. The little island that you see in front of you to the right, if you've just joined us watching this race for the first time, as we count down to the Livin Jubilee Cup for the under-18 8s for the girls and the Maadi Cup for the under-18 boys, which are the last 2 finals of the day. That little island there is the 500 metre mark. It's affectionately known as Alcatraz down here. What a wonderful regatta that St Margaret's have had. The candy stripes there of Poppy Blakely, Scarlett Hanson, Bronnie O'Sullivan, Isabel Brooke, Neve Cassidy the Cox, and part of a very good coaching setup, Sophie McCartan. So can St Margaret's continue to do what they've done, and that is win rowing races?
Yeah, but they've been incredibly impressive these finals days. Super mature, trusting racing where they've come through quite prominently in the second half of those races.
And we are underway. Really, really good start there in lane 5 coming from Cambridge High School. Also across there in lane 3, the other of the Cambridge High School crews. So maybe the strategy from both the Cambridge crews is to get out quickly, and that wouldn't surprise you either. Good start coming from St Margaret's College down there in lane 6. So that's the left-hand side, the red bow and the blue stern. Lane 7 there is Rangi Ruru with the yellow stern and blue bow. But it is Cambridge at the moment, who do have maybe, half a canvas lead in lane 3 over lane 5. Lane 5, the second of the Cambridge crews.
Yeah, so a bit of a mix here. There's a couple of girls from the successful under-15 Cambridge Coxed 4. So Olive McDonald there stroking that number 1 crew in lane 3. She stroked the under-15 4 to victory. They were super aggressive at the start. And then Stella Honeck was also in that under-15 4. So bit of doubling up, a bit of mixing and matching from Carl and Alyssa, the coaching staff at Cambridge, but they're very closely accompanied by out of the start. There'd be Christchurch girls on their right, another Cambridge crew obviously, and St Margaret's just lurking there in lane 6. Lane 2 and 1 though, all still on the fight, a little bit slow off the blocks from Rangi, and right on the outside, Dunedin's own Columba College, Siobhan Brennan, Ella Colquhoun, Sarah Stevens, Charlie Smith, and a very busy young Kate Baskerville is back out there again, coxing Columba College's own.
Yeah, Rangi girls there, as I said, arguably the best girls' school in rowing in this last 20 years, and very much the target and very much set the standard at the Aon Maadi Regatta. But of course this is a novice race here, so these girls in their first year of competition struggling with that early pace. Rangi, you don't see it too often, but still staying nice and composed here. Columba College down here in lane 8. And across still on the far side, it is the Cambridge number 1 boat, who has the smallest of margins over the Cambridge number 2 boat in lane 5, but just starting to make their move, starting to push back up as St Margaret's College. And they will be composed. They are very well coached, both technically and strategically. So the next marker for a lot of them will be the 750 metre mark. And then they'll come up to that 1,000 metre. And then we'll see how the tactics play out and which one of these novice crews, with maybe only a year of rowing behind them, has the ability or has recovered the most from what has been a very busy week and a very busy schedule for our novice rowers.
Yeah, I'm really stoked that the weather gods are behaving this week, because it just gives these girls something less to worry about on this novice grade. To just skate over this nice flat water here. But lane 3, Cambridge number 1, and St Margaret's, the novice 8 champs, are split down to this 4, so a bit of a battle arising. But still sticking out here, the orange hats from Columba, from Dunedin. Like I said, Baskerville, she's been out here quite a few times already, and she's back out there with these young novices, so it'll be interesting to see what the girls from Dunedin can muster. They were fairly quick through the heats. They had to go through the reps to get to this final, but they were fast and they were competitive, so it's unsurprising that even though they are out in lane 8.
Yeah, I'll get you to just talk us through the grips here for our rowers. Clearly you've got a top hand and a bottom hand. What is the general, and you're driving a lot clearly through the legs and sort of that rotation, but just talk to us a little bit about the grips and the hand setup and where that power is ultimately coming from.
Well, you're having power coming through the biggest leverage point, so that'd be the outside hand. So if you've got these oars coming towards us here from Columba, the left hand would have the most leverage. So you want to be placing the blade predominantly with that outside arm, and then the inside arm plays its part a little bit more as a power and a more of a direction as it rotates the blade. So you have it square when it's in the water and it's feathered when it's out of the water. So that's what that inside hand does, and the outside hand is more for direction and catching and power, more or less.
So the Candy Stripes of St Margaret's College beginning to make their move, just edging now, maybe just a canvas in front of Cambridge High School, looking nice and smooth, nice and steady. Don't look overly panicked at the moment. No real urgency still coming in. They've just chipped away at this Cambridge crew and still looking like they are in control. Alex, also some interesting observations across the other side of the course there in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, Nelson College for girls, maybe not the most showy of starters. We did mention them off the start, but great work there from Casey Newberry, Grace Palmer, Olive Forrester, Frida Turnbull, Brianna Williams, the coxswain. So I know Ollie Stevens, the men's senior single champion from the national championships. He's a Nelson boy, and he's down there helping these girls. So it'll be interesting to see what they can muster in the second half. But they've gained some momentum through that K, so I'll be very interested to see what they can do. And also lane 2. Waitaki girls, so the girls from Oamaru Rowing Club, Tessa Wright, Bridget Spittle, Hannah Strawn, Emily Wainwright, Brianna Kingan, Ivan Dockery, of course, in charge of the gold with the black plus on the back, Oamaru Rowing Club. So great to see the girls working through the course here as they're pulling up alongside Cambridge number 1, but it is St Margaret still by half a length. But big movers there is Waitaki girls, and they're dragging Nelson a little bit. Still, you can see M8, that is Columba College, doing a really good, nice job out there on the outside under Jared Brentsell, Alan Foley and Emily Brown. But the girls, the red and the white from the Waimakariri ladies.
Yeah, the candy cane colours of St Margaret's. And then it is Cambridge number 1 there in M3, or across there in lane 3. And now, as we talked about, the big push coming from Waitaki girls. Now, the Waitaki girls, do they believe? Was it a case of coming here trying to win this? Was it a case here of trying to pick up a medal? Because that will create a different psychology and a different mentality. Down here, still looking very, very good, though. Columba College as well. They're starting to challenge for that silver medal position. Real battle for third between them and Waitaki, but it is still St Margaret's College. As we come down to that threshold, as we come down to that point on the course where well and truly the hurt goes on, where it requires a huge amount of mental concentration. This is where the coxswains need to reassure their rowers. They need to just give them those little key words, those little triggers that just say, yep, stay relaxed, stay tall, continue to focus.
Yeah, Waitaki girls absolutely pumping in the second half. And we've talked about it before with novice racing. It just takes 10 to 12, 20 good strokes and that'll get their tails up. But these girls now that they've moved away from Nelson, they can see Cambridge on their right. The coxswain there, Brown, will be communicating that with them. They're going to get really fired up. They've got the belief now. They're up on Columba and they're walking back on Cambridge. So Bridget Spittle there, she's the third sister of the Spittles to come through that great Waitaki girls program in Oamaru Rowing Club. So she's doing her sisters proud now as Tessa Wright leads the girls right up alongside Cambridge. And they actually are dragging up Columba as well. Columba fighting on the near ground here on the outside of the course, but it is St Margaret's. But look at this battle. They've got silver medal is still on the line. Columba and Waitaki chasing Cambridge number 1.
Yeah, wonderful race for second at the moment. Still an opportunity for one of these two crews to potentially just grab this victory. Only got to catch a crab for St Margaret's and all placement under a huge duress, under fatigue, and things can change quickly. But it is Waitaki girls who have got the momentum. Bow getting high, just starting to see the hurt come on, just starting to notice just a little bit of a form drop off on some of those Waitaki girls. Maybe just searching for that power. But the big fight back from Cambridge. But it's all St Margaret's at the moment. They will come down, they will win this race, and they'll win it emphatically. Cambridge hanging on for the silver, and here comes Waitaki girls. Cambridge, Waitaki, and I think it'll be Cambridge who will pick up the silver, and the bronze will go the way of Waitaki. Columba across here, I think they'll have to settle for fourth.
Yeah, what a fight back. So those Cambridge girls, they went screaming out of the start in their under 15 4 and held on for gold. So it's nothing new to Olive McDonald to be fighting for her life there in the last 100 metres as Waitaki came looming up on their inside. So congratulations to Olive McDonald, Felicity George, Lily Cameron, Sienna Oropiha, and Jack Charlton as the cox at the Cambridge High School. So congratulations to those three crews. Here we go, a little quick replay here of the very polished St Margaret's girls novice 4. You can see what it means picking up the novice 8 and the novice 4 for St Margaret's. That'll go a long way to that overall points trophy there, so that'll pump them up again up in the top 3 for St Margaret's with a few races to go for them. So congratulations to the girls.
Yeah, the old candy canes, they loved that, didn't they? Fantastic. Look at these water conditions. Look at the colour. What a stunning part of the world. The Mackenzie country, South Island of New Zealand, if you're watching this from overseas. And that beautiful aqua colour just comes from these little flecks off the glaciers here. And got Lake Tekapo as well. And oh, how... As we go back to the medal ceremonies, our next live final for you will be the boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. It'll feature John McClashan College, Christ College. We haven't seen a lot of Christ College throughout this regatta. Timaru Boys High School, Wanganui High School, Te Ao o Tukura Ponamu, and we'll have Auckland Grammar School in 6, St Paul's Collegiate in 7. Mount Aspiring College will start in lane 8. So that to come in around about 10 or 11 minutes time from now.
Coxswain Hamish McPherson. They're coached by Graham Watt and Leighton Hale. We have Graham here with us to collect the coach's medal. The time for Whakatane High School was 6:37.26. Where are the Whakatane supporters? Good work, crew. Well done, Whakatane High School. Got to go, Nigel. Winners of the silver medal for the boys under 17 Cox squad, Wanganui Collegiate. Well done to Toby Corcoran, Hunter Thompson, Benjamin Polton, Keegan Hannacom, Cox and Jack Walker, and coaches Tyler Scott and Dan McSweeney. The time for this crew, 6:35.77. Well done. Silver medal winners, Wanganui Collegiate. The Aon Maadi Boys Under 17 Cox Quad Champions, Wakatipu High School. Let's give our first gold medal to Harry Lightfoot. Max Davis. Sebastian Watson. Charlie Manser. Captain Mia Pagan. And Coach John Morrison. A huge thank you to Meridian Energy. Thank you, Megan, for presenting the medals. Well done to Whakatane High School bronze medal winners, Wanganui Collegiate silver medalists. We will now present the Tauranga Boys College Cup to our champions, Wakatipu High School. Hold it high, boys, be very proud.
Hold it up now.
Combination of the time and the girls and the 16
You're kneeling down, please.
Pop a squat, boys. Keep the boys to come in. Shimmy.
Get a coach on the outside, please.
You guys on the board.
We have a couple of French crew kneeling, please.
Up next, it is our A finals. It is the boys novice 8. In fact, it's not the boys novice 8, is it? We do welcome you back. We probably need to start again there. Anyway, we've got John McGlashan College in lane 1, Christ College in 2, Timaru Boys High School in 3. Now, there we go. Sorry, just got their notes mixed up. John McGlashan College in 1, Christ College in 2, Timaru Boys High School in 3, Wanganui High School in 4, Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu in 5, Auckland Grammar in 6, St Paul's Collegiate in 7, and Mount Aspiring College in lane 8. We've got Mark Wetherall from Rowing New Zealand sitting here, distracting us. Doing a great job, in fact. He is the man that's a big part of making these regattas happen. So just sitting in on this one, we've got, of course, Alex Kennedy alongside of me, Olympic Games representative back in 2016. And Alex, I'll throw this one over to you, mate, because, again, any time we are dealing with novice athletes, you can generally maybe throw the form guide out.
Yeah, it's more of a day-to-day, race-to-race thing like we talked about in the Novice Skills 4. You put 10 or 20 good strokes together, really gets their confidence, their tails up, and half the time that's all they need is just a bit of a carrot dangled in front of them to really get after it.
Okay, so interesting race, 2,000 metres, there it is, Ben O'Hell range in the distance, and we do get underway. Good, clean, honest start. It is the green boat there in the middle from Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu, who get away to an outstanding start, as do St Paul's Collegiate in lane 7. So lane 7, second from the left there. Other than that, fairly even across there in lane 1. It is John McGlashan College. Lane 2, Christ College also got away a good start. And then we go across the field, and you could probably throw a blanket over the rest of them, but it is very much St Paul's Collegiate who've decided to take this one out early.
Yeah, Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu out of the Bay Coast Rowing Club, formerly a correspondence school. So this is their first Maadi Cup, first A final. A lot of firsts for the school here with Ashton Clark, Logan Lands, Connor McCormick, Charlie Etherington and Molly Sattler, coached by Melissa Sattler and Ted Phelps. Ted Phelps, a legend around the Bay Coast and the way at Bay of Plenty Rowing Club.
So lane 7, St Paul's Collegiate, Harry Kilmeister. We've got Lockie Peters, Benjamin Harper, Hadley Thompson. Their Cox is Kai Gold, coached really well by Drew Tierney and Sam Morgan.
Yeah, and also Wanganui High School. We've got some familiar names there. Christian Kuriona, Achilles Paikia, Keenan Brewer, Jordan Hallett, Lauren Davies as Cox. She's been super busy this week in Wanganui High School. These boys raced earlier on and some other quad races, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Christian and Axel and Jordan Manville, the coaches there, have in store as they've come out of the novice double, Kuriona and Dudson, and the novice Cox 4. So they're doing both here, the young fellows from Wanganui High School in the swamp.
Wonderful aerial shot here, Alex, and we can see just the white water coming off the blades as they exit the water. When you run your eye over that, can you tell anything in regards to the white water coming off the back of the boats or off the back of the blades, who's maybe rowing more efficiently than others?
Definitely back of the blades. The boat doesn't really, like the run off the back of the boat doesn't really matter too much. Like the run of the boat matters, but you won't see too much like off the bow. But the puddles, the wider they are, usually they're not either deep enough or they're not holding the connection well enough through to the finish. And just having a look though, Mount Aspiring, just a black and gold there from Wanaka. Hugo Sinclair, Harry Hope, William Pascoe, Alex Peterson, Caroline Smith, the Cox there in 08. Doing a super good job holding on to those St. Paul's. So keep an eye on a little bit of a dark horse looming in 8 to go along with Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu, Wanganui High School and St. Paul's. Also travelling well, like you mentioned before, is John McGlashan.
Yeah, really good performance coming at the moment from Wanganui High School in 4. Probably got a bell ball lead over lane 7, St Paul's Collegiate. And so it's still a long way to go here. Really interesting to see Te Aho Te Kura Pounamu of Charlie Etherington and his teammates of, as you mentioned, Connor McCormick and Logan Lands and Jacob Trillo, Motti Sattler there, Cox. And so school that you don't hear a lot about. But is this the crew that sets and starts the legacy? Is this the crew that says, hey, we want to make rowing a big part of our program? We can show it can be done. And very much a school that's dipping their toes into the sport of rowing, and in this novice race doing incredibly well, because all three schools neck and neck, probably across the far side at the moment. It might just go with Wanganui High School, smallest margins over Te Aho Te Kura Pounamu, and then across here at St Paul's Collegiate. Auckland Grammar just struggling a little bit with the pace. They currently sit there in lane 6, the yellow boat.
Yeah, just the guys on the Bay Coast there, Te Aho Te Kura Pounamu. Doing a really good job. They just did a good move through that just before the 1K. I'm just looking at the movements here. A lot of moves, premeditated brace plans have moves around the 1K, and they just pulled up alongside Wanganui High School. But now Wanganui High School kind of answering back through the K and pushing back out their advantage to a half a canvas, trying to go further ahead of the boys. You see the Italian Nan 07, that's St. Paul's Collegiate still sticking with it. They were even, so a little bit back now, so not alarm bells, but the coxswain will have to be aware of what's going on here, because these two boys out in front are just working off each other and just slowly inching away from St. Paul's. So see what Kai Galt has got in store for his Bumblebee boys from Hamilton. As a man aspiring, don't rule them out for a bronze medal. They still have contact with St. Paul's. So Hugo's doing a good job there communicating with Caroline Smith, the coxswain.
Yeah, very good job being done indeed. So fascinating little battle beginning to play out here, and you can just sort of sense that across there it is Wanganui High School who are just rating just that little bit higher, but still in the fight. Te Aho Akura Paunamu. And now look across there in lanes 1, starting to make a big run to is John McGlashan College fast finishers, and also we've got Christ College Timaru boys. They're certainly not out of it, looking to try and pick up the pace now, really starting to increase that rating. Across here though, in lane 6, St. Paul's Collegiate, they've got just a little bit of a sniff. They're really starting to lift their tempo now. They've got good boat speed, they've got good momentum. Got to say, Te Aho Takura Paunamu is not going anywhere. They are in the fight here. They are looking to try and take it to the more fancied Wanganui High School. It's lanes 4, it's lane 5. It's developing into an absolute classic, an absolute beauty of a race.
Yeah, we talked about Wanganui High School just pushing away at the 1K mark from Te Aho Otakura Paunamu, but it's sort of stayed there. But as I'm talking right now, it just looks like that 05 is just dropping down the boat of Wanganui High School. So Wanganui High School currently pushing now to try and secure themselves that gold medal. Christ College, if you got a wide pan there, Christ College and Timaru boys are really pushing off each other, working up along Mount Aspiring and St. Paul's. I'd be not worried, but St. Paul's I'd be remiss if I didn't think that they were looking left and looking right at Mount Aspiring, Timaru boys with the familiar George Talbot stroking that boat. And Christ College, there's George, yeah, so George is rattling those boys up. Timaru have got past Christ College, they're even with Mount Aspiring, and they've got their sights set on St. Paul's Collegiate. Timaru have been rattling home all day today, and here comes another lot.
So it's Wanganui High School. They lead from the school out of Wellington, Te Aho Takura Paunamu, who have been superb, but nobody is going to stop Wanganui High School. Of Jordan Hallett, Kynan Brewer, Achilles Pakeha, and Christian Kiriona. Their Cox, Lauren Davies, coached by Jordan Manville and Alex Dickinson. They are still in control of this boat race. What a performance from the small school out of Wellington, though. The silver medal certainly in their graphs. Charlie Etherington, Connor McCormick, Logan Lange, Jacob Trillo, Moddy Sattler, their Cox. What a wonderful moment it will be for them to get themselves on the dais here at the 2024 Aon Maadi Regatta. The crowd just urging them along. They're witnessing possibly the emergence of a new school in the sport of rowing. And now really nice race for third. Who's going to pick that up on the line? Alex, I'll throw that over. I think it might be St. Paul's Collegiate over here in lane 7.
Yes.
Narrowly though, over Timaru Boys High School.
Oh, we're going to stand up. We've got Wanganui High School pretty happy they've got the stand-up going. So Achilles Pakeha, and it looks like Jordan Hallett joining his mate, standing up there for Wanganui High School, the boys from the swamp. Get the win. Second place, Te Aho Otakura Paunamu out of, it says Wellington, but it's actually, they're out of Tauranga Moore Bay, close to Rowing Club, but under the Row It, and also on our official stuff, they say Wellington. I think that's just because they were a correspondence school, so they didn't really have too much of a, maybe their...
Well, that's the great thing. There's not, but there's not a lot of information on them, which
No.
just makes the achievement more remarkable, because they've come up here against some schools that have got long-established rowing programs, and they've gone and grabbed themselves a silver medal.
Yep, that's the one. They had a really tough time through the novice doubles trying to get those boys into the final, but it's great to see them all come together and land a silver for the first time in an A final, first medal. It's a great day to be from Te Aho Otakura Paunamu.
Right, coming up next of our A finals for you, it will be the girls under 16 double sculls, sponsored by High Country Salmon. It will feature Sacred Heart College. For the girls, Craighead Diocesan, Hauraki Plains, Dunstan, Wakatipu, Columba, Onslow and Wellington Girls College. So that is the under 16 double sculls. That is the next of our A finals. Following that, we will bring you the boys under 18 novice quadruple sculls. In fact, my apologies, we will bring you the boys under 16 single sculls, and I know that Alex is incredibly excited by that, because these are the emerging stars of New Zealand rowing, these young men who are looking to sort of say, look, I might not be the best individual rower here, but certainly amongst the junior athletes at this Aon Maadi Regatta, I can certainly put my hand up. So that's still to come. Hope you are enjoying live coverage of the Aon Maadi Regatta for 2024.
Good luck to NBC down at Maadi Cup. Make sure you don't lose to those Hamilton boys.
Good luck, Wellington girls. Crush it, girls.
Shout out to King's College. All the best at Maadi.
Go Christchurch Girls High School.
Go Wellington College. Dubsy hoorah.
Yeah, shout out to St Cans, Dad and Uncle Road there. Go hard at Maadi.
Let's go Napier Girls High School. Go Villa. Good luck. Go Epsom. Backing you.
Good luck to King's College this weekend.
Hamilton boys, 2024 Maadi Cup champions.
Good luck to Christchurch Girls High. Yeah.
Good luck, Marlborough Boys and St Andrews College.
Hi, George Perry. Good luck, Tauranga Boys College.
Good luck, Hamilton Boys High School. Bring it home.
Let's go, Otago boys. Up the hoops.
Let's go Auckland Grammar.
Stack. Let's go, boys. South Island champs. Up the Thistle.
Counting down to the Levin Jubilee Cup and the Aon Maadi Cup. We have a number of A finals still remain. We now bring you the girls under 16 double sculls A final. Sacred Heart Girls College of Hamilton in 1, Craighead Diocesan in 2, Hauraki Plains in 3, Dunstan High School in 4, Wakatipu High School in 5, Columba College in 6, Onslow College in 7, and Wellington Girls College in lane 8. It's a full field, it's a quality field. The emerging stars of New Zealand women's rowing on the start line, looking to try and pick up gold, silver or bronze. Alex Kennedy alongside of me, bringing all the expert comments.
Oh, you know, I don't know about expert, but I do watch some rowing from time to time, and I know from past experiences to never underestimate a boat out of Dunstan, especially in the sculling group. But this lot here, Bella Breen and Ruby Smith, coached by Father Simon and Natalie Wilson.
Well, they've got an advantage.
Guns.
They've got an absolute advantage with the aerodynamic bucket hat, which has become synonymous with Dunstan. They'll be very familiar with those out to their right, because it will be Wakatipu High School, which will feature Amy Patterson and Sasha Key, coached by Shane Muir.
Yeah, Sasha Key, older sister Olivia Key at Dunstan Arm Rowing Club this season, a bit of a weapon herself. And then you've got Matilda Sutton, her older sister was a Redcoat winner this year. Columba, she won the quad last year. And then you've got Ruby Smith's older sister, Sophie Smith, won the quad as well. So a lot of heritage through these boats as we see the next generation of this families coming through here.
So that is lane 6, and that is Columba College of Fenella Millen, Matilda Sutton, coached by Jared Brensel and Emily Brown. And they are certainly a crew that everybody's going to keep an eye on. So if you are looking at the pictures, lane 8 is out to your left, lane 1 is across the far side on the right, and we do get underway. And again, a very good start there in lane 5 from Wakatipu High School. We've seen that from their crews. They like to be aggressive at the start, looking to try and go stroke for stroke though, just on their outside. Columba College, also Dunstan High School on their inside in lane 4. So good even start, but it is still very much Wakatipu have decided to take it out quicker than the rest of the crews.
Yeah, a necessary game plan when you go against these girls from Dunstan. These girls have been utterly dominant through the progressive races coming up to the final, so Wakatipu doing what they need to do to put themselves in a good mindset, not only that, and also put maybe a little bit of doubt in the mind of Bella Breen and Ruby Smith.
Yeah, change the game plan, don't you? Force them to change their plan. Just put a little bit of doubt in, and that's the thing with young athletes. They do struggle a little bit at times with the mental side of it, or they perhaps don't quite get it. It's easy to upset them. Sacred Heart Girls, they're also having a very good start in lane 1. We've got Georgia Kendrick and Lily Ashton. They're coached by Tony Burns, so good to see the Sacred Heart crew out of Hamilton. They're doing very well. So it's across there in lane 1. Lane 4 currently sitting in second, and then lane 5 Wakatipu. So 3 boats, and then the rest of them maybe just being a little bit more measured in their approach. Certainly Sacred Heart Girls across there in lane 1, now starting to make their move, deciding that they want to be aggressive as well.
Yeah, I'm just casting my eyes to the left a little bit with Columba, Onslow and Wellington Girls College. And a nice tight tussle alongside Hauraki Plains, Ruby Van Hellemond and Jessica Broadbent. They've got the familiar blades of the orange Hauraki Plains College Club. So those girls both obviously members there, being out of the high school, double up as the club houses the high schools, as a bunch of clubs throughout the country do. And through the 500 metre mark, it looks like to be Dunstan look like they're just up on Wakatipu now, and it's going to be Sacred Heart taking it to them in lane 1, but I think it is Dunstan leading the way here, the girls 16 double.
Yeah, Wellington Girls College down here in lane 8, closest to the bottom of the picture, still not out of it either. They're still in touch, and that's what they want to be. They want to be in touch through that 1,000 metre mark, because that's when often we do see the strategy play out. We see a lot of crews trying to negative split it, make that second 1,000 faster than the first 1,000. Don't want to be in too many matches too early. Just want to maintain good technique, good form through these early stages. Let the boat do the work, let the blades do the work. And we've seen a really good example of it from all 3 crews here.
Yeah, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith there with the bucket hat, sitting in the bow.
How'd you go with managing to get me a bucket hat?
I can get it. Simon will be out there. He'll be hopefully lurking around watching his daughter as they start to draw up alongside the crew from lane 1, Sacred Heart from Hamilton. Yeah. But yeah, dark, you'll see the DARC on the back of that bucket hat. You'll see the horse there just below Q4. So they go by Dark Horse Rowing, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. Not much of a dark horse here. They've been so dominant through this week. I'm really interested to see what they can perform here. But you can see just the conviction as they finish through. Like Bella Breen is only 13 years old, and she's here crushing it in the stroke seat on the right-hand side of your screen there for Dunstan Arm, closest to you. And just see the swiftness and the cleanliness of the catch as they get those blades in the water, and we're panning back to third place right now, which would be Wakatipu, but they're going to be looking to their left to Hauraki Plains, right to Onslow College out of Wellington. And also just tagging along behind Hauraki Plains, there's Craigie Dawson, Isla Crawford and Abby Hurst.
Yeah, now this will be where, I don't know, there'll be a sense of relief to a point because they know they're through 1,000 metres. There'll all be a little bit of anxiety knowing that the next 1,000 metres is going to probably hurt like they cannot imagine. But really good push here from Sacred Heart Girls across there in one. They are starting to make their move, starting to pick up, starting to just close down this very good Dunstan High School crew. So Sacred Heart Girls of Hamilton deciding that enough is enough, trying to get that bow nice and high out of the water, just starting to increase their stroke rate. No real panic coming on that Dunstan High School team just yet. They'll also have a strategy. It'll come down to who's burnt the too many matches, who's still left a few in the box, and who's just got that energy to burn with 250 to go.
Yeah, at this stage it'd be quite interesting because the Dunstan girls have been quite used to being alone at this point of the race. So just someone still have contact with them would be interesting to see how they react now. But it looks like they've just got their heads in the boat and they're just getting on with it.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. We talk about psychology and there's an industry in it. That's why we do have sports psychologists. But often when you come up in sport against a team, or in this case a crew that are so used to winning and so used to winning comfortably, you've got to change the mindset. You've got to put some pressure on them early. You've got to put a bit of doubt in their head. How do they respond? Have they had to learn how to lose to learn how to win? Or have they only ever learned how to win? And that is sometimes the only way you can beat a better team. But it is still it's still Dunstan High School of Ruby Smith and Bella Breen who continue to dominate this fight, back out to probably a boat length and a half lead over Sacred Heart Girls. Really good race developing for the bronze medal at the moment. You would say that it is Wakatipu High School, but the big challenge is now coming from Onslow College in lane 7, Olivia Martin, Abby Stewart.
Yeah, great second half coming from the girls from Wellington, pulling up alongside the fast-hitting Wakatipu girls. So the girls from Wellington will be loving this nice flat water, and not the go usually in Oriental Bay there in Wellington. But Angus Todd, the coach there, with the girls in the red and the green, quite a few famous alumni. They've recently gone through their own New Zealand system and Olympics and world medalists. So here comes another crop from Onslow College, but out in front, Dunstan High School, clear now on Sacred Heart. I'm just wondering how much gas in the tank Onslow does have, because novice double, 500 to run. There's no real reason why they couldn't claw back on Sacred Heart, and also keep an eye on that Wakatipu. Wonder if they've got how much juice they've got left after that fast start.
I just want to ask you this, just observing there across there in lane 1, we've talked about Sacred Heart Girls, but we've seen a number of the other crews coming up that side to go to the start line themselves, so boats that are yet to race in their finals. Is there a disadvantage in being one with possibly the wash that comes off those other boats as they're heading in the opposite direction?
Yeah, they definitely.
Here's an example of it right now.
Yeah, so you've got the women's 8 heading down there for potentially for their B final, or one of the 8s going down for the Live-In Jubilee or Maadi Cup final. So, yeah, especially with these doubles being so close, but unfortunately it's just the price you pay for being in lane 1, unfortunately. But looks like they're handling it pretty well. I mean, they're up there in second. It's not ideal when you don't want them to deal with that. But Wakatipu showing great doggedness now as they're holding on to that Onslow College. Onslow College did go through them, but they are sticking on to them. You can see here the speed of which those blades into the water from Bella Breen and Ruby Smith. Ruby doing a great job backing up her mate there in stroke seat as they come down here. We've got the Filippi shell there, so that's an Italian boat that Simon's got down in Dunstan. He's got a few down there, and they're providing the speed with these girls at the moment.
Yeah, well, it is Dunstan High School. This is just an absolute demolition. This has just been a wonderful display. We wondered whether or not they might have it over the back end. They've actually just got better over that second 1,000 metres. It's going to be silver at the moment to Sacred Heart Girls across there in lane 1. The real race, you come back into the middle, and the real race is probably going to be between Wakatipu and out here in lane 7, Onslow College. So it's Onslow College currently in the bronze medal position. They've just done a really good job at just staying underneath the radar, and now you can just see that half a boat length lead over Wakatipu, but nobody is going to deny Dunstan High School. They are in an absolute class of their own, coming down past this large crowd which is well above 10,000. So they're all gearing up for the Maadi Cup, but certainly enjoying watching these future stars of New Zealand rowing. And I think we're seeing two here in Ruby Smith and Bella Breen. Congratulations to their coaches Simon Smith and Natalie Wilson. Silver medal over there to Sacred Heart Girls. Congratulations to Georgia Kendrick and Lily Ashton, and it will be lane 7 who will pick up the bronze, and that is Onslow College of Olivia Martin, Abby Stewart. Their coach is Angus Todd.
What a great fight from Onslow and Wakatipu. That Wakatipu crew had no reason really, well not no reason, but no right to hang on to Onslow as well as they did after that incredibly fast start. And credit to Onslow for keeping their heads down and keeping out of the pressure. They had half a length. Wakatipu just kind of hunting them the whole way, so they kept their nerves in check, and got through there for the bronze medal. But that Dunstan's crew, that might be one of the fastest 16 doubles we've seen in a long time for the girls. That's crazy how far ahead they were. And they were just, you can see the aggression and the catch and see what it means to Ruby and Bella, and also the speed of which they just get those blades through. So super aggressive with their leg speed and swing.
I tell you what, everybody will be having bucket hats next year. I think there's something in it. I think they're iconic New Zealand, sort of go back to the days of Fred Dagg, but an iconic sort of bucket hat, but I just wonder if there's something in it. Anyway, more medal ceremonies. Just a reminder, our next day final for you is the boys under 16 singles sculls. Following that, we will just have 2 A finals remaining. They will be the 2 big blue ribbon events. We will have the Levin Jubilee Cup for the under 18 women's 8, and then we'll have the 77th running of the great race, the men's Maadi Cup.
Just quickly before we cut out, on your left there is Te Aho Otukura out of Bay Coast Rowing Club. This is their first Maadi Cup, first day final, and they picked up their first medal. So congratulations to those boys. And Ted Phelps helping the coaching ranks there, and their coxswain. So congratulations to them on their first medal, and it's great to see another school join the fraternity of the rowing community as we push forward for a final few races here at the 2024 Aon Maadi Cup.
Before we hand out the silver medals, I want to explain about this crew. This crew, their name is Te Aho Otukura Pōnamu. They are a crew made up of correspondence school students. They row out of Bay of Plenty. They gained a medal at the North Island Champs. And I did say to them at the time, I hope I see you on the podium. So to give them this medal is a great feeling. And this is the first time we have had a correspondence school crew win a medal at Maadi. So please adopt them and make a big round of applause, please, for Te Aho. Well done to Charlie Etherington, Connor McCormick, Logan Lands, Ashton Clark, coxswain Molly Sattler, and coaches Ted Phelps and Melissa Sattler. And we had one rower who was unable to row because of illness, Jacob Trillo, and we have him on the podium as well. 701.70. So let's hope we see more of Te Aho Otukura Pōnamu. Congratulations to our silver medal winners. And now the Aon Maadi Boys Under 18 Novice Cox Quad Champions, Wainui High School. Please step forward, Jordan Hallett. Kynan Brewer. Achilles Pikea. Christian Kiriona. Coxswain Lauren Davies. They're coached by Axel Dickinson and Adrian Van Bussel. And their time 6:59.77. Thanks to Judith Hamilton, who actually spent some time as a student at Wainui High, so this is very appropriate that you're presenting the medals. Thank you too to the University of Otago for sponsoring this event. Well done, bronze medal winners, St Paul's Collegiate of Hamilton. Well done to Te Aho Otukura Pōnamu. Thank you, and welcome up to the podium for the first time. And a big round of applause, please, for our champions, Wanganui High School.
Excellent. One coach on either end, please. Just send yourselves on the sign.
To celebrate Aon Māori Regatta Week, we're giving Māori supporters the chance to win a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver plan account or Milford Investment Fund account. To enter, open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver plan, or open a Milford Investment Fund account before midnight on Sunday the 24th of March 2024 for your chance to win one of 10 top-ups. To find out more about this exclusive Māori offer, for T's and C's and to get started, visit milfordasset.com/Māori 2024. Milford, invested in you.
It is the third to last of our A finals at the 2024 Aon Māori Regatta. Following this, it is the under-18 Women's 8, the Levin Jubilee Cup, followed by the final event of the day, the 77th running of the Maadi Cup. But before that, we've got one really exciting race to bring you. It is the boys under-16 single sculls, brought to you by Laszlo Boats. It's a quality field. Arthur Crimmins will represent Otamoto College in 1. We've got Cooper Lynch out of St Kevin's College in 2. Murdoch Smith out of Nelson College in 3. Harry Kavanagh out of Wellington College in 4. Ash Schultz out of Whakatane in 5. Luca Mains Upson out of Twizel Area School in lane 6. Tyler Nelson out of Tauranga Boys College in lane 7. And Henry Johnson out of Sacred Heart College in Auckland will start in lane 8. Alex Kennedy alongside of me, bringing you all the expert comments. Alex, Future stars, young men, maybe 2, maximum 3 years of rowing behind them, looking for national honours, looking to build from year to year.
Yep, that's the one. 16 singles sometimes gets overlooked a little bit just because it is right before those big 8, so I'm really keen to shine a spotlight on these young fellas here. Harry Kavanagh is an absolute weapon who's been really showing out in the prelims to lead into this final. Murdoch Smith's the South Island champ. Ash Schutz just got out of the under-17 quad for Whakatane that flew home for a bronze medal, so we'll see what his recovery's like. And we've got the local boy, Luca Mains-Upson, representing the Twizel Area School in the green and the black, as Ash Schutz just gets a little bit of a knock in the head from his dongle that helps him keep straight, but he's preferring just to tap it with his own oars there. Is he rowing in a Wintec boat?
Yeah, always a hard one, isn't it, at 16 or 15 years of age? Some kids just a little bit bigger than others, and sometimes there is that size advantage. And I guess the message is, too, if you're one of those smaller kids who hasn't quite physically matured yet, just work on the technical components. You can always build the athlete later, and things can change in 12 months from now. As we now just have a look at the sort of pre-race favourite, Harry Kavanagh out of Wellington College.
Yeah, Harry, while not at the same school, would be under the same sort of similar programming as Wellington Girls College, as his sister school, and Emma Baggery won the 18 single, and Kavanagh actually has a similar sort of style, very long and loping style, packs all the way up, nice long arms. You can see he's quite a long kid, like quite tall for a 15-year-old most likely, and he uses those to the best of his abilities as he rumbles down the course.
So not too far away from a start. Big moment. A lot of schools. Great to have Otamotai out of Tauranga there in lane 1. So lane 1 is the right hand, the right side of your picture. Lane 8 is the left hand side. So Sacred Heart to the left in lane 8 on the outside. Otamotai College of Arthur Crimmins on the right hand side, far side. And there we go. So Harry Kavanagh, Ash Schultz from Whakatane, and they both explode. And look away, what a great start there from Harry Kavanagh. Absolutely just launched himself off the line here and just explodes in lane 4, and already maybe just a canvas lead. Very good start coming there from Tyler Nelson, also out of Tauranga Boys across in lane 7 or on your left hand side there. Struggling a little bit with the pace early on is Arthur Crimmins from Otamotai. Now things just start to settle down. Lane 5, Ash Schultz from Whakatane. He'll be poised, he'll be set. Some athletes do like to take it out quick. They like to dictate terms rather than being dictated to. And also a good strong performance coming from Murdoch Smith there from Nelson College in lane 3.
Yeah, we talked about Wellington College, Harry Kavanagh. You can just see those albatross-like arms just streaming out the front of the rigger there for Wellington College. But we talked about 16s today, and we talked about 2 years of rowing, most likely, for a lot of these lads. Maybe under 16 single might have been like the likes of Luca Mains-Upson, not as many guys to row with. He might be first or second year, but under 16, like I said, they just know enough to get themselves in trouble, which is great.
Yeah, look at that, just so incredibly even at the moment, isn't it? Murdoch Smith there from Nelson, 3 on the inside on the right hand side of the screen, and there in lane 5 in the middle with maybe the smallest leads is Ash Schultz. Harry Kavanagh just happy to bring it back just a little bit out of Wellington, and now we get that side profile. Alex, I'll ask you this. We talk a lot about technique in the sport of rowing. It is a very technical sport. The technique required for a single sculler versus the technique required maybe for a team boat, is there much of a difference?
I don't think it's the technique that changed. Good technique is good technique, and it's transferable to anything, but maybe the style of which you approach a single scull. So a lot slower boats, so a lot more time in the water. So you want a lot of these guys, when they're doing like their lower rate stuff, they won't be like really accelerating and dishing it through till about halfway through the drive, as opposed to maybe a little bit further earlier in the drive when the boat's moving a bit quicker. You need to be on it more, but this is a bit more of a hang and sling situation. But now you see Ash Schultz backing up from that 17 quad. He's just stuck into the lead. He's going to be wary though. He is on the outside of his lane. He's just adjusts there, as you see on your screen.
And how are they steering these boats, Alex?
These guys are doing it they'll be doing it with their hands. They'll be doing it through pressure on the oars, because I think you probably could get steering in a single, but I haven't heard of anyone using actual foot steering in a single.
So it's just simply about just weight transfer it from one blade to the next. So if you want to move out to the right there, we've all practiced it. We've all done it at some point in rowboats or in kayaks, same philosophy. And now we do go back into lane 5. So it is Whakatane's Ash Schultz. And lane 3 across there, Nelson College, Murdoch Smith showing really good form. But just have a look here at Wellington College, Harry Kavanagh. He looks just distant spur strokes, look a little bit more casual, not using quite as much energy, but getting great reach, great distance per stroke.
Yeah, it's a long kid, Harry Kavanagh. putting it simply. He's got some really long arms there.
Well,
Murdoch Smith's doing a great job of, like, you can see the acceleration. He's also got a... Nelson also, if you're curious enough, they do love their bucket hats, the blue bucket hats of Nelson.
Brilliant, love the bucket hat.
And they're coming through here. Murdoch Smith, the South Island champion, going against 2 North Islanders. But he's got a really nice handle in terms of the rhythm. He gets a nice hang. You can see his arms extend and be nice and loose as he accelerates the body through. So good work from the two-tone blue there of Nelson. Ash Schutz just looking across.
Yeah,
Whakatane love to look out. Something about it.
I was going to say, they're almost just looking at each other at the moment. Right, who's going to go first, boys? There's 3 of us.
Yeah.
This is just a game of cat and mouse. I'm good. Are you good? Are you good? Right, let's see who's prepared to go first, because who's going to call my bluff? But at some point, at what point do maybe Murdoch Smith out of Nelson College and Ash Schultz out of Whakatane just decide to attack? Because surely they probably know Harry Kavanagh maybe comes in here as the favoured sculler. So take it to him before he takes it to you. Put a bit of pressure on him. Ask some questions of him. See if he's got anything.
It looks like Harry Kavanagh's going to force their hand, because he was down a little bit before the K, and you look now, they're about to go through those boy lines, just undulating back and forth together. Ash, I don't know what it is about the Whakatane guys, but like through years and years and years, anyone under Cramwell, they just look out for strokes at a time. You see Ash Schutz, that's 4 strokes, 5 strokes, just looking across. So I don't know, I don't get it what this no-look rowing, but it works. They do really well, Whakatane in general.
I always remember George Foreman, Muhammad Ali, and the great Rumble in the Jungle, and you know, Ali's getting absolutely pounded through to about the 7th or 8th round, and then he starts to sense a little bit of a weakness from George Foreman. He looks up behind his gloves and he says, "Is that all you got, George? If that all you got, you in a world of trouble." And this sort of reminds me a little bit of that, because I'm just sort of seeing this young man from Whakatane, Ash Schultz, almost going, "Okay, Harry, is that all you've got? Because if that's all you've got, you're in a world of trouble." Now, clearly, Harry Kavanagh's probably going, "No, I've actually got a little bit more here," but it's really starting to develop into a wonderful little street fight, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got Harry Kavanagh, like I said, we talked about how big and tall he is and long, and you get that distance per stroke, but that sort of stuff, it looks like he's maintaining that speed.
Starting to move away now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just got that really nice, that long loping style is just proving pretty hard to defend in that third 500, so he just keeps it rolling along, stays relaxed, makes sure he's getting that leverage up front that he has naturally, so... Harry Kavanagh. Caleb Meyer and Ty Renner doing a great job with this young fella.
Yeah, we commented earlier, didn't we, through that first 1,000 metres, just how casual he looked. He just looked so much more relaxed. Certainly not the high rating because of the fact of his long arms, his long body, but he just looked quite conservative, and now he's just starting to stretch it out. And you do feel here that bungee cord is about to break, and Ash Schultz out of Whakatane is going to have to sit here and go, "You know what, I'm happy with silver today." And now he's not looking so much at Harry Kavanagh, he's starting to look across now at Murdoch Smith. By the way, kids, if you're watching this, don't look at anyone. Keep your head straight, look backwards, and concentrate on what you're doing.
Well, I'm still incredibly impressed from Matt Schutz. He was in the bow seat, I believe, of that Whakatane under-17 quad that got bronze, and he's back out here maybe like an hour and a half later, racing probably the hardest boat to back up on, and when your legs are tired, is the single. So he's doing a great job. You can see there from Harry Kavanagh, when we look at the bigger scullers around the world, and like guys that are 2 metres or over 2 metres tall, they don't pack all the way up. So what I mean by pack up is, like, you see the shin angle, they come forward, and a lot of these guys get quite vertical, so they're getting their hips to their ankles. If we pan back to Harry Kavanagh, he doesn't get close. It almost looks like he's rowing 3/4 half side, and that's just because he's got long femurs and tibias and fibulas, so the physiology probably just doesn't allow him to get all the way forward without having to rate extremely low.
Yeah,
so you can see him just rowing, he's relying on his arm length to get that length as opposed to the slide length because he's so tall.
Correct, yeah, really well summed up, really well explained there. And so coming down and looking pretty comfortable, Harry Kavanagh, coached by Caleb Meyer and Ty Renner, really in complete control of this, will come down and take out this very prestigious boys under 16 single sculls, the real name of the future. It will, however, mean that the likes of Murdoch Smith and Ash Schultz still have another year to physically develop, another year to put a layer of rowing training into them, and that will certainly mean that things could change very quickly in 12 months from now. Look at the crowd in the background getting set for the Levin Jubilee Cup, the Women's Aid, and then of course the 77th running of the great race, the Aon Maadi Cup. But nobody can deny Harry Kavanagh. He absolutely looks superb. Brilliant performance from him.
And how good for these young fellas to have a crowd like this to witness their,
biggest moment of their careers at this point.
Great. I know they're there for the Maadi Cup, but that doubles down as they get to see the likes of Harry Kavanagh, who are just flush. We had Phil Wilson in the booth, and there's the gold medal. Here comes silver.
Ash Schultz will
That's
pick up the
one.
silver from Whakatane, and then it will be Murdoch Smith, who's been gutsy, courageous all day. He'll pick up the bronze. And also a very good performance coming across here from the rest of these scullers. Not really a lot in it, which makes it super exciting in 12 months' time from now, knowing just how much bodies can change at this age, how much more training some of these athletes might do. Some might be 3 years into their own, some might only be 2. And so that improvement curve could be significant for others, maybe not quite as significant for some. But certainly right here, right now, nobody can deny Harry Kavanagh. He wins the boys under 16 single sculls title at the Aon Maadi Regatta. Have a quick look at the replay here.
And you can see what I'm talking about. Just not quite his knees getting in line with his ankles because he's a tall boy. He doesn't need to. He's got that arm length. He's got the albatross wings out there. So Harry Kavanagh from Wellington College. Our own Mike Trappett on the keys here for Altitude HD. An old boy from Wellington College would be happy as a clan to see his boys come through here.
Okay, folks, we are counting down to the 2 big ones. We are not too far away from bringing you the Levin Jubilee Cup, one of the great prizes in all of secondary school sport, to the women's 8. Following that, we will bring you the 77th running of the great race,
Look at this.
the Aon Maadi Cup.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's a bit of camaraderie from the boys there.
Oh, it's great. Great to see.
In Wellington. Looks like Murdoch Smith's going to join in. They're going to have a 3-boat flotilla out there for the under-16 medalists. So good work from the fellas, congratulating each other on the under-16 podium.
Well, the rivalry now, these two for social media, they connect up, don't they? They get to keep an eye on what everyone's doing over the next 12 months, who's doing what. They will become mates, and you know, it's that old motivation, you know. What is it? What was the quote yesterday from John? The wolf climbing up the hill is hungrier than the wolf on top of the hill. And so you have to, you know, to stay number 1, train as if you're number 2. All of those little pieces of philosophy will start to creep in as we start to see more of the presentations here on the podium. But certainly this crowd of 10,000 waiting, hoping, looking to witness history. The Levin 75th Jubilee Cup is set to go. It was first raced for back in 1981. And another chapter is about to be written. Following that, the Aon Maadi Cup. Don't go away, folks, till the biggest prizes in secondary school sport are moments away.
Well done, Onslow College, on your bronze medal. Sacred Heart of Hamilton getting your silver. But we will now present the Craighead Diocesan Cup to our champions, Dunstan High School.
Congratulations to those wonderful doubles down there on the dais. Girls under 16 double. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the last 4 races, the end of the Maadi.
Well, a crowd of over 10,000 sit here along the lakeside of Lake Ruataniwha in Twizel, the Mackenzie country, because coming up, it is the Levin Jubilee Cup, the greatest prize in secondary school girls sport, a trophy that was first raced for back in 1981, and that day it was won by Wanganui Collegiate, Girls College I should say. They've won it on 3 occasions. Westlake Girls High School, Mount Albert Grammar, St Margaret's College, Waikato Diocesan, Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls, Wanganui Collegiate, Epsom Girls Grammar, all looking to etch their name in the history books, all looking to try and write their own little part of their school's history. The defending champions are Rangiruru. They have been just simply dominant. They've won it on 18 occasions. And who will forget last year's performance when they finished first and second? It is considered to be the premier event in New Zealand secondary schools for girls. It is the girls under 18-8. They race for the Levin Jubilee Cup. It is the who's who of girls rowing. All crews looking to try and get out quickly through this first 250 metres. Christchurch Girls High School looking to try and challenge, but it is all Rangiruru at the moment. They've got 250 metres left of their journey. They are in complete control. It is poetry in motion, one of the great performances from one of the great schools. So it is Rangiruru who will come down for the 18th time and win the Levin Jubilee Cup. A dominant victory. It is a three-peat. They win it for the 3rd consecutive time. The dynasty of Rangiruru. Oh, wonderful scenes, first and second, such as the class, such as the dominance of Rangiruru over the years. 18-time champions, the defending champions coming in, and can anybody stop them? This is a very different looking Final 8 this year. Schools like Mount Albert Grammar for the first time in the final of this Levin Jubilee Cup. And there is that start list. Westlake Girls in 1, Mount Albert in 2, St Margaret's in 3, Waikato Diocesan in 4, Rangiruru in 5, Christchurch Girls High School in 6, Wanganui Collegiate in 7, Epsom Girls Grammar in 8. Alex Kennedy alongside of me. Alex, this is what it's all been waiting for. It culminates with this, the great race, the girls under 18-8. And I tell you what, it's not necessarily the clear-cut favourite that we had last year. It's not guaranteed to beat Rangiruru.
Nope. It's a bit of a wide open field this year. We've got Westlake Girls there with the Canadian-esque blade sitting in lane 1.
Yep, they won the race back in 1989 and 1990. So they've won it on 2 occasions. Alongside of them will be the might of Mount Albert Grammar, a relatively new boat bought by the Liddell family. Chris Liddell, former Chief of Staff at the White House under the Trump administration, great philanthropist, old boy, providing the boat, the blades, and they're looking to make history. One of the only North Island schools to ever have an 8 in both the final of the Levin Jubilee Cup and the Maadi Cup. St Margaret's, they've won this Levin Jubilee Cup on 7 occasions, the last time being in 2019. And how good have the Candy Stripes been throughout this regatta?
Yeah, Coco Flood sitting in the stroke seat there. Stroke seat of the under 17-4, the under 17-8, and now she takes pole position with her girls for St Margaret's from the Waimakariri. Here's Waikato Dio, the Dawn Cup champions, sitting in the 5 and the 6 seat. Yeah. Isabel Melville and Hannah Tomlin.
Won it on 3 occasions. The last time they won it was back in 2014. Alongside of them, though, the brand that is secondary schools girls rowing. It'll be the might of Rangiruru, who will start in lane 5. They have won it on 18 occasions. They are the defending champions. A lot of responsibility will fall on their coxswain, Sophia Saar.
Yeah, coxswains are quite fierce competition to get the coxswain seat here from these girls' schools, so these coxswains will come correct with their race plan, have complete faith in their girls, and Christchurch Girls, the navy and the red there.
Yet never won the trophy. They joined Mount Albert Grammar, have never won this, so they're looking to create their own little slice of history. They certainly have a chance today. And then one of the great schools, Wanganui Collegiate, will start in lane 7, and they have won this on 3 occasions. Last time they won it, though, was 1985. This will be the 44th running of the great race.
Yeah, watch these crews be desperate to try and get out and establish their dominance early, racing in an 8. It's a drag race, and there's a bit of a rule of thumb that if whoever's winning at 500 goes on to win the race, but school rowing, and the younger you get, that kind of goes out the window a little bit here, but it will be a very important start here.
Epsom Girls Grammar round out our field of 8. They've yet to win this race too. Such a rich history in sport, and there'll be plenty of Auckland secondary school kids from other schools who will say, well, we're not in it, but our allegiances lie with the likes of the Epsom Girls Grammar, and those schools perhaps they compete in regularly. So we are set for a start in the 44th running of the Levin Jubilee Cup. And that year, and it was back in 1981, that the Maadi Regatta was held in Lake Horowhenua. That year the Levin Borough Council was holding its 75th Jubilee. The Mayor, Jack Balderson, decided that a fitting memorial would be for a cup for the girls' senior 8. The inaugural winner was Wanganui Girls College, and that is the history of this event. So women's 8 supremacy, set for a start. Settle back, folks, wherever you are around the country, wherever you are around the world. Enjoy all of this one. It is going to be an absolute beauty.
Yeah, listen to these girls ripping it off the start.
And we are underway, 44th running of the great race. Lot of power, lot of speed. Very, very good, strong start from all crews. Good start coming there from Christchurch Girls in lane 6. Little bit of a directional issue from Rangiruru there, looking to now try and straighten up their boat. Looking to try and go with the pace early. Also in lane 4, Waikato Diocesan School. And now we will get a little bit of a look. It is lanes 4, Waikato Diocesan, Rangiruru in lane 5. Already a canvas lead over the rest of this field. Mount Albert Grammar in their first final, just struggling with the pace a little bit across there in lane 2. Westlake Girls across the far side. Closest to picture in lane 7 is Wanganui Collegiate. Epsom Girls struggling with the fast start.
Wanganui Girls coming through with the fastest time from the heats. Can't really read into that too much. So, but Waikato Dyer and Christchurch Girls and Margaret's, they all know that. So they all know that they need to get on top, rustle some feathers, and put themselves in a place where they can feel good about what they're doing and settle into their own race plan.
Well, wouldn't it be remarkable if Christchurch Girls could win their first ever? Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Elsie Lowe, Holly Smith, Marley Ross, Kate Ryle, Kiera Wolfe, Sophia Bong is their cox, coached by Dave Hatton and Andrew Blake, and they look very good so far there in lane 6, the Christchurch Girls.
Christchurch Girls actually looked after the head coach in there would be Gary Hay. Long time New Zealand men's and women's coach. He also coached Rangiruru back about 14 or so years ago to many a Levin Jubilee Cup win. So now Gary finds himself at a crosstown rival at Christchurch Girls, leading the way though. Christchurch Girls had a stellar repechage, and hopefully they'll find that form just like our men's 8 did in Tokyo. See what they can bring to the final now as they're both up on Rangiruru. That's Waikato Diocesan in the centre field. And you can see the blue and the gold of Rangiruru sitting just menacingly, I'd say, in that 3rd position. And then St Margaret's best of the rest there, just heading Wanganui Collegiate for 4th currently.
Yeah, Wanganui Collegiate doing pretty well there in 7, but it is Christchurch Girls still at the moment. And I guess Waikato Diocesan, Christchurch Girls, they want to squeeze Rangiruru. Rangiruru, big brand. They're 18 times champion. Do you wonder how much of a psychological that edge is for these young athletes who have to compete against them? They look across, they see Rangiruru. They've got a culture of winning. They're the reason why the likes of the Waikato Diocesan crew and Christchurch Girls and all of these finalists get up every morning, train as hard as they do. They know the standard. They know the standard Rangiruru have set over the years.
Man, Christchurch Girls doing a great job there, just stealing a little bit of a march through the 750 metre mark. There is some size in this Christchurch Girls crew. There is some length, so they don't be surprised if they can really lay it down here in this middle K. But this is it. They're asking the question. Christchurch Girls are putting themselves out there. Like I said, they had a really great repechage. Let's see if they can feed onto that momentum with St Margaret's moving up as well.
I love this mindset here, Alex. This is what you do. You look across at Rangiruru, you look at Waikato Diocesan, and you go, I tell you what, we are going to be agents of change here. We're going to be provocateurs. We're going to just be a disruptor. We're going to look to maybe force them to change their game plan. You've trained one way, well, we're going to make you try and race a different way. And so this is gutsy, this is courageous, loving this, looking to try and create some history is Christchurch Girls High School, and they've got a boat length clear at the moment. We've talked about just how difficult it is for the 8s to maintain their speed. Can they hang on here? Are we witnessing history? 1,000 metres of the great race still to go. It is Rangiruru, Waikato Diocesan in St Margaret's, all tied for second and third. Still on their outside of Christchurch Girls, it's Wanganui Collegiate as well. What a boat race. Looking forward to this one, the 44th running of the Levin Jubilee Cup.
St Margaret's have to go now. They've done a really good job of starting behind those two crews of Dio and Rangi, but look at that. The V3, the girls from the Waimakere and the Kaipoi Rivers working their magic again in the red and white. There goes Dio, there goes Rangi. They're all pulling back even, so this is it. This is what Christchurch Girls, they've played their cards. Now, it's all about catch-up. What have they got left in the legs? Here goes St Margaret's. They've been extremely dominant in the second half of their racing. And here it goes again. Coco Flood laying it down. St Margaret's pushing up half a canvas, moving away. And now they've got to chase down this magnificent middle K from Christchurch Girls.
Okay, the St Margaret's crew of Ava Redmond, Evie Leeson, Phoebe Wilson, Lila Stellard, Ian Leeson, Belize Macquarie, India Broomhall, Coco Flood, Barra Harris now asking everything of them, but it's still Christchurch Girls. Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson, Sienna Godfrey, Chatterton, Elsie Lowe, Holly E. Smith, Marley Ross, Kate Ryle, Kiara Wolf, Sophie Baum. They have no plan B. This is it. They are locked into the hurt box here, folks. It is now a case of just having a head like granite, individually and collectively. They are being urged on by their cock, Sophia Baum. What a performance so far, but look across there in lane 3. You see the bow starting to get high from St Margaret's College. It is game on, folks. Settle back. Two magnificent street fighters, two teams of warriors going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, it's going to take a monumental effort from St Margaret's to run down Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls have lit a lot of candles to get to where they are, make no mistake about it. Physiologically, they're not any different to these other girls, so they are putting themselves out there. They're not going to be panicking at all, so Sophia Baum keeping them girls calm. That this is their plan. They've got 3 quarters of length, St Margaret's. St Margaret's are the best of the rest. This is the challenge. Can St Margaret's run down Christchurch Girls from crosstown Christchurch?
They've never won at Christchurch Girls. Such a rich history. They have never won it. We've seen Rangiruru win it on 18 occasions. St Margaret's on 7. When you run through those Canterbury schools, and you've seen the likes of Wanganui Collegiate win it just once back in 2006. Now we start to see St Margaret's, the candy stripes. You just see that bow starting to lift. It was a boat length. It's now down to 3 quarters of a boat length. We're approaching that threshold. Oh, you cannot imagine what they're going through here, folks. Settle back. One of the great races beginning to develop.
Yeah, this is the 2 Rapid Charge winners, St Margaret's and Christchurch Girls. They had an extra race, 2:50 to run. I cannot see anyone running down Christchurch Girls. They've got too much of an advantage. They're rowing too well. Their tails are up. The momentum is all of the navy and the red and the white of Christchurch Girls.
Well, Christchurch Girls looking to row themselves into the history books. These names will become icons within this school. Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson again, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Elsie Lowe, Holly E. Smith, Marley Ross, Kate Ryle, Kiera Wolf, Sophie Bone. They've got nothing left. They're pushing as hard. The crowd of 10,000 urges them on. Are we going to add another name, a new school to the long, illustrious list of winners in this famous race? Stand up, Christchurch Girls. Stand up, your alumni. History is made. We have a new winner. Christchurch Girls take out the great race. They take out the 44th running of the Levin Jubilee Cup in emphatic fashion.
What a performance. Just like the boys in Tokyo, the girls have done it here. They got through the Rapid Charge. They gained that momentum from the Rapid Charge, and all that momentum has shifted into the final. And they got through in that 500 out, and they said goodbye. This is us. This is what we're doing. Catch us if you can, and no one could. Christchurch Girls, what a way to win your first Maadi Cup out of the blue from lane 6.
Wow.
Kiera Wolf just absolutely ripping it with Kate Ryle in 7 seat. What an execution from Sophia Baum. The trust between those girls to be out like they did. And they never looked like, when they got out, it never looked like anyone was going to run them down.
Dave Hatton, coach, Andrew Blake. That is magnificent. You talked about it though. Boy, they just took everybody, didn't they? Did it before the 1,000 metre mark. They almost did it at the 750. Yeah. We often talk about the move being made at the 1,000. They just ambushed everyone. And I'm just not sure these other crews knew how to react, Alex.
That's the dream though, is like everyone talks about being able to like put yourself out there, this and that and the other, but actually doing it and having the like courage to like everyone commit at that 750. You've still got 1250 to run. So that's just unreal. Like the elation that's going to be across these girls. This is history. First time. They didn't win the pair or the 4. They just came out here as a unit in the 8. First time in history. How good on home water.
Oh, pretty emotional, isn't it? You'd imagine the parents there, the alumni, those teams that have gone before that have come so close in the past, and finally, after 43 years of trying, they've won it in their 44th. My wife will be pleased. She's a former Christchurch Girls student, and look at that, it was comfortable really, wasn't it, in the finish?
Well, we were so close a couple of years ago when they won the Dawn Cup, and they were close to winning the Peer as well. So to come out here and do it, you just don't see it that often. To not win the Dawn or not be up there in the Dawn and the Peer, and then just all your eggs in this basket here. They did scratch a few races to put it in there. So Hatton and Blake and Gary Hay and Ian Seymour and Zoe McBride and the coaching staff at the Christchurch Schools, what a performance. We talked earlier on that they have the size, they had the length. Physiologically, they were just as much as capable as anyone else.
But Alex, you're from that part, you're from Rangiora, you've got a really good handle on the schools. I'm still not sure that anybody was talking like they were going to win this. Yes, they were in the discussion, but I think more of the discussion was around St Margaret's. More of the discussion was possibly around Waikato Dio and certainly Rangiruru.
For sure, they were close in the heat to Waikato Dio, but still a wee bit behind on the times. But that rapid charge, extremely rapid from those girls. They were just showing themselves out, and then that might have just built that belief a little bit. Having that extra race and to execute it like they did, and they go in there and they just must have it. Well, they did. They had a really tight-knit group being able to thunder down that lake.
Well, wonderful race, and folks, one more Big A final to come. We'll bring you the ceremony and the handing over of that trophy, but confirming that time, very good time, 6:45.56. They did it comfortably in the finish by rowing standards, beating St Margaret's College, and then Rangiruru picking up that bronze medal narrowly over Waikato Diocesan. Good to see Mount Albert Grammar in their first ever final, finishing in 7th place. Westlake Girls there in 8th, and the party and the celebrations continue. But folks, up next, it is the 77th running of the Aon Maadi Cup, the ultimate prize in New Zealand secondary school sport for boys. It is a stellar field with the great names throughout the history of the Cup all on the start line. The crowd has gathered. They've just witnessed history for Christchurch. They can say they were there in 2024. Will we have a new winner in the men's? Will Hamilton Boys High School, who come in as clear-cut favourites, win their 12th? The race, well, it's not far away, and I think, Alex, it's probably only appropriate that perhaps we take people back to last year. We remind them of arguably the greatest finish in what was then the 76th year of the Cup, between the Might of St Bede's of Christchurch and Hamilton Boys High School, when it was separated by just 1/600th of a second. So we look down across the 8 boats. It'll be Christ College who will start in lane 1. Won the race back in 2021 was the last time. They have won it on 13 occasions. So lane 1 is the right of your picture. Lane 2, the first ever winners of the Maadi Cup, Mount Albert Grammar School. Last time they won it, however, was 1961. The base of the Maadi Cup built in the Mount Albert Grammar Workshop in 1951. St Peter College, for just the second time in their history, making the Maadi Cup final. St Andrews College come here. They've won it just once. That was back in 2017. Hamilton Boys High School. They are 11-time winners, looking to make it 12. The last time they won it was 2022. We've got Auckland Grammar School, just the 2-time winners. They won it back in 2011. They start in lane 6. St Bede's, the defending champions. They've won it twice. They won it by 0.9 of a second back in 1991, running down Westlake. They won it last year by 6/100ths of a second. Lane 8. It is Christchurch Boys High School. They've only ever won it once. That was in 2019. Will they draw on the inspiration of Christchurch girls? The 77th running of the Maadi Cup is moments away, folks. Alongside of me, we've got Alex Kennedy, looking forward to the call. Settle back, 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth.
Yeah. Christchurch boys maybe a little bit touch unlucky. Well, unlucky they got pipped by Mount Albert in those heats there. So surprisingly to see those boys out there, and that's what I'm talking about there, Mount Albert.
Yeah, the Mount Albert crew there of Charlie Heath, Lucas Duthie, Cameron Brown, Noah Curtis, Max Jarvie, Luke Sanders, Ethan Green, Fraser McKelvey, Hamish Toogood. Such a rich history. The first ever winners, Wanganui River, 1947. Dominated rowing for right up until about 1970, along with the likes of Wanganui Collegiate, who have won the Maadi Cup the most. They have won it, Wanganui, on 17 occasions. The last time ever they won it was 2004. Here is St Peter's of Auckland. Just a small school, 100 metres down the road from Auckland Grammar, a powerhouse in rugby. Such a good sporting school. Last year was their first Maadi Cup. This is their second. What have they learnt? Have they gained valuable experience? Are they an outside chance? Absolutely. St Andrews College here of William Long, Luke Skinner, Benjamin Bolton, Kobe Good, Jake Burrows, Charlie Butterfield, Jack Pitts, Logan Gardner, William Tavendale, the Cox, coached by Hayden Soper and Rachel Williams. 2017, the last time they won it, the only time they've won it. What a year that was for them. And there is the Pain Train, the most dominant school in the last 20 years in the sport. Hamilton Boys High School, 11-time winners, lost it last year by 6/100ths of a second, won it in 2022. All word is, it's their race to lose. The Pain Train of Hamilton Boys will start in 5. Auckland Grammar School, last time they won this was back in 2011. It's a crew that features Finley Taylor, Henry Barrell, William Riley, Luca Toner, Alex Merrilees, Adam Redshaw, Sebastian Lynn, Finn Houghton and Samuel Fisher is their Cox.
Roll call now of the chief umpire.
St Bede's College will start in 7. That is second from left on the left-hand side. Defending champions, then Christchurch Boys High School on the left-hand side of the screen. Harry Hegan, Ollie Browning, William Harrington, Danny Webb, Harry Galvin, Jacob Yule, Jack Bond, Ben Rowe, Grayson Faulkner. Underway. 77th running of the great race. This is the Aon Maadi Cup, the most prestigious trophy in secondary school boys sport. Can anybody touch the might of Hamilton in lane 5? Outstanding start coming from St Bede's College there in lane 7. Good start also coming from St Peter's College of Auckland down there in lane 3, but now just starting to make their move, looking to try and get out into some clear water early as Hamilton Boys High School in 5. They're going to need to go with them. They're going to need to challenge them. They're going to need to put some doubt in their head. They cannot allow Hamilton Boys High School to dictate terms here. Good start from Christchurch in 8.
Yeah, don't be surprised if those Christchurch boys are really big players in this. They were unlucky not to go straight through. They've shown real speed through the year. St Peter's College had a great national champs out of West End Rowing Club, and they're up there in 3. St Bede's, they've got 2 boys returning for the defending national champs there, Woodgate and Gera. So we'll be unsurprised. Dale Maher, whatever he puts Dale Maher an 8 out from St Bede's, those boys from the Stuart Scully High Performance Centre, they're going to rock it. Lane 7, but we're just keeping an eye on that big red sled, as Mark likes to point out. Hamilton boys, Dylan McConnell, Zach Brownlee, Ethan Stein, Will Milne, the Springbok Shield winners. They won the Dunstan Trophy for the pair, but they are being led now by St Peter's, who also came straight through the heats. They've got their own cards to play here.
Yeah, well, Mount Albert Grammar is just struggling a little bit, but we know how fast finishing they are. They like to bring it home over that last 1,000 metres. I like what these other crews have done here, looking to try and just take it to Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton, though, we know will keep their powder dry. We know that they're going to be measured here. We know that at some point they're going to take it up another gear. It's how these other crews respond, and they have to respond. They have to throw some doubt in the minds of this Hamilton Boys crew of Jack Ramsey, Jonty McIntosh, Winston Roberts, Corbin Campbell, William Milne, Ethan Stain, Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell, and their Cox, Ryan Ollington.
Yeah, impressive stuff from these boys. They didn't, in the pair and the 4 through the year, they haven't been the fastest of starters. They jacked that trend, though, in the Springbok 4 yesterday. Zach Brownlee's father's and the coaching staff as well. Dylan McConnell stroking it. He wasn't the stroke at the national champs where they just kind of had a bit of a speed bump, but a bit of rearranging and a refocusing from these Hamilton boys in the red and black. And they've come back a lot stronger through the North Island champs, and here they are rolling up alongside the blue and the gold of St Peter's. Yeah. Good work there. St Bede still holding onto that bronze medal position, coming through. Well, watch if Christchurch boys can't convert through there, because they have been quick, so I'll keep an eye on them. But this so far, it looks like a little bit of a familiar territory with the remorseless monster that is Hamilton boys rowing 8s.
Well, they are just measured, aren't they? In just the technique, the cohesion, the coaching. It is a remarkable program. They have just simply been the dominant school
Going to have to earn it, though,
over the
St.
last
Peter's,
20
eh?
years. No, St. Peter's a really good school too, and they'll be fearless, St. Peter's. They've got nothing to lose here, and sometimes there's nothing more dangerous than somebody who's got nothing to lose. But it is Hamilton Boys High School, St. Peter's, stroke for stroke at the moment. Mount Albert Grammar across there in 2, looking a little bit laboured in the middle though. In lane 4, St. Andrews College as well. Lane 7 still performing well. St. Bede's the defending champions. Now we start to come up to that 1,000 metre mark. Then we approach the 1,500 metre mark. It is still St. Peter's College. Wouldn't it be remarkable if this small school could create history and win it in just their second final? But you do just feel Hamilton Boys High School just going to slowly stretch, just slowly starting to tighten the screws, looking to just lock St. Peter's in that hurt box, force them to throw the key away, force them at some point to say, you know what, today's second is good enough.
Yeah, this is Hamilton Boys territory all year. St. Peter's did beat them in their national championships, but I'm going to say put away the fine china, clear the runway, duck and cover, because these boys from Hamilton Boys are really rumbling now on Lake Ruataniwha as they start to turn the screws. As you said, Jonty McIntosh is rocking back and forth on that lane number up in St. Peter's. His brother won the Premier 8. He's trying to win the Maadi Cup. What a lineage, but out in front, canvas up now. Hamilton Boys approaching 500 metre mark. Can they move away from St. Peter's as a fast finishing and a dogged move from St. Bede's down here in lane 7. What an effort from the boys named Bede and the boat.
Yeah, and St. Bede's, what a race it was last year. The greatest finish in the history of the Cup. 1/600 of a second separated Hamilton Boys High School from St. Bede's. We've seen a wonderful program developing there. They're going to be absolute weapon last year. They've got depth, but it's Hamilton in the middle there in lane 5, now going out by, well, maybe a third of a boat length over St. Peter's. Fast finishing Mount Albert Grammar across there in 2, looking to try and pick it up. Christ College across the far side in 1. You can see the support there in the background for the likes of Auckland Grammar. But as expected, the pre-race favourites, Hamilton Boys High School, have been measured. They have been controlled. Perhaps they maybe thought they might have done it just a little bit easier. Perhaps the challenges were going to come from somebody else. But keep an eye now here on St. Bede's College, because you can just see their bow starting to lift too. We're getting to that threshold, that 1,750 metre mark, where exponential level of fatigue starts to increase dramatically.
You cannot rule out a Dale Maher coached out. He coached the Junior 8. He knows what he's doing. Everywhere he's gone, he's been successful. And the boys from Stewart's Gully and the Waimakariri River are rolling here, folks, in the last 500 up on St. Peter's. Can Bede's go silver here? It's been a massive effort all year for these boys to live up to the expectations, and they're doing it. The boys in Bede are doing it. Bede Guerra, Thomas Woodgate leading the way there against Hamilton Boys as they stride away. The big black boat for the Mulu men. Listen to the cowbells as they run through to the final whistle.
Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell, Ryan Ollington, their coaches Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden, they win their 12th Maadi Cup. They enter their names in this wonderful history of rowing at Hamilton Boys High School. Their domination continues. Congratulations, winners of the 77th edition of the Aon Maadi Cup.
It felt a little inevitable after they won the Pierre and the Springbok Shield, but that was such an effort from St. Peter's to legitimately put them under a lot of pressure into that second half of the race. But Hugo Van Herel, what an absolute weapon in that stroke set of that Bede's 8 to help his boys get back on.
And St. Bede's have got second over St. Peter's, and it is by 15 tenths of a second, 0.15 of a second over St. Peter's. Congratulations to St. Peter's. And it'll be Christchurch Boys High School who finish in 4th, Auckland Grammar in 5th, and then we've got St. Andrews in 6th. And 7th will be Mount Albert Grammar. 8th will be Christchurch Boys High School. So there you go. Hamilton Boys High School do it once again. They've won 12 now. They're looking to try and chase down the number 1 school. Well, the 2 schools that are still ahead of them. Christ College have won it 13 occasions, and Wanganui Collegiate have won it on 17. I'll tell you what, though, looking at the younger crews, St. Bede's, man, what a program they've got at the moment. Those are the official results of the 77th edition of the Great Race. Hamilton Boys High School sneak under the 6 minutes. St. Bede's 6:02.34. St. Peter's College, great performance from them. Just their second Maadi Cup final ever. Their first last year. They've got themselves on the podium. The thing with St. Peter's College, they've got a sniff now. They've got a program. This will inspire those next group of young men coming through. Look out. St. Peter's are a school who I would describe, when you look at their student body, you look at the size of the school, are the great overachievers but they're also the school that's probably the most underestimated. But now it is a moment for Hamilton Boys High School, and their coxswain, I'd imagine, will be picked up, Ryan Ollington, and thrown in some pretty icy cold water. He won't mind it, though. The adrenaline will be flowing, and they will stand up in the middle and top step of that dais, and they will receive the Maadi Cup, which was awarded back to the New Zealand Army in 1943 by the Cairo Rowing Club, and first race for on the Wanganui River back in 1947.
You can see what it means from the Hamilton crowd. Mothers wading into the water to help pull the boys in. Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden standing clear. Fantastic coaches. It's such an effort. I'd go back to it, but Beads weren't, looked upon to be that close, and to get up there for second after being quite far down on St. Peter's was just so impressive. And they won the 17-8, so we're looking for St. Bede's for another couple of years.
Well, last year it was an interesting one last year because they crossed the line and no one really knew who'd won it. Initially, Hamilton Boys High School, I think, told they had won it. They were celebrating. They were jumping up, down, similar images you've just seen, only until official results came up, and suddenly it went by the say of St. Bede's, and you went from this high from one team to disappointment and vice versa. Today, well, it's clear-cut. It is Hamilton Boys. The party can begin. And one of the great schools in secondary school sport continue their legacy.
And with that win, catapults Hamilton Boys
the third overall in the Star Trophy.
Overall Star Trophy.
So they'll come. I'll let you run through the points on that. We will bring up a graphic at some point, I'm sure.
Will.
So just explain the Star Trophy.
So Star Trophy, you get 5 points for a victory, 3 for a silver, and 1, I believe, for a bronze. And you're going to have Hamilton Boys 29, Rangiru at 27, St. Margaret's 24. Fourth place tied is Cashmere, Wakatabu, St. Bede's, and Wanganui Collegiate. Oh no, St. Bede's brings it to 5 schools and Wanganui High School. So you've got 5 schools tied for 4th. So just the spread that we've had in terms of schools winning has been so good. Like we talked about an eclectic group, and it shone through here in the results. Hamilton Boys and Rangiru and St. Margaret's, they're up the top, but they didn't have it all their own way. A lot of smaller schools, Cashmere, Wakatapu, Wanganui High School, really coming through. Timaru Boys right there.
As we go and look at the celebrations continue, I've got to say though, I think the performance here from St. Peter's with that bronze medal might just be the most courageous performance that we've seen across this regatta. They're just such a small school. They don't have a history or legacy in rowing, and they absolutely shook the foundations of Hamilton for much of that race. They really took it to them. They forced Hamilton to maybe change their game plan a little bit. Certainly would have put some doubt in their minds at some point, but they maintained their composure in the finish and they got the job done. Now the only thing left is the presentation of the Levin Jubilee Cup, first awarded back in 1981, and then the awarding of the Aon Maadi Cup to the boys, first awarded back in 1947.
Yes, Kay Gregory, a bit of a legend around these parts and around the podium. She runs the podium there, all the names, all the pronunciations, creating those special moments for those kids on the podium, and she'll be given the honours to do the Levin Jubilee and Maadi Cup again. She does the Nationals, she does the Maadi, and we're very privileged to have someone like Kay and Mark with us, professional backgrounds in journalism, to help elevate the scene that is the Maadi Cup. So Mark, I want to thank you for guiding us again, and myself.
Oh no, Alex, you I think you've been brilliant in terms of, we go look and have a look at the under-16 skulls here, and great moment for these young men, future stars as well. But no, Alex, I think you do a brilliant job in terms of explaining the sport. It's really easy just to think that you're talking to purely rowing experts, and a large group of our audience are watching it because they know somebody doing it. And I think you do a fantastic job in terms of breaking it down, educating people, upskilling them, even those that think they know the sport. So thank you. And boy, I tell you what, it's a big adrenaline rush, isn't it? It's a great privilege to be here. It's a great privilege to be part of it. And now it really is just a moment of reflection, and for these individuals and for these crews.
A quick thank you to the boys at Altitude HD as well. These are the boys behind the drones, behind the decks, making sure we get some of the best coverage in the world.
Well, I've spoken to people, they said this coverage is as good as anywhere you'll get in the world. And the guys that are bringing you the live stream, and thank you to Milford again for their wonderful support. And we do encourage you to pick up your KiwiSaver accounts with Milford, or investment portfolios and stuff with Milford. Do check them out. But the group running this, they're rowers. This is a hobby. They're passionate. They want to sell their sport. They've all been to the Olympic Games. They've won world championships. They're an eclectic. They're just highly intelligent, love the sport, and they've just done such a wonderful job in terms of capturing it, bringing you the pictures, bringing you the images. I think it's been innovative in terms of what they've done. And I tell you what, it's that old quintessential New Zealand story. I'm not going to say they do it on the smell of an oily rag, but there's a lot of innovation that goes into it. They don't come with the big fancy trucks. They come with passion. They come with a high level of intellect, and hopefully you have enjoyed the pictures they have provided. So what a special moment it will be for Christchurch girls, eh?
Yeah, I'm so stoked for them.
It might just be
we always want. We've really been happy with how many new champions we've crowned here, and how many stories we've seen from smaller schools. And then on the podium right now is Ben Allen and Olivia Tattersfield for winning the under-17 singles. They will be now presented with a brand new single scull from Laszlo Boats. So it's a very special moment and a very proud moment for the Vera there from Laszlo. And it's just such a great victory. You don't see that in many places. They get a boat, Mark, a whole boat.
Olivia Tattersfield there out of Mount Albert Grammar, winning Mount Albert Grammar's first ever gold medal for girls at a Maadi Cup. Of course, it was a single-sex school for a long time, and then opened up to a co-ed school back in around 2000. It's produced some wonderful netballers, some wonderful athletes over the years, the likes of Portia Woodman, and now trying to get that women's program going. We saw Mount Albert Grammar have a girls 8 in the final. They had a boys 8 in the Maadi Cup final. I'm trying to think of the last North Island school that had finalists in both of the big races, and so a really special moment for both of them. But really, the crowd is now gathering around because they want to recognise and honour Christchurch girls and Hamilton boys for taking out the two big trophies, the Levin Jubilee Cup and the Aon Maadi Cup. It's not bad, is it, to pick up a skiff? Did they keep it, or does the school keep it? I think the school keeps it, don't they?
School/club will hang on to it.
Yep.
And
they're expected, if they come back next year, to row in it, aren't they?
Yes, that is sort of part of the deal.
Yeah, no, and boy, I tell you what, it's nothing better than a good rowing skiff.
Nope.
Got some good little boat majors here in New Zealand as well, haven't we?
Oh man, unreal. Between Simon Lake at SL Racing and Laszlo, I mean, we talked about it before. Emma Twig's going to be racing in an SL Racing boat based out of Hawke's Bay. She's a Hawke's Bay girl. She's going to be racing on the world stage in an SL Racing boat. Laszlo have produced some of the fastest boats our country's seen, with national titles out the wazoo. So we're very blessed, and now they're graduating into the carbon realm, where it takes a lot more biomechanics to work on. And we're not going to get sick of these shots. Unfortunately, we won't see them for a while, but
another
the
2
boys
years,
at Altitude HD, just unreal. The lovely backdrop that we've been privileged to have here.
Okay, and what we're going to do now too, we want to just acknowledge Milford for their wonderful support, allowing this live stream, bringing these wonderful images to you. And I take the time and watch this, and think about Milford if you're looking at financial security, and please go with the brands that you see here that support your sport, that are bringing you this coverage.
To celebrate Aon Maadi Regatta Week, we're giving Maadi supporters the chance to win a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver Plan account or Milford Investment Fund account. To enter, open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver Plan, or open a Milford Investment Fund account before midnight on Sunday the 24th of March 2024 for your chance to win one of 10 top-ups. To find out more about this exclusive Maadi offer, for T's and C's, and to get started, visit milfordasset.com/Maadi 2024. Milford, invested in you.
large crowd gathering now as we get set for the podium presentations of the Levin Jubilee Cup. We will very shortly hand it over to the podium presentation people to bring you this, but we do just want to again acknowledge what we have witnessed, and we shouldn't underestimate too the performance of St Margaret's. How good have they been throughout this regatta, the Candy Stripes?
Yeah, third on the overall points trophy with the very capable coaching staff. It's been a joy to see them because they just rose so well and they've just performed so well. So it's always good to see the fruits of the young kids' labour come to fruition here.
Absolutely, but what a moment it will be for Christchurch girls. Just want to read those names
so
again.
Good.
Kate Smith, write the name down, etched in history now at Christchurch girls. I'd imagine in 20 years from now they'll be having a reunion, they'll be bringing back that first ever crew that won it and inspiring that next group of young athletes. Isabel Williamson, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Elsie Lowe, Holly Smith, Marley Ross, Kate Ryle, Kiera Wolf, Sophie Baum, and of course brilliantly coached by Dave Hatton and Andrew Blake. How proud must they be as coaches?
And be remiss not to mention Gary Hay, former Olympic. He coached at the Olympic Games recently in Tokyo and in Rio, and he was a bit of a mastermind behind this lot alongside those other coaches. You got Simon McBride, Ian Seymour. Just, you know, it takes a village to make these boats go quick, and like all these big programs, they've got a wealth of knowledge in the coaches' room, and I look forward to seeing these girls out here for the first time. There's nothing better than seeing like the first time. Like St Andrews winning for the first time was amazing, and Christchurch girls, especially because Christchurch girls wasn't exactly talked about beforehand. It was all Margaret's, Dio and Rangi predominantly. So to see them coming out from the Repicharges, it's just the best. It's what makes the sport so good, and any sport is winning it for the first time.
Well, I think too, I mean, we saw St Bede's win it last year. It wasn't the first time they'd won it, but it had been a long time between drinks. They'd won it in 1991. I think it was the way in which it was won last year which made it arguably, I'll still say the greatest race certainly I think I've seen or been involved in. Maybe you need time, and there it is, the Aon Maadi Cup and the famous base there, shaped like a pyramid, acknowledging the history of the Cairo Rowing Club back in 1943. That base there made in the Mount Upper Woodwork Shop in 1951, added to the trophy, and boy, some wonderful rowers that have been part of those crews over the years. A lot of brilliant rowers that never ever held that trophy because they came up just short, but went on to do great things and move on to higher honours. And so still the congratulations go.
Okay. Starting the music any time now. Kay Gary's going to announce these girls as Levin Jubilee Cup champs. On the home water too, on a flat water. That's pretty, I mean, nothing's perfect, but pretty close there for the Christchurch girls.
Oh, I just think it's great. You just bring this group through who just, I don't know, call it a freak year, call it a freak couple of years. You just happen to get a group of athletes like-minded who have a physiology, who suddenly all decide to come together. They want to take up rowing. They don't know each other when they maybe come through, and I'm not sure what they officially call them. What is it, year 9? I call it still third form, and you get to, and then you slowly get to know each other, and then you go on this incredible journey. I'd imagine there would have been a number of lows along the way, and would have been a few tears, and whether it be the boys or the girls, a lot of doubts when you have those really, and you'll know all about this, you do those big volume sessions, and then some days you wake up and it's just not working, and then somewhere in the middle of it you just have that really, really good session, and you've got to hang on to that good session because that's what you're capable of doing. And that's what people don't see. They see the victories, but they don't see the tears, they don't see the hard work often, they don't see the adversity that sometimes goes with it.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks all perfect and it looks great. You win gold, you win these medals, but there's hundreds of thousands of hours that run into something like this. Like you train, 3 times, 4 times the amount of racing you get in through a rowing season, just like swimming and cycling and the rest of those sports. The demand is high, but man, the payoff can be outrageously beautiful.
Well, we might go down stage side. Kay Gregory getting ready for this presentation of the Levin Jubilee Cup. We will cut down. We will bring our commentary to a close. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure, but stay around, folks. Enjoy this wonderful ceremony. So let's honour and recognise our champions, our bronze, silver, and of course our winners of the Levin Jubilee Cup and the Aon Maadi Cup. On behalf of Altitude Productions and myself, Alex Kennedy, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. And I'll leave you just with one little quote by the great American runner Steve Prefontaine. To give anything less than your best is to sacrifice the gift.
in second place, Kashmir High School. And our champion sculling school of the year, Wakatipu. I have good news. The bad news is Wakatipu appear to have gone home, and that's fine because there are things to do. But the very good news for Kashmir High School is that it was actually a tie between Kashmir High School and Wakatipu. Where are you, Kashmir? They're hiding in there. Is someone going to come up? Here we go. You've got to share that with Wakatipu. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Congratulations, Kashmir High School. Well done. Well done. A great regatta for you. And our final schools trophy is the Star Trophy. I'm going to ask Michelle Hawke, our fabulous chief umpire for this whole regatta, who's been working so hard behind the scenes. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for all you do. Your team is a great team, and we do thank all the volunteers who are amazing. This is the overall champion school of the year. In third place, St Margaret's. In second place, Rangiruru. And the overall champion school of the year, Hamilton Boys High School. We have Glenn Ross here to accept the Star Trophy on behalf of Hamilton Boys High, a great regatta. Congratulations, Hamilton Boys High! All right, could we have some music, please, Mr. Music? And let's have the girls. Up we come. Let's go. This is the girls under 18-8. It is sponsored by our principal sponsor Aon, Dave Sutherland from Aon, to present our medals. Dave, we can't thank you enough. As I have said earlier in the day, we see an Aon sign and we think rowing, and that is a very, very good thing. So we appreciate it. Please join me to thank Aon for their huge support. The winners of the bronze medal for the girls under 18-8, Rangiruru. We have in this crew Millie Gallagher, Harriet Abbott, Ella Harris, Brooke Harper, Sophie Payne, Alice Ferguson, Lucy Vance, Sophie Cassiel, Coxon Sophia Sare, coaches Adam Ling and Leon Barracliff. The time for Rangi was 6:51.83. It was an amazing race, and these girls have spent so many hours getting to this podium, and it is wonderful whether you get bronze, silver or gold. A lot of work. I was going to say, where are the Rangi supporters, but I won't. You're good, you're good. Well done, Rangiruru. The winners of the silver medal for the girls under 18-8, St Margaret's College. Well done, Ava Wegman, Evie Leeson, Phoebe Wilson, Ida Stallard, Anya Leeson, Belize Macquarie, India Broom Hall, Coco Flood, Cox and Bella Harris. We've got Maggie Bear there keeping them company. The time, 6:48.54 for St Margaret's. The coaching team from St Margaret's done a wonderful job for this regatta. Well done, St Margaret's! And now, the Aon Maadi Girls Under 18 Coxed 8 Champions for 2024, Christchurch Girls. Please step forward. We will begin with Kate Smith. Isabel Williamson. Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Elsie Lowe. Holly Smith. Marley Ross. Kate Ryle. Kiera Wolf. Cox and Sophia Baum. And they're coached by Dave Hatton and Andrew Blake. Their time 6:45.46. So a big thank you once again to Dave Sutherland from Aon for presenting our medals. Well done, Rangiruru. Well done, St Margaret's. We will now present the Levin Jubilee Cup to Christchurch Girls.
Wait, it's just wait.
Oh, fuck. Stay Sorry.
grateful for a wee bit of cloud cover. All right, we're right at the end of the day. This is a very, very special part of our day. I want to warmly welcome those of you who are watching on Rowett, and our thanks to Alex Kennedy and Mark Watson, who've been our commentators on Rowett. I'd like to especially welcome the Healy family, who I hope are watching from Matamata today, as we remember Andrew Healy, a boys high rower who died 10 years ago. Very special day for the Healy family, and we are thinking of you all today. On a brighter note, these fine gentlemen behind me, these fine rowers standing behind me, 50 years ago won Maadi, am I right, for Wanganui Collegiate? Well, I heard you had a good night last night. Yeah, I heard. It's an absolute honour for us to have you here to do this, because as you all know, winning Maadi is such an amazing achievement. So we're glad you're here. We hope you had a great reunion, and we're going to ask you now to present some medals. Well done. I'm going to ask the Rangi girls just to, can someone suggest to the Rangi girls that... Right. All right, let's begin with the winners of the bronze medal for the boys under 18-8, St Peter's College. We have in this crew Ruben Goldswheely, Daniel Hyde, Toby Shanahan, Harry Bentley, Arthur Yowood, Benjamin Davison, Franklin Barron, Flynn Russell, Coxon Theo Wag, and coaches Sam Jackson, Cameron Patton, and Harry Wilson. The time for this crew was 6:02.49. See, look, Coxon. Right, make your way over the other side, boys. Your work is not done. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more of you. Oh, the other half is over there. Welcome. Have you got all of you, or all bar one? Missed one. All right. The winners of the silver medal for the boys under 18-8, St Bede's College. George Kinder, Bruno Dooley, Harry Kinane, Thomas Woodgate, Bede Guerra, Hugo Van Herel, Coxon Liam Duff, Coach Dale Marr. The time 6:02.34. So well done, St Bede's. And now, the Aon Maadi Boys Under 18-8 champions for 2024, Hamilton Boys High School. Before we hand out the medals to our rowers, we have a very special trophy to present. This is the Peter Irvine Trophy for the winning coaches, and today we have Peter's nephew to present this trophy. Peter still maintains a record of 13 Maadi wins, which is pretty impressive. So John, I'm going to ask you please to present the Peter Irvine Trophy to Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden. All right, let's get gold medals now. First up, to Jack Ramsey. John T. McIntosh. Winston Roberts. Corbin Campbell. William Milne. Ethan Stein. Zach Brownlee. Dylan McConnell. Coxon Ryan Ollington. And as we said, their coaches Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden. Their time 5:59.34. Before we hand over the trophy, a big thank you to all of you for being here. I would like all of you boys and any of the other rowers here to please put your hands together for your parents who got you here and have done so much behind the scenes. Well done, mums and dads. Thank you, mums and dads and grandparents and aunties and uncles. We know what a job it is to get to a Maadi Cup, so thank you. A big thank you too to all of our volunteers who work so hard behind the scenes. Every one of us are a volunteer and we do this because we love it. I also want to acknowledge some of you have a long trip home, so please have a safe journey. It is now my absolute honour and pleasure to announce and let us have from Aon Dave Sutherland to present the 2024 Maadi Cup to Hamilton Boys High School.
Okay, Hamilton, come forward, please. Forward in front, forward and behind.
Please jump me down one bit.
Come back. Come right in, forward and behind the side.
We've got 5. Right forward.
Boys, hi, do you want to come through?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, that's really nice, thank you. All right, we'll ask St Peter's and St Bede's in a moment to join Hamilton Boys High for group photo. Cruise.
Okay, this side will have your
Big moment for all of these crews.
Can we get 5 of you? Can we get 5 at the front?
Well done, St Peter's and St Bede's. Stand by, boys.
Who's leading it?
Ragazzino!
Regatta! Tani whārau! E piko! E tani whārau! Anei te ukurua o atu maue, ka puta I te rua aha! Ita, hikarere! Hei koru ka whā, o mai o kupukia wete wetea, wete wetea, ara tu ara te ara tau, waikato tani whārau, hei!
Final term as Hamilton Boys High School headmaster. Proud moment for you, Susan. So I think, boys, you might have rode this one for Mrs. Hassel. Well done.
Boys. Someone is getting up and sitting here rowing this. She's not having a lot. We're rowing this. She said she would. She said she would. So one of us has to, you have to come. So one of us has to just,
Get him out. Oh, come on. What are you going to do next? We're at the same height.
No, I can't box it. I can't fit.
Yeah, we sat on there once before. I don't know you knew that. Someone sit on the right? Yeah, someone sit on the left.
I'll sit on Will's lap. She can't might see if she wants.
I want to sit on, no, I want to sit on James Kirkwood. You want to sit on my lap?
Yeah.
And then she can go, oh wait, as
We already
yeah, we're just
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, private wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.